My name's Logan, and I just turned 30 a few months back. I guess if you saw me now, clean cut, tailored blazer, Porsche keys dangling from my fingers, you'd think I was one of those guys who had everything handed to him. But nothing could be further from the truth. Because while some people grow up in families that lift them up, mine had a talent for reminding me, in 100 little ways, that I wasn't the chosen one. That title belonged to my older brother Jake, 2 years older, smug as ever. And from the moment we were old enough to walk, my parents made it clear which one of us was destined for greatness. I was 16 when I got my first job. Saturday mornings at a local hardware store, stacking bags of mulch and learning how to use a box cutter without slicing my thumb open. It wasn't glamorous, but it was honest. I remember the first time I came home with a sore back and dirt under my nails. My mom glanced up from her phone, gave me a once-over, and muttered something about how she never thought we'd raise a laborer. My dad just chuckled and said, "At least someone's learning the value of hard work." That might have meant something if he hadn't followed it up with a comment about how Jake was busy working on his mind instead of wasting time on minimum wage. Jake, at that point, hadn't worked a single day in his life. He didn't even pretend to look for a job. He spent his weekends gaming in the basement or hanging out with friends, blasting music through his expensive headphones that I knew my parents had bought him. They always had some excuse for it. He's focused on his future. He's got potential. We don't want to distract him with money problems. And maybe that would have made sense if he was acing his classes or inventing the next big thing. But he was coasting through high school, barely passing, and somehow everything was always someone else's fault. His teachers didn't like him. His assignments were too vague. The curriculum was too rigid for his creativity. Meanwhile, I was pulling B's and the occasional A, working weekends, and saving every penny I could toward a beat-up Toyota I found listed online. One Saturday afternoon, I came home from a double shift, drenched in sweat and starving. I'd worked 12 hours straight because someone had called out sick, and I needed the overtime. As I walked in, I heard laughter from the kitchen. Jake was sitting at the table with my parents, animatedly telling some story. I don't remember what it was. Probably another tale about how his professor just didn't get him. What I do remember is what he said when I walked in. "Oh look," Jake smirked. "The weekend warrior returns. Did you beat the boss level at aisle 9 yet?" They all laughed. My mom laughed the loudest. My dad gave me this half-hearted, "Hey bud," before turning right back to Jake. I just stood there for a second, dirt still on my boots, wondering how it was even possible to feel like a stranger in your own home. I was covering for Dan. "He's got a kid," I muttered, grabbing a glass of water. Jake snorted. "You know, most people your age are out partying, meeting girls, doing normal stuff. Not hauling lumber for a living." "I'm saving up for a car," I replied, trying to keep my voice even. "You know, so I don't have to ask mom and dad to drive me around." That should have landed, right? But instead, my mom just gave me that look, the one where her lips press into a thin line, like I was being difficult again. "Logan," she sighed, "don't be jealous. Your brother's on a different path. You should be happy for him." "Happy," I said, and I could feel my face heating up. "For what? That he doesn't lift a finger while I work every weekend and still get mocked for it?" Jake leaned back in his chair, arms behind his head. "Hey man, I'm just saying, maybe if you weren't so obsessed with scraping pennies, you'd have a little more fun. You know, live a little." Something snapped in me then. Not all at once, just a hairline fracture. But I felt it. And once it started, it only spread. I didn't argue. I didn't throw my glass or storm off. I just looked at him, really looked at him, with his smug little grin and his brand new hoodie, and I thought, okay, you win. You're the golden boy. I'm the worker bee. But somewhere deep down, I made myself a quiet promise. Let's see where we both end up in 10 years. That night, lying in bed, I stared at the ceiling and replayed every word, every chuckle, every dismissive glance. I didn't cry. I didn't get angry. I just planned. And over the next few months, that plan became my fuel. But at the time, none of them knew. They just kept laughing. And Jake just kept coasting. And I kept working. But I stopped waiting for them to notice. Because one day, I knew they would. And when they did, it wouldn't be with a handshake. It'd be with a rearview mirror and the sound of my engine purring as I drove away. But back then, all of that was still years away. What came next? Well, that's when things started to shift, slowly at first. And it all began with a simple envelope on the kitchen counter. one that had my name on it, and not his. I wish I could say the envelope held a golden ticket, that it was the start of some fairy tale turn, a scholarship, a job offer, an anonymous gift telling me, "We see you, Logan." But life doesn't do grand reveals like that. It was a financial aid notice from the community college I'd applied to. A cold, folded piece of paper reminding me that even if I could cover tuition with my savings, I'd still need to work full-time to make rent and keep the lights on in the shoebox apartment I'd just found online. But to me, that envelope was a declaration. I'm doing this alone. It was freedom in ink and bureaucracy. I didn't even show it to my parents. There wasn't a point. I already knew the script. Jake was going to state. Not just any state school, the big one. The one with the football stadium that looked like a spaceship and tuition fees that made your stomach drop. He didn't apply for aid. Didn't need to. My dad marched around bragging about it like he'd built the school brick by brick. My mom hosted a dinner to celebrate Jake's big brain and made me take the trash out mid-toast. "Don't glare, Logan," she whispered as I grabbed the garbage bags. This is Jake's moment. Jake's moment somehow became his season. Suddenly, he was treated like some hometown hero about to solve world hunger. Meanwhile, I kept my head down, added more shifts at the hardware store, and quietly planned for September. I'd already accepted my place, the invisible son, the one who held doors open and vacuumed the living room before guests arrived, then disappeared so Jake could shine. But the breaking point didn't come from one moment. It came from 1,000 tiny ones. Death by 1,000 sighs, eye rolls, and subtle insults. It's funny how pain builds. It doesn't knock you over at once, it erodes you. Slowly. Until one day, there's nothing left to chip away. It was a humid August evening, 2 weeks before Jake was set to move into his dorm, when it all collapsed. I'd just finished a closing shift and came home to find the living room cluttered with bags, boxes, and enough electronics to open a mini Best Buy. My parents were arguing over whether Jake needed a second monitor for his creative projects. He was stretched across the couch, phone in hand, one sock on, eating chips straight from the bag. "Hey, Logan," my dad called. "We need your help loading the car. Jake's new stuff." I was still holding my backpack, sweat plastered to my back. "Can I eat first?" Jake looked up, smirking. "Don't be dramatic. It's just a few boxes. You act like you're working in a mine." I didn't reply. I set my backpack down and started grabbing boxes. Microwave, mini fridge, monitor, all new, all expensive, all bought for the golden boy who had never worked a day in his life. I caught a glimpse of one receipt sticking out of a bag. Over $2,000, just for move-in expenses. That was more than I'd made all summer. Later that night, after I'd helped haul everything into the garage, I went to grab a sandwich from the fridge. As I reached for the bread, I heard Jake laughing on the phone in the den. "Bro, Logan's still stacking boxes for beer money. He thinks community college is like noble or something. Dude's acting like a martyr for showing up to work on time." Pause. Then more laughter. "No, man, they're not helping him. My mom says he made his choice. They offered to help if he went to state, but since he wanted to be independent or whatever, they let him figure it out himself." Kinda hilarious. I stood there, bread in hand, heart frozen. They offered to help me? That was news to me. I waited until he was done. Waited until I heard the telltale, "I'm starving," grunt followed by him heading upstairs. Then I walked into the den and sat in Dad's armchair, staring at the blank TV screen, its black surface reflecting a version of me I didn't quite recognize anymore. I didn't know who to confront first, but it turns out I wouldn't have to, because the very next day, I found out what betrayal really felt like. I came home from work and found the kitchen filled with relatives, cousins, uncles, even my great-aunt Irene with the raspy laugh. Balloons tied to the chairs, a cake on the counter, gold foil letters that spelled "Congrats, Jake." My mom spotted me and clapped. "There he is. Logan, you're just in time." "For what?" She blinked. "Jake's surprise dinner. We're celebrating early. He's leaving for orientation tomorrow." Tomorrow? No one had told me. "Yeah," she said, brushing flour from her apron. "We figured you'd be working anyway." The cousins chimed in. "Jake's gonna crush it at state. Future tech mogul. Man, I wish I was that smart." Someone nudged me. "You going to school too?" "Community college," I said quietly. "Oh," they replied, as if I'd said kindergarten. Jake came downstairs in a button-up shirt and jeans. His hair was freshly cut. Mom handed him a card. Everyone gathered. Dad put an arm around him. This, Dad announced, is what we always knew was coming. A man who'll make a difference. He's got potential, the kind you can't teach. It's just in him. Jake grinned. Thanks, Pops. Then Mom handed him another envelope. This is from us. For expenses. He opened it and whistled. Whoa, this is a lot. We believe in investing in the future, she said, beaming. I felt something twist in my stomach. Later, after dinner, I found the envelope crumpled on the side table. Curiosity got the better of me. I peeked inside. A check. $5,000. I stood there, holding it like it was radioactive. My pulse thudded in my ears. 5,000. The same people who told me there wasn't enough to help with rent, or books, or even a basic laptop, had just handed Jake $5,000 after buying him every gadget in the store. I didn't speak to anyone that night. I didn't sleep, either. The next morning, Jake left for college. The house was weirdly quiet without his playlist thumping from the basement. I spent the next year grinding. I worked 2 jobs, mornings at the college library, evenings at a nearby diner. I took 18 credits per semester and learned how to live off ramen, canned tuna, and day-old bread. I didn't go to parties. I didn't take spring break trips. I didn't even own a decent pair of shoes. My soles had holes the size of quarters by December. But I stayed focused. I built up my GPA, joined the honors program, started tutoring, and applied for every internship I could find. Jake? From what I could gather through social media and overheard phone calls, he was flunking 2 classes by the end of the first semester. He blamed the professors, naturally. Switched majors twice. Partied hard. Burned through the $5,000 by November. Called home weekly for emergency money. They kept sending it. Meanwhile, I patched my sneakers with duct tape and hoped the library copier wouldn't jam again. And then, the final twist of the knife. Spring semester, I got an offer. A real one. A paid internship at a major marketing firm downtown. They liked my portfolio, my work ethic, my grit. The woman who interviewed me said, "You're not like the others. You've had to hustle." That shows. I was over the moon. I came home that evening, eager to share the news. Maybe, just maybe, they'd be proud this time. My mom was on the couch watching TV. My dad was reading the paper. "Hey," I said. "I got the internship. The one with Catalyst Media. Downtown. Paid. Full-time this summer." They looked up. Mom nodded. "That's nice." Dad lowered his paper. "But what about school? I can do evening classes. This is a huge opportunity." He grunted. "Just don't lose focus. Not everyone can coast forever like Jake." That was the first time he'd even hinted that Jake might not be living up to expectations. But then came the gut punch. "Well," my mom added, "maybe now you can start paying for your own health insurance. We've been covering you both." My mouth went dry. "I've been paying mine for over a year." She blinked. "Oh, right. Must have been Jake's then." I nodded slowly. Then I walked out. That was the last time I tried to make them proud. From that point on, I stopped asking, stopped hoping, stopped waiting for applause. I started building something they wouldn't understand. Something mine. And as I grew, slowly, quietly, I watched Jake unravel. You'd think landing a paid internship in the middle of college, one that actually aligned with your career, would be the beginning of everything turning around. In a way it was. But not right away. Because when you grow up being told you're second best, invisible, even, you don't just shake that off the minute someone else sees your value. You carry it, quietly, like a stone in your chest. Even as things start looking up, you keep glancing over your shoulder, wondering if someone's going to take it all away. Tell you it was a mistake. Remind you where you really belong. That's where I was when I started the internship at Catalyst. I didn't have the right clothes. I wore thrifted button-ups and pants one size too big, held up with a belt that had 3 extra holes punched in it. My laptop was so old it wheezed every time I opened a browser tab. I couldn't afford parking downtown, so I took the bus every morning, then walked 7 blocks to the building. Rain, heat, didn't matter. I showed up. Every single day. Early. The office was all glass walls and open space, the kind of place where people actually enjoyed what they did. It was intimidating at first. Everyone had crisp clothes and fancy watches, and they moved like they'd always known they belonged there. Except me. I stayed quiet at first. Did my work. Took notes. Listened more than I talked. But slowly, I started noticing something. No one cared where you came from. They cared how you carried yourself. How you showed up. How much you cared. So I gave it everything. I offered to stay late, took on side projects, asked smart questions. When one of the senior strategists needed help organizing a campaign outline, I stayed until 9 p.m. reworking slides. She didn't even ask me to. I just saw her drowning and jumped in. The next day, she handed me a latte and said, "You've got an eye for this. You ever consider doing this full time?" I smiled. "Every day." She laughed. "Good. Keep going." That summer changed me. Not in the loud, cinematic way people expect. There was no slow-motion montage or everything falls into place moment. But piece by piece, I started rebuilding. Not just my resume, but me. I got better at speaking up, at trusting my gut, at believing, maybe for the first time, that I wasn't just the kid hauling mulch and stacking screws to survive. I had ideas, vision, and slowly, people started listening. By the end of the internship, Catalyst offered me a part-time assistant strategist role, remote, so I could finish school. It wasn't huge money, but it was mine. No handouts, no applause, just the quiet satisfaction of knowing I'd earned every inch of it. Meanwhile, Jake's updates had gone from loud to silent. At first, my parents wouldn't shut up about him. His dorm, his friends, the amazing philosophy professor he had. Then the story started changing. He'd switched majors again, not vibing with econ. Said he needed to explore his options. By sophomore year, he dropped 2 courses and moved into an off-campus apartment. I overheard my mom complaining on the phone one night. He said he needed a quiet space to focus. But now he's asking for more money. Logan, can you believe that? And after everything we've already spent. I kept washing my dishes. She never asked how my classes were going. That was fine. I'd stopped expecting it. One night, around midterms, I got a call from Jake. That was rare. "Hey," he said. "You still good with resumes and all that marketing junk?" I blinked. "Yeah, why? Think you could help me out? I'm trying to apply to this startup gig. They want someone with brand development skills. I figured you'd know what to write." "That's Jake for you." "No, how's it going?" No mention of how I got into the industry. Just the assumption I'd drop everything to help. I wanted to say no. God, I should have said no. But part of me, the part still hoping for a scrap of recognition, said yes. I spent 2 hours rewriting his resume, tightening the language, formatting it properly. I even gave him tips for the interview. He didn't even say thank you. Just sent back. "Got it. We'll send. Let you know if it works." Spoiler, it didn't. Turns out, confidence without follow-through doesn't get you very far. A few weeks later, I found out he'd failed 2 more classes. My parents bailed him out with more money and a lecture that I'm sure lasted no more than 10 minutes. "He's just under a lot of pressure," my mom told me. "He's got potential, Logan. It's just taking time." Still waiting on that potential, I thought, but I didn't say it. Instead, I went back to work. Finished my associates with honors. Applied to transfer to a 4-year university with a strong communications program. Catalyst wrote me a glowing letter of recommendation. I got in. Full ride. It felt surreal. I remember standing in the middle of my crummy studio apartment, holding the acceptance letter in one hand, my cracked phone in the other. I didn't even know who to call. I thought about telling my parents. Then I remembered Jake's last emergency. He'd overdraft his account buying speakers for his apartment. My mom Venmo'd him $200 without blinking. I crumpled the letter and threw it into the air like confetti. Celebrated alone. Made grilled cheese. Sat on the floor and watched the letter flutter down. That fall, I moved to the university dorms. They weren't fancy, but they were clean. I had a roommate who kept to himself and a campus job that covered books. I stayed on part-time at Catalyst remotely and started building a freelance portfolio on the side. Small businesses, personal brands, musicians looking to promote albums. I learned how to build websites, run ads, write copy that actually converted. And somewhere along the way, I stopped thinking about Jake. Not out of bitterness, but because, for the first time in my life, I didn't have space for him. I was busy living, busy building, busy becoming someone I never thought I'd be allowed to be. Until one afternoon, everything came rushing back. It was around Christmas break. I'd just gotten back to town and was meeting a former professor at a downtown cafe. As I waited outside for her, sipping lukewarm coffee, I felt a tap on my window. I looked up. Disheveled hoodie, dirt-streaked face, hair like it hadn't been washed in weeks. "Spare change, man." His voice was cracked. Familiar. I blinked. "Jake." He froze. His eyes widened, and for a second, I saw something I'd never seen on his face before. Not arrogance. Not amusement. Shame. He stepped back like I'd slapped him. I got out of the car slowly, heart racing. What happened to you? He looked down. It's been a rough year. A rough year. He nodded, barely meeting my gaze. Dropped out. Tried some gigs. Startup didn't work out. Then the lease ran out. Parents said I had to figure it out on my own. I stared at him. They cut you off? He nodded again. They said, if I couldn't take responsibility, they wouldn't keep enabling me. The irony hit me like a wave. Now they set boundaries? Now, after all the money and excuses and he's just under pressure? I looked him over, the frayed sleeves, the worn-out shoes, the way his jaw clenched like he was trying not to cry. And then I realized something. This wasn't the version of him I'd fantasized about. This wasn't the smug jerk who used to mock my work boots and call me pathetic. This was a hollow shell. But the part that shocked me most? I didn't feel satisfied. I didn't feel triumphant. I just felt sad. He opened his mouth to say something. Maybe an apology, maybe another excuse. But before he could, my phone buzzed. A text from my Catalyst supervisor. Client loved the pitch. They're signing. You nailed it. I looked back at Jake. He was still standing there, shivering slightly in the wind. I didn't say anything. Just smiled. Not cruelly, not smugly. Just honestly. Still waiting on that potential? His face crumpled. And in that moment, I knew. I had finally, truly let go. But don't get me wrong. That wasn't the end of it. Because the truth? That cafe wasn't just a random spot. It was the first meeting for a deal that would change everything. I didn't hear from Jake again after that day outside the cafe. I didn't call, didn't text. I didn't even tell anyone what happened. Not because I was trying to be dramatic, but because I had nothing left to say. That moment, him standing there in a worn-out hoodie asking me for spare change, wasn't just an emotional climax. It was a revelation. It was the moment I realized I'd already won the war. But the war wasn't against him. It was against who I used to be. And that guy, the kid desperate for approval, the one begging to be seen, was long gone. What came next wasn't revenge for revenge's sake. It was something cleaner, sharper, strategic. See, I didn't want to get even. I wanted to make a statement. One so loud and undeniable that no one, not Jake, not my parents, not the extended family that had spent years pretending I didn't exist, could ever look through me again. And the opportunity? It practically fell into my lap. A month after the cafe moment, I got an email from my Catalyst contact, Melissa, the same strategist I'd helped with that late-night presentation years ago. She'd moved on to a new company, a fast-growing creative agency with a bold reputation and an even bolder client list. She said she'd been following my work, saw the freelance brand strategy projects I'd done, the small business transformations, even the niche viral campaigns I helped design during grad school. Want to consult for us? She wrote. Temporary contract. High-profile client. Possibly long-term. I said yes before I finished reading the email. Turns out the high-profile client was a new VC-backed food startup trying to disrupt the online grocery delivery market. They had funding, a scalable model, and no brand identity whatsoever. No logo, no voice, no direction, just a cool name and a boatload of investor pressure. And they were desperate for a brand strategist who could take raw chaos and turn it into something clean, trustworthy, and viral. Enter me. I didn't sleep much that month. Between the consulting gig, wrapping up classes, and keeping up with my Catalyst duties, I ran on 4 hours a night and enough coffee to stun a horse. But I was in the zone. I lived for the deadlines, for the chance to build something real. The startup loved my work, so much so that they extended the contract indefinitely and began feeding me more influence in their internal meetings. That's when I started noticing something odd. One of their marketing interns, a guy named Nate, kept referencing a branding guy they'd hired before me. Said he had flaked, left a mess behind, wasted time, blew through a small budget, and left the startup scrambling before launch. I didn't think much of it until I saw one of the early pitch decks buried in a shared folder. The name on the bottom of every slide? Jake. I stared at it for a solid minute, not breathing. Of course he'd tried to break into this world. The same one he mocked me for years ago. The one he called boring marketing junk. And of course he'd failed. Because branding isn't about buzzwords and fonts. It's about people. And Jake never understood people unless they were handing him something. I didn't say anything to the team. That wasn't my style. But I did quietly clean up every trace of his work, reorganized the entire pitch, rewrote the copy, rebuilt the visuals from scratch. When we presented the new direction to investors, they loved it. One of them even called it a complete 180 from the last guy. I just smiled. And that's when the idea came to me. Not a childish prank, not a shouting match, an opportunity to show everyone exactly what I'd become, not out of spite, but out of undeniable, visible, unshakable success. Here's what I knew. Jake was back in our hometown, still bouncing between couches, still making excuses, still waiting for someone to hand him another opportunity he hadn't earned. And my parents? They were quieter now. The bragging had stopped. No more, "Jake's going to change the world" phone calls. No more updates. Just silence. Until, one day, my mom called me out of the blue. "Logan," she said, trying to sound casual. "How are you, honey?" I almost didn't recognize her voice. It had been over a year. "I'm good," I said. "Busy." "Oh, that's great. I saw your LinkedIn. You've been doing well, huh?" I didn't reply. I let her squirm a little. She cleared her throat. "Listen, your brother, he's going through a rough time." There it was. The real reason. She gave me some vague story about how Jake had lost a few opportunities and was trying to find his footing. I nodded through it, sipping my coffee. Then she dropped the kicker. "Do you think you could help him out? Maybe put in a word at one of your companies? Just until he's back on his feet." I almost laughed. Almost. But instead, I said, "Let me think about it." And then I got to work. See, I wasn't going to hand Jake a job, but I was going to build a stage big enough that when I finally stepped on it, the whole family, especially him, would have no choice but to look up. I started pulling strings. That food startup? They were launching nationwide. I pitched a full-scale digital campaign, complete with branded pop-ups, influencer tie-ins, and a short-form docuseries about modern food culture and tech disruption. They greenlit it, with me as creative director. It was the break of a lifetime, and I wasn't wasting it. I poured everything into that campaign. Design, strategy, storytelling. I hired a small team of hungry, underdog freelancers like me. Folks who'd been overlooked, underestimated, told they weren't polished enough. Together, we built something raw and real and addictive. The campaign went viral. We got featured in 2 major industry magazines. Our trailer was retweeted by a celebrity chef with 10 million followers. Suddenly, people were calling me. Startups, agencies, investors. They wanted the guy who built that. But it wasn't about the clients. It was about the next step, the big one. So I took a portion of my savings and made a move. I leased an office downtown. Clean, modern, glass walls like Catalyst, but scrappier, hungrier. I called it Ember & Company, a boutique branding firm for underdogs with fire. And I hired 2 full-time staff, plus 3 rotating contractors, all people like me. Hustlers. Kids who didn't go to Ivy League schools, but knew how to build magic out of chaos. The day the sign went up, that's when it really hit me. I'd done it. Not by chasing approval. Not by begging for a seat at someone else's table. But by building my own. And then, I invited the whole family to see it. I planned a launch party. Nothing huge, just enough to make noise. Local food. Custom cocktail menu. Portfolio wall with framed campaigns. And on the invite list, my parents. A few aunts and uncles. Even Jake. I didn't expect them all to come. But they did. They walked in looking dazed, like they'd accidentally wandered into someone else's success story. My mom kept adjusting her purse strap. My dad tried to act impressed, but couldn't stop glancing at the price tags on the wall art. Jake came in last, wearing a borrowed blazer and the same smirk he'd worn in high school. "Nice place," he said, looking around. "Thanks," I replied. Did it without a single handout. He winced. But I wasn't done. "Want a drink?" I asked, gesturing to the bar. "We've got something special tonight. A little toast to underdogs." He followed me. The room buzzed with clients and press and curious friends of friends. I stood by the mic stand, raised a glass, and cleared my throat. "Thanks for being here," I said. "Some of you know my story. Some don't. But I'll keep it simple. This company was built by people who were told they weren't enough, who were mocked for working weekends, who were told to be happy for someone else's potential while they scraped together a future." I glanced at Jake. He looked away. "But the thing about potential," I continued, "is that it only matters if you use it. And sometimes, the real game changers aren't the ones born with all the advantages. They're the ones who never stopped grinding." The room clapped. Jake stood there, red-faced. And me? I smiled. Because this wasn't revenge. It was proof. But trust me, I hadn't even played my final card yet. The party ended the way most of them do, with laughter, clinking glasses, and guests slowly trickling out under warm yellow light. But the energy was different. My parents left early, polite smiles masking the confusion they couldn't quite hide. They looked around my office like they were walking through someone else's life, someone they couldn't claim. My dad gave a stiff pat on the back. My mom whispered something about being so proud, but the words felt hollow, like she didn't know how to say them anymore, or maybe had never meant them in the first place. Jake lingered. Of course he did. He hung around the bar, sipping from a bottle of IPA he probably couldn't pronounce. His blazer sleeves were too short, his smile too wide. He was fishing for a lifeline. I knew it before he even opened his mouth. "You really built all this?" he asked, gesturing around the room. "Yeah," I said. "From scratch." "Crazy, man. I mean, it's impressive. Really. I didn't think you'd, I raised an eyebrow. "Didn't think I'd what?" He held up a hand, laughing nervously. "No offense. I just mean, you always seem so focused on working and studying. I figured you'd burn out. But hey, guess you proved everyone wrong, huh?" He said it like it was some kind of compliment. Like he hadn't spent half our childhood calling me a loser. "Guess I did," I replied flatly. Then came the pitch. "I've been thinking," he said, setting down the beer. "Maybe it's time I get serious too. Do something real. Maybe start over. Get into branding, like you." I didn't say anything. "So," he continued, "I was wondering if you had any openings. Just freelance, even. I've got ideas, man. I just need a chance." There it was. The ask. It took everything in me not to laugh. Because the final piece of my plan was already in motion. And Jake, poor, clueless Jake, had just handed me the perfect opportunity to deliver it. "Actually," I said, pretending to think, "there is something you might be perfect for." His face lit up. "Seriously? Dude, I'd owe you big time." "I've got a client," I continued. "He's launching a new subscription box, luxury grooming for men. Think high-end razors, skincare, that kind of thing. Wants to target college guys. But he needs someone who really understands the demographic. Someone who can help him with tone, voice, even video content." Jake leaned in. "I can do that. Easy." I smiled. "Figured you'd say that. I'll connect you. But fair warning, he's intense. Real perfectionist. If you screw up, it reflects on me. So don't screw up." Jake puffed his chest. "You won't regret it, bro." But I would. That was the point. Because the client didn't exist. Well, not in the way Jake thought. A few months back, during my early freelance days, I'd built a dummy brand to test market engagement. Valorcrate, a fictional men's grooming company that never launched. The brand had a full identity, logo, colors, fake product renders, a website, a newsletter with 12 pre-written entries, and even a dead-end Shopify page. Just a shell. But it looked real. So I resurrected it, updated the logo, refreshed the copy, and then I crafted a fake identity. Brent Wexler, founder of Valorcrate, type A, fast-paced, obsessed with image. I created a burner email, an AI-generated profile pic, and even a fake LinkedIn account. It was disturbingly easy. Then I had Brent reach out to Jake. The emails were short, clipped, professional. The tone? Cold. Jake responded like a golden retriever chasing a stick. Brent assigned him small tasks at first, sample tweets, fake ad scripts, mock slogans. Jake sent them back with endless emojis and hashtags, clearly trying too hard. Brent replied with vague encouragement and more tasks. Then came the real kicker. Brent sent Jake a contract, fake, of course, that included a clause about compensation being performance-based after a 90-day trial period. Jake signed it without blinking. For 3 months, I kept him running in circles. Mock-up after mock-up, concept after concept. Each time he'd ask about payment, Brent would reply with corporate jargon. "We're finalizing budgets, waiting for series of funding. Legal is reviewing invoices." Jake swallowed it all. Because he wanted in. He wanted the lifestyle. The respect. He wanted what I had. But you can't shortcut character. You can't fake discipline. And Jake was faking everything. Around week 12, Brent told him there'd be a live investor pitch, a chance to prove himself. Jake panicked. He begged for slides, bullet points, anything. So I, as Brent, sent him a pitch deck. It was full of red herrings, buzzwords with no meaning, fake stats, broken data links, slide titles like Vision Synergy 4.0 and Customer Domination Matrix. It was nonsense, and I told him to present it solo, to an investor friend of mine. The meeting was set at a co-working space I'd rented for the afternoon. I hired an actor, clean-cut, mid-40s, with a no-nonsense face, to play the role of Marcus Chun, a venture capitalist from Stone River Capital. I gave him a script, told him to act confused, frustrated, skeptical. Jake showed up in a wrinkled dress shirt, holding a flash drive and sweating through his collar. I watched from the other room through a glass wall. He bombed. Every slide confused him. The stats didn't add up. The actor kept interrupting with questions Jake couldn't answer. Who is your target demo again? Why is your retention rate based on fictional projections? Why are there 2 slides labeled Slide 5? Jake stammered, apologized, tried to recover. But by the end, Marcus just shook his head and said, "We'll pass. Best of luck." Jake left crushed. And I walked into the empty room 15 minutes later and picked up his forgotten flash drive. It had the words, "Final pitch," scribbled in Sharpie. I almost felt bad. Almost. But the fallout wasn't over. The next day, Brent emailed Jake. This trial was disappointing. We're terminating the contract, effective immediately. Do not contact us further. Jake responded with a flurry of desperate messages. What did I do wrong? I thought we had something. Can we talk about this? I never replied. Instead, I sent one final email, not from Brent, but from me. Subject line, still waiting on that potential? No body, just an attachment, a screen cap of Jake's own words from years ago, a Facebook comment under one of my high school photos. Logan thinks he's such a big shot for working at Ace Hardware. Pathetic. You'll be folding boxes forever, bro. Meanwhile, I'll be making real money with my brain. LOL. The silence afterward? Deafening. I didn't hear from Jake for months, but I did hear from my parents. The next time my mom called, her voice cracked. Jake's not doing well, she said. I stayed quiet. He's different now. I don't know how to reach him. I wanted to tell her it wasn't now. Jake had always been that way. She just hadn't looked hard enough. But I didn't say it. I let her sit in the silence. The final act of revenge wasn't loud. It wasn't cruel. It was a mirror, held up so they could see the truth they'd spent 2 decades ignoring. Jake wasn't the victim. He was the result of constant praise without performance, of love without limits, of potential without action. And me? I'd been forged in the fire they left me in. Now I stood above it. Clear. Whole. Unapologetically me. Somewhere, Jake's probably still chasing shortcuts. Still waiting for the next handout. Still blaming the world for not bowing to his greatness. But I'm done looking back. Because the truth is, I didn't destroy Jake. He just finally caught up to the version of himself he'd been running from all along. And me? I kept driving. Porsche humming. City lights blurring past the windshield. My life, finally mine. No apologies. No more looking over my shoulder. And for the first time in forever, I didn't know anyone a thing. My name's Marcus, I'm 27, and last month I graduated from law school. I didn't come from a line of lawyers or anything like that. In fact, I'm the first person in my entire family to even finish college. My mom used to say I was the responsible one, but lately I'm not sure she meant it as a compliment. I've always been the quiet type, the one who pays bills on time, stays late at work, and keeps a folder of receipts in alphabetical order. The one who showed up for everyone else. Birthdays, funerals, babysitting emergencies, and especially the stuff no one else wanted to deal with. For years, I poured into them. They were all I had. So when I got accepted into a top 15 law school with a partial scholarship, I thought things would change. Not because I needed praise, but because I figured they'd finally see me. I spent 3 grueling years juggling classes, internships, student loan stress, and a night shift at a campus security desk just to keep the lights on. And through it all, I kept this mental picture of the finish line, standing on stage in my cap and gown, scanning the crowd, and seeing my family smiling back, maybe even a tear or two. 2 months before graduation, I emailed everyone. My mom, my stepdad Gary, my uncle Lou, and my younger cousin Jenna. I booked 4 flights back home to California, rented a suite for the weekend, and reserved 4 prime seats for the graduation ceremony. Front row. The kind of spots that you have to know someone to even ask about. I paid for everything, $9,000 all in. I told myself it was worth it. It's your once-in-a-lifetime moment, I said. Of course they'll come. They all said they were excited. My mom even texted me. Proud of you, baby. Can't wait. And for a while, I let myself believe it. I ordered custom programs with their names printed inside, hired a photographer for family portraits after the ceremony, and even got a plaque engraved. To Marcus. Our rock, our future. I planned to surprise them with it at dinner that night. The first crack appeared 3 days before graduation. I was in the middle of drafting my valedictory remarks. Yeah, I was chosen to speak when I got a text from Jenna. It just said, "Hey, can't come. Finals week. Sorry." No emoji. No call. Just that. I blinked at it for a solid minute, wondering if maybe she was kidding. But nothing else came. The next day, Uncle Lou dropped out. Said he had a conflict with his golf club's quarterly tournament. His exact words? "Can't skip this one, kid. We're finally going to take the trophy this year." As if my graduation was a pickup game. I felt a sharp flick of anger, but kept it buried. I still had my mom and stepdad, right? I kept checking their flight status obsessively, refreshing the page like it would somehow change what I saw. Flight canceled, no rebooking. I called. No answer. I called again. Nothing. Finally, the night before the ceremony, I got a group text. My mom wrote, "Hey honey, we're not going to make it. Gary's not feeling well, and honestly, sitting through all that just sounds like a nightmare. But we're super proud of you. Enjoy the big day." Followed by 2 clapping emojis. My chest went cold. And then Lou chimed in. "Call us when you actually win something, counselor." I stared at my phone like it had physically slapped me. I'd spent thousands for people who couldn't even pretend to care. All the old feelings I thought I'd grown out of came crashing back. The ignored birthdays, the missed school plays, the times I got, "maybe next time," as an answer to anything that mattered to me. I sat there for a long time in my tiny studio apartment, surrounded by unopened caps, robes, and name cards, trying not to spiral. The next morning, I walked to the auditorium with my diploma folder tucked under my arm. I wasn't smiling. I wasn't angry either. Just hollow. I gave the speech. I shook the dean's hand. I stood for the photos. But when I looked out at the sea of proud families, I saw those 4 empty seats right up front. Reserved. Untouched. That's when I knew what I had to do. After the ceremony, I walked back down the aisle alone. The ushers were starting to clean up. I asked one of them if I could borrow a few minutes. He nodded. I sat down in the first row, right in the seat with my mom's name on it, pulled the diploma from its folder, and draped it across all 4 chairs. Then I took out my phone and snapped a photo. No smile. No caption. Just the truth. An hour later, I texted it to the group chat. The message was simple. "This is what you missed." That image must have hit harder than I expected because my mom called about 3 hours later. I let it ring. Then again. And again. The 6th time, I finally answered. She was crying, full-on sobbing, asking why I was being so cold. She said they didn't think it would hurt me this much, and that I was making a scene. That phrase lit something inside me. Making a scene? They ditched the biggest moment of my life, and now I was the one being dramatic? She said Gary was too tired to travel, that Jenna had exams, that Lou was joking when he said I should win something first. Then she said something that made my stomach flip. "You'll have other big moments, Marcus. We'll be there for the next one, okay?" I looked around at the tiny celebration happening in my apartment. 1 balloon, a cold pizza, and a single cupcake. And I said, "There won't be a next one. Not with you." She went quiet. And then, without telling her what it was, I mentioned the paperwork I had signed that morning. The change I'd made. Something legal. Something permanent. I didn't explain further, not yet. But it was done. The silence on the other end of the phone was deafening. For a woman who'd always had something to say, whether it was unsolicited advice or backhanded praise, my mom suddenly didn't know how to fill the space. When she finally spoke, her voice was smaller. "Marcus, what did you do?" I didn't answer. I just told her I had a lot to think about and ended the call. Because what I'd signed that morning wasn't some empty gesture or emotional threat. It was a real legal document, one I'd had drafted, notarized, and filed. See, during my 3rd year of law school, I'd worked part-time for a firm that specialized in estate planning and family law. One of the first things I learned? You don't need to be old to write a will, just smart. And maybe a little burned. I'd built a modest portfolio over the years. A few long-term investments, a retirement account, Some startup equity from a summer internship that paid in shares instead of salary. Nothing flashy, but enough that if something happened to me, it could help someone start over. And up until a few days ago, that someone was my family. I'd named my mom as primary beneficiary on everything. Gary as backup. Jenna and Uncle Lou in the mix for small things, a savings account here, a car there. But after what they did, that changed. The morning of graduation, I visited my old firm. Sat across from my mentor, an older attorney named Craig who'd taken me under his wing since 2L year. He didn't ask a lot of questions, just nodded when I explained what I wanted. We updated everything, removed every family member by name. I even added a clause. In the event any of the above-named individuals contests this will or any related documents, they are to be disqualified from any inheritance or claim to the estate. Craig smiled when I asked for that part. "You're learning fast," he said. And then I named someone else entirely as my new beneficiary, someone who had shown up. Someone who wasn't family by blood, but had treated me like a brother for years. My roommate, Trey. Trey had been my ride or die since 1L. He's the reason I didn't burn out. The one who stayed up quizzing me for torts finals, who shared every microwave dinner and late-night ramen when I couldn't afford groceries. When I twisted my ankle 2 months before finals, it was Trey who carried my laptop and helped me limp into class. He'd even ironed my gown the night before graduation while blasting 2000s R&B and pretending we were backstage at the Grammys. He didn't know about the paperwork yet. I hadn't told him, but I felt at peace knowing that if anything ever happened to me, the things I'd worked for wouldn't go to the people who only remembered I existed when they wanted something. The fallout from that one photo was slow at first. My cousin Jenna didn't respond at all. She just ghosted the group chat like nothing had happened. Lou replied with a single-word text, "Drama." No surprise there. But my mom? She spiraled. Over the next 48 hours, I got more messages than I had in the entire past year combined. First, the guilt-tripping texts. "We've always supported you in our own way. You don't understand how stressful things have been lately. Can't you just be proud of what you've done without making us the villains?" Then came the veiled threats. "You don't want to throw away your family over one event. Gary says we should talk before you make anything permanent. Don't do anything stupid out of anger. Blood is blood." That last one. That one made me laugh. Because they never seemed to remember blood is blood when I was the one asking for something. When I needed help moving apartments between semesters. Too busy. When I sent Christmas cards every year. No replies. When I graduated undergrad summa cum laude. No one showed. But the second I drew a boundary, suddenly we were family again. And then, the real kicker came 3 days after graduation. My mom sent me a photo, one of the ones I'd had printed for the post-ceremony dinner. In it, she was sitting with me on the stage, smiling like she'd been there all along. Only she hadn't. She photoshopped herself in. She actually had someone edit her into my graduation photo. I stared at it, jaw slack. The lighting was wrong. Her proportions were off. And worst of all, she had the nerve to post it on Facebook with the caption, "Proud of my baby boy, future Supreme Court Justice." Complete with likes, comments from her friends, and people congratulating her. I almost threw my phone. I didn't comment. I didn't even report it. I just took a screenshot, saved it in a folder labeled Delusions, and moved on. At that point, it wasn't just disappointment anymore. It was clarity. I realized I'd spent so long hoping they'd become the family I wished I had, that I never accepted the family I actually had. And that meant the only thing left to do now was let go. I started with the joint account, the one I'd opened years ago when my mom hit a rough patch and I helped cover rent and groceries. I'd forgotten it even existed until I saw a transaction from that morning, $43.79 at some gas station. She was still using it. So I closed it, froze the card, redirected the funds to my personal account. No warning, just done. I drafted an email next. Calm, professional, but final. I stated that moving forward, I'd be focusing on building a life with people who respected me and that any further communication regarding money, holidays, or family emergencies should be directed elsewhere. I CC'd them all. No one replied. But the next day, something unexpected happened. A letter arrived. Handwritten. From Gary. He said he didn't agree with how my mom handled things, that he tried to convince her to go to the graduation, but she refused to budge. He said watching the fallout had been a wake-up call. He even apologized for not doing more to defend me over the years. At the bottom, He left his number and said he'd respect my decision, no matter what it was. And for the first time in this entire ordeal, I didn't know how to feel, because part of me wanted to tear the letter up. But another part wondered if maybe, just maybe, I wasn't as alone as I thought. Still, the damage was done. And that legal change I made, that was just the first step. Because what came next was bigger than any of them could have imagined. I sat with Gary's letter for a full day before I even considered replying. The handwriting was shaky but deliberate, the words almost too carefully chosen. Not flowery, but cautious, like someone trying to balance guilt with self-preservation. I reread the part where he said he didn't agree with my mom, and I'll admit, it hit differently than I expected. Growing up, Gary was never outright cruel. He was more of a background figure, always in the room, rarely in the conversation. When I was 12 and my bike got stolen, it was Gary who silently drove me to the pawn shops to look for it. When my laptop died during my first semester of law school, it was Gary who quietly mailed me a refurbished one with no note, just a sticker that said, "Keep going." But he also never stood up to my mom when she dismissed me, when she made little digs about how I was too sensitive or trying too hard to be special. So yeah, part of me wondered if the letter was real, or if it was his way of staying in my good graces now that I had something they could brag about. But I didn't reply. Not yet. Instead, I focused on something else, the second copy of the diploma. I'd ordered two, one to keep framed in my apartment, and another to bring home for a special gift. Originally, I'd planned to give it to my mom, to surprise her with it at the celebration dinner. It had come in this beautiful leather-bound case with a gold clasp. Very official. But now, looking at it just made my stomach twist. I took it out and stared at it for a long time. The name, Marcus Elijah Cole, glinted in embossed lettering. Below that, Juris Doctor, magna cum laude. And above it, the university's crest, shining like something out of a dream. This was supposed to be the centerpiece of a proud family moment. Instead, it sat in my hands like a piece of evidence. Proof that I'd achieved something no one in my family cared enough to show up for. That's when the idea hit me. I'd already sent them the photo of the diploma draped across their empty seats. That was step one. But now, I wanted to make sure the second copy of this diploma meant something too. So I drove back to the law firm. Craig wasn't in that day, but his assistant, Danny, was. She'd seen me around the office enough to smile and wave without needing much context. I told her I needed a new notary stamp, and she handed me a fresh one with a wink. "Another scorched earth letter?" she joked. "Something like that," I said. I went home and sat at my desk for hours, writing. What started as a short letter turned into something much longer. I poured out every thought I'd never said aloud. Every moment I remembered as a kid feeling like the family afterthought. Every holiday where I watched my siblings open gifts while I got socks. Every call that went unanswered. Every "will come next time." That never came. But I didn't stop there. I wrote about law school. About what it felt like to be surrounded by brilliant people and still feel like I didn't belong. About eating stale granola bars for dinner and washing laundry at 2 a.m. so I could make my 8 a.m. classes. About the sheer terror of thinking I might fail, not for myself, but because if I did, no one would care enough to catch me. I ended it with this. "You told me to call when I won something. Well, here it is. But I didn't win because of you. I won in spite of you. And from now on, I'm not working this hard for a seat at your table. I'm building my own." I signed it. I printed it. I slid it inside the diploma case. Then I wrapped the whole thing in brown paper and shipped it, priority, signature required, to my mother's address. The next day, I blocked her number. No drama. No yelling. Just silence. It was surprisingly peaceful. That weekend, I went to dinner with Trey and some of our law school friends. We toasted with cheap champagne, laughed about bar prep stress, and argued over which Supreme Court justice had the worst haircut. And for once, I didn't feel like I was performing. I didn't feel like I was trying to prove anything to anyone. I was just me. A week passed. Then another. And then, out of nowhere, I got a text from Jenna. "What did you send, Grandma?" I blinked. Grandma? I hadn't even considered that the package might be opened in a family setting. My mom must have brought it over to show off, maybe thinking it was some fancy recognition or award. But instead, she'd unwrapped my words. No filters. No sugarcoating. I didn't reply to Jenna. I didn't know her an explanation. But I did go check my email and saw something that made my heart stop. There, in my inbox, was a new message. Subject: request to schedule mediation family estate dispute. From a name I didn't recognize. A lawyer. Representing Lou. Apparently, he didn't take too kindly to being removed from my estate plan. You'd think someone like Uncle Lou would just take the hint and move on. But Lou wasn't the type to let go of anything, especially not money. He'd once sued his ex-wife over a ceramic garden gnome collection and spent $4,000 trying to prove a point. So when I removed him from my will, I should have known he'd treat it like a personal attack. But here's the thing Lou didn't understand. I wanted him to react. That's why I left just enough breadcrumbs. I wanted someone to test me, to see if I meant business. And out of all of them, Lou was always the loudest, the most entitled, and the least capable of recognizing when he was out of his depth. The mediation request came through a week after the package with my letter and diploma landed in my mom's hands. According to the email, Lou had seen the letter, assumed it applied retroactively to assets he thought he was still entitled to, and decided he'd been unjustly disinherited. He didn't realize, or maybe didn't care, that I was still very much alive. That's not how wills work, obviously. You can't contest a living person's estate plan unless you're alleging fraud, coercion, or mental incompetence. Lou's lawyer tried to argue all three. It was insulting, honestly, that I'd somehow been coerced into removing Lou from my financial planning. By whom? Myself? The first mediation session was virtual. Lou showed up wearing a golf polo and Bluetooth headset, looking smug and clueless. His lawyer, a guy who looked like he'd been pulled off a Craigslist ad, opened with a speech about deep emotional harm and verbal contracts within families. I just sat there, hands folded, letting my new attorney, yes, I had one now, dismantle their argument like it was a case study in how not to sue. Lou's lawyer tried to bring up past financial gifts I'd given, like the time I helped pay for Jenna's tutoring or when I covered a few months of utilities for Mom. He argued that these created a reasonable expectation of future support. My attorney calmly pointed out that family generosity does not equal a binding contract. It was over in 15 minutes. The mediator turned to Lou and said, "Sir, unless your nephew is deceased or declared legally incapacitated, you have no standing here." Lou looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. "So what? He can just cut us off." "Yes," the mediator said flatly. And that was it. After the meeting ended, my lawyer turned to me with a grin. "Well, that was fun. Want to make it official?" I nodded. We moved ahead with finalizing a revocable trust. I consolidated all of my assets, investments, savings, even future intellectual property rights from a casebook I was helping publish, into a protected trust with clearly stated terms. And just for good measure, I added a no-contest clause with teeth. If anyone named in the trust attempted to challenge it, they'd forfeit their share. Gary was the only family member I left in, not because I fully trusted him yet, but because of that letter. Because unlike the rest, he'd shown a flicker of remorse. That mattered. The rest of the summer passed quietly. I started studying for the bar, spending long hours at the library with Trey, downing espresso shots and highlighting everything in sight. Occasionally, I'd get updates, secondhand messages from extended family trying to check in. I didn't respond. Then one day, Trey knocked on my bedroom door with a weird look on his face. "You should see this," he said, handing me his phone. It was a Facebook post from my mom. People think success means money or titles. But real success is knowing who stood by you when it mattered. We raised a lawyer. We're proud. But we don't support entitlement, even from family. She had the audacity to paint herself as the victim. Comments flooded in, friends offering hugs, support, some even taking her side. One said, "Your son sounds ungrateful. Stay strong, Queen." Queen. I didn't respond publicly. I didn't take the bait. Instead, I printed the post, folded it neatly, and tucked it into a folder labeled Emotional Receipts. Right behind a screenshot of Lou's failed legal threat, and the image of my diploma spread across those empty seats. But the real closure came 2 weeks later, on a random Tuesday morning. I was halfway through my flashcards when the doorbell rang. I opened it and found Gary standing there. No warning, no text, holding a small cardboard box and looking different, tired, nervous, human. He didn't try to come in. He just handed me the box and said, "She wanted me to bring this. Said it belonged to you." I opened it right there. Inside was an old photo album, one I hadn't seen in years. It had pictures of me as a kid, all the usual milestones: first day of school, Halloween costumes, me in a cheap suit at my high school debate tournament. And tucked into the front cover was a short letter. Handwritten. From her. The handwriting was messy this time. Angry even. I don't know what you want from me. I'm sorry I didn't come. But I've given you everything I had. I wasn't perfect. But I don't deserve this level of punishment. You embarrassed me. You made your point. Now come home. I closed the letter. Gary watched me for a moment and asked, "Is there any way back from this, Marcus?" I didn't answer right away. I just looked at the photo album. Then I looked at him and said, "I don't need her to be perfect. I needed her to care." He nodded. "She won't say it, but she regrets it. She watches your speech on YouTube every night." That part surprised me. I hadn't even posted it. Apparently, the university had. It had gotten a few thousand views. The comments were kind. Some even said it made them cry. I thought about what Gary said. Then I stepped outside, closed the door behind me, and sat down on the porch next to him. We didn't talk about the past. Not directly. But we sat there for a long time. Quiet. Easy. And maybe that was enough. The next day, I mailed the photo album back. No note, no message. Just the album. That was my final answer. When the bar results came in, I passed. Top 10%. Trey popped a bottle of champagne, and I let myself feel it. The win. The real one. Not for them. For me. I accepted an offer at a mid-sized firm in Chicago a month later. Good salary. Great mentorship. Real potential. Before I left, I packed up my apartment, boxed up every memory from law school, and left a framed copy of my diploma in Trey's room, with a post-it on it. For the real ones who showed up. I haven't spoken to my mother since. She still sends holiday texts. She even tried to Venmo me once, $20, with a caption that said, "For coffee. Don't be a stranger." I declined the payment. And I still have the original photo. The diploma draped over 4 empty chairs. Sometimes I look at it, not out of bitterness, but as a reminder that sometimes the family you choose matters more than the one you're born into. And sometimes revenge isn't loud. It's quiet. It's living well. It's being okay without them. And I am. I really am. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. I'm not really sure what I expected when I woke up that morning. Maybe nerves, maybe excitement, maybe a mix of both. But instead, all I felt was nothing. Numb. Like my body had gone through so much hope and disappointment over the years that there wasn't much left to feel. My name's Nate. I'm 23. And yesterday was supposed to be the biggest day of my life. Graduation day. For years of lectures, sleepless nights, part-time jobs, coffee-fueled study sessions, and sheer determination were finally about to pay off. I was walking across that stage, alone apparently. It's not that I didn't invite them. I did. A month ago, I sent my mom a formal printed invitation with a handwritten note inside. Would mean the world to me if you came. I know we've had our differences, but this is important to me. I even texted her the week before, and again 2 days prior. No response. Not even a thumbs up emoji. I try not to read too much into it. I figured maybe she was waiting till the last minute to surprise me. Or maybe, just maybe, my mom and sister weren't as heartless as they'd seemed all these years. I know that sounds naive, but when it's your own family, you always keep a little sliver of hope, don't you? No matter how small. For context, growing up in my house was complicated. My mom, Diane, raised my sister and me mostly on her own. My dad walked out when I was 8. Never heard from him again. But my mom? She never missed an opportunity to remind me how much of a burden I was. "You're just like him." She'd snap whenever I forgot to take out the trash or brought home a B on a test. But my sister Leah? She could do no wrong. If she failed a class, it was the teacher's fault. If I got an A, I must have cheated. That kind of thing. I guess I stopped expecting fairness around age 15. That's when Leah got caught shoplifting, and my mom blamed me for distracting her with my nerdy energy. I wasn't even there. I was at home playing Skyrim. But that's just how things worked in our house. Leah was the golden child. I was the scapegoat. Still, I never stopped trying to prove myself. I figured if I worked hard enough, succeeded enough, maybe they'd finally see me as worth something. I took AP classes, worked at a bookstore on weekends, saved up for my own laptop, and eventually earned a full scholarship to a pretty decent university. It wasn't Ivy League or anything, but it was mine. Every exam, every paper, every grueling group project, I did it on my own. No help, no cheering section. And yet, I still mailed her that invitation. Still clung to the fantasy that maybe, just maybe, They'd sit in the crowd and cheer when my name was called. That they'd see me in my cap and gown, hear my name echo through the auditorium, and finally say, "We're proud of you." So when I stepped onto that stage yesterday and looked out into the audience, I couldn't help but scan the rows. One side of the room erupted in applause when a girl ahead of me walked, probably her family. The guy behind me had a whole cheering squad with matching shirts. Me? Just silence. They weren't there. No one was. The dean handed me my degree with a rehearsed smile, but even he seemed to sense the absence. I forced a smile for the camera, heart sinking. When I walked off the stage, the other grads were hugging their parents, posing for family selfies, tossing their caps in the air. I stood off to the side, phone in hand, pretending to check messages so I wouldn't look completely pathetic. And then, against my better judgment, I called her. The phone rang twice before she picked up. I heard her voice, and instantly I regretted it. "What?" she snapped. My voice cracked a little. "Hey, just wanted to see if you were still planning to come. I just walked. Thought maybe you were. Why would we celebrate you?" She cut in, her voice cold. "You'll never be successful." Then, in the background, I heard Leah laughing. Full-on, mocking laughter. Like this was the punchline to some cruel inside joke. I didn't respond right away. I couldn't. I just stared at my reflection in a dark window of the building across from me, phone still pressed to my ear, fingers clenched so tightly they turned white. "You still there?" my mom asked, sounding bored. I took a breath, then another, and then I smiled. See, what she didn't know, what neither of them knew, was that while they were busy mocking me, I wasn't standing outside the venue alone. I was standing outside a steakhouse. Because earlier that week, I'd gotten an email from someone unexpected, Miss Clara Jennings, a big name in publishing. My university had hosted a networking event a month back, and I'd pitched her a few ideas. She liked them, said she saw promise. We stayed in touch. She congratulated me on graduation and offered to take me out for dinner to celebrate. Just the two of us. That dinner was happening tonight. As in, right now. I glanced through the glass. She was already inside, seated at the table, smiling politely at the waiter. A kind, poised woman in her mid-50s, hair tied back neatly, wearing a deep red scarf. The same woman whose company just happened to employ my mother as a glorified receptionist. I snapped a picture of myself outside the restaurant, cap still on, degree folder in hand, the glowing sign above me clearly readable. Crimson Oak, private dining. Then I texted it to my mom with a short message. Funny how failures still get hired above you. I watched through the window as Ms. Jennings spotted me, smiled warmly, and gestured for me to come in. I turned back toward the street just as my phone buzzed again. This time, it was a call. From Mom. I didn't answer. Not right away. I just stood there for a second, letting the moment breathe, heart pounding but steady. After years of being dismissed, laughed at, put down, I finally had something they couldn't take from me. Not with words. Not with silence. Not with anything. Eventually, I picked up, and all I heard was her breathing, shaky, uneven. "Nate," she finally whispered, like my name had suddenly become a fragile thing. Wait, what did you mean by that text? What do you mean above me?" I let her sit in that uncertainty. Then I said, "Gotta go. My new boss is waiting." And I hung up. But that wasn't the end. Not even close. Because what happened next was something I never expected. Something that made everything, every insult, every forgotten birthday, every silent Christmas, worth it. But I'll get to that. First, let me tell you what happened after dinner. Let me tell you what she did next. Because if you think she was going to take this lying down, you don't know my mother. She came back with claws out, and she brought Leah with her. I'll admit, dinner was the one part of the day that felt surreal, in the best way possible. Ms. Jennings, or Clara as she insisted I call her, was gracious and sharp-witted. She asked questions about my ideas, genuinely listened to my answers, and even laughed at my awkward jokes. We talked about the publishing industry, how it was shifting, how voices like mine, new, hungry, and a little rough around the edges, were exactly what companies needed. At one point, she leaned back and said, "I like you, Nate. You've got that thing. Drive without the ego. It's rare." Then she offered me a position, entry level, but with room to grow. Editorial assistant. Good pay, benefits, a mentor, and a path forward. All mine, if I wanted it. I accepted before dessert arrived. We toasted with sparkling water. Clara didn't drink, and as I sipped from the glass, I felt a peace I hadn't known in years. Not happiness, not pride. Just clarity. Like the static in my life had finally gone quiet. But that peace lasted about as long as the Uber ride back to my apartment. Because by the time I walked in, my phone had 16 missed calls from Mom and 4 from Leah. I stared at the screen, then tossed the phone on the couch, deciding not to let them ruin this. Not tonight. And then my apartment buzzer rang. I thought maybe it was a friend, or my roommate forgot his key again, but when I answered the intercom, I heard her voice, sharp and shrill, even through the static. "Nathaniel, open this door right now." I froze. She never used my full name unless she was furious. I looked through the peephole. Sure enough, there she was. Diane in a wrinkled gray coat, heels slightly scuffed, eyes burning with that particular brand of maternal rage that used to make me flinch on instinct. And next to her, arms crossed and smirking, was Leah. Hair freshly done, nails long and shiny, face contorted with smug amusement like this was all just another episode in her favorite drama. I didn't open the door. I just turned and leaned against it. "Nate," she shouted again. "Don't make me call the landlord." She would. I knew she would. So I pressed the intercom button and said, calmly, "You're trespassing. Leave now." That's when she lost it. "You think you can humiliate me? Me? After everything I did for you? This is how you repay me? You ungrateful brat. You didn't even come to my graduation," I said flatly. "You didn't earn a celebration. That degree means nothing if you think it makes you better than your own family." Behind her, Leah laughed again. I finally cracked the door open just enough to look her in the eye. "I don't think I'm better than you," I said. "But your boss does." And I shut the door. Hard. They stayed outside for another 5 minutes, arguing, yelling, calling me names I won't repeat. I stood in the hallway, arms crossed, heart pounding like a war drum. Part of me expected them to break the door down. But eventually, the yelling stopped. I peeked through the peephole again. They were gone. I thought that was the end of it. I was wrong. The next morning, I got a call from HR. Clara's assistant. Very polite, very professional, but clearly uncomfortable. "Hi, Nate. I'm calling because there was a situation at the office this morning. Someone came in claiming to be your mother. She demanded a meeting with Ms. Jennings and caused quite a scene in the lobby. Security had to escort her out." I sat there, stunned. "Wait, what? She actually showed up there?" "She was shouting something about how she built you from scratch and how you were stealing what was hers. Honestly, it was disturbing. Ms. Jennings wanted me to let you know she's fine, and this doesn't affect your offer. But she thought you should be aware." I apologized profusely, but the assistant just chuckled lightly. "She said to tell you," exact words, "tell Nate that his family just confirmed I made the right choice." I was equal parts mortified and amazed. Clara hadn't just brushed it off. She'd defended me. Still, I couldn't shake the knot in my stomach. That night, I kept the chain lock on the door, just in case. I knew my mom. And this was only step 1. Step 2 came the following day when I checked my email. There it was. A long, rambling message from her, sent to my personal and new work email. No idea how she even found that one. With the subject line, "You owe me." She started with guilt. "How dare you betray your own mother like this?" Then shifted to threats. "You think this job will protect you? Wait till I tell Clara about what you were really like growing up. Let's see how long you last then." And finally, desperation. "Just bring me with you. I can get a better job too. You can't leave us behind, Nate. We're family." That last word made my stomach turn. She had never said that word with warmth, only with weight, like chains. Still, I didn't respond. I forwarded the email to Clara, just in case, and got a reply an hour later. "Don't worry. She's blocked from the premises. We've seen this before. You're doing great." That's when I realized this wasn't a one-off tantrum. This was a war, and the battleground was my success. See, my mom wasn't mad because I betrayed her. She was mad because I'd done it without her. Because I hadn't begged. Because I hadn't dragged her into the spotlight with me, giving her credit for a victory she actively tried to sabotage. And Leah? Well, she made her move next. Because it turns out, she'd been lying low until she saw the headlines. I'll explain. The publishing house had posted a congratulatory piece about new hires, and apparently, they'd included my name. Nothing big. Just congratulations to our new editorial assistant, Nate Collins. And suddenly, Leah remembered she had a brother. She posted a photo of us as kids, one of the few that still existed, captioned, So proud of my little bro. Making big moves. I saw it because people from high school started messaging me. Wow, you and your sister are close again? That's awesome. I didn't know you guys reconnected. We hadn't. I hadn't spoken to her since the door incident. She was trying to rewrite the story. Rewrite me. And it worked, at least for a while. Until I found out what she was really up to behind the scenes. She'd started emailing Clara too. Pretending to be a supportive sister, then subtly planting seeds. Nate's always been a bit unstable, you know? Just looking out for him. Let me know if you ever need insight. She even sent one of my old high school essays as evidence that I had a pattern of delusions. But I wasn't going to take that lying down. And what I did next, well, it changed everything. Let's just say, I stopped trying to get their approval and started making them regret underestimating me. But that's where things get interesting. Because when I finally pulled the trigger on my plan, the fallout was worse than even I expected. So here's the part where things started to turn. Up until now, I'd been playing defense, ignoring their messages, avoiding confrontation, hoping, stupidly, that maybe if I kept moving forward, they'd eventually give up and crawl back into the bitter little corner they came from. But that was never going to happen. People like my mom and Leah don't retreat. They don't accept change unless they can control it. And when they can't control it, they lash out. They rewrite the story. They claw and twist and smear until you look like the villain and they look like the misunderstood victims. I used to worry that fighting back would make me just like them. That revenge meant sinking to their level. But what I finally realized, and maybe this is just something you have to learn the hard way, is that defending yourself isn't petty. Setting boundaries isn't mean. And sometimes, you don't just push back. You build a wall so high they can't even see you anymore. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The first real clue came from Clara. One afternoon, she invited me into her office. Not for anything serious, just a casual chat, or so I thought. She closed the door, folded her hands, and said, "Nate, I trust you. Let me start with that. But I think you should know your sister contacted our head of PR again." I blinked. She what? She said you'd had some sort of breakdown in college. That you'd falsified parts of your resume. She even offered to send screenshots. We didn't entertain it, obviously, but it's not the kind of attention you want during your first month. I felt heat rise to my face. My stomach churned. "I'm sorry," I said automatically. I didn't know she'd. "You don't need to apologize," Clara said firmly. "You didn't choose your family. But you can choose what you let them get away with." That night, I couldn't sleep. Not just because I was angry, but because I felt violated. Like someone had broken into my apartment and touched everything I owned. Leah wasn't just annoying. She wasn't just dramatic. She was dangerous, in that smiling, sugar-coated, behind-your-back way that makes you doubt your own sanity. And Mom, she'd handed her the hammer. I spent the next few days quietly gathering things. Emails, screenshots, messages from classmates and old teachers who remembered how I used to study during lunch while Leah skipped class and blamed it on me. I even reached out to a former manager of mine who remembered when my mom once called my workplace demanding to know why I got a raise and Leah didn't, even though she didn't even work there. Yeah, that happened. But what really sent me over the edge was a message I received from a random girl I hadn't seen since high school. She said Leah had been telling people I was having a breakdown and delusional about his job, that I was apparently stalking some older woman who took pity on him and using her connections to climb the ladder. I read that message 3 times, not even able to process it at first. That's when the numbness wore off. That's when I got mad. Like, truly mad. Not the kind of mad where you yell into a pillow or send a sarcastic text. I mean the kind of slow, cold, calculating anger that makes your thoughts crystal clear. The kind where the sting of betrayal burns so deep, you start plotting, not out of vengeance, but out of necessity. For survival. Because if they wanted a story, fine. I'd give them one. But this time, I'd be the one holding the pen. It started with an idea. Something I'd shelved months ago during finals. A little essay I'd written during my senior seminar. The prompt was simple. Write about a moment in your life when you realized your family wasn't who you thought they were. At the time, I hadn't been brave enough to submit it. But now I had all the courage in the world. So I polished it up, added the real names. Yes, the real ones. And submitted it anonymously to an online magazine known for publishing raw, unfiltered personal essays. Guess who handles their submissions? Clara. I didn't tell her it was mine. I wanted the piece to stand on its own. It was accepted within 48 hours. The title? When Your Family Celebrates Your Failure and Hates Your Success. It didn't name-drop Leah or Mom directly, but anyone who knew us would recognize the details. The line about the mother who told her son, "Why would we celebrate you?" The bit about the sister laughing in the background. The part where the narrator quietly gets a job offer from someone who just happens to be the mother's boss. It was all there. Sharp, honest, a little painful. And it went viral. I watched the views climb by the hour. 10K, 50K, 100K. Then the comment section exploded. People were tagging each other, debating, arguing, sharing their own stories of toxic families. Some thought I should forgive. Others said I should have cut them off years ago. But no one took my family's side. And then something happened that I didn't expect. I got a message. From Clara. Just one sentence. "This was yours, wasn't it?" I replied with a simple, "Yes." She didn't say anything else. Didn't need to. 2 days later, the story made the rounds at the office. People began connecting the dots. Quietly. No one said anything to my face, but I started getting these little nods in the hallway. A hand on the shoulder. A warm smile. Support. Real, tangible support. And then it reached them. Because Leah texted me at midnight. All caps. "What is wrong with you? How dare you make US look like abusers? I hope you're happy. MOM lost her job." I stared at those words for a full minute. Mom. Lost. Her. Job. I didn't celebrate. Not at first. Because even though part of me felt vindicated, another part still felt that little boy trying to win her approval. The one who used to leave notes on her door that said, "Did I do good today?" in crayon. That boy had wanted a hug. Not a war. But the man I was becoming? He knew better. Because what came next made everything else look like a warm-up. Turns out, Mom didn't just get fired. She went nuclear. She started making calls. Posting things on Facebook. Threatening to sue. Telling extended family I was spreading lies. Telling anyone who would listen that I had manipulated Clara into firing her. And then, oh man, she showed up again. This time, not at my apartment, but at a public event. One where Clara was scheduled to speak. I was there too. And what happened next? Changed everything. Clara had been invited to speak on a panel at a publishing industry event. Nothing massive, but big enough to draw a crowd of editors, authors, and rising professionals. I had been invited to attend as part of my onboarding process. Networking, absorbing knowledge, shaking hands. I wasn't planning on saying a word. Just sit, listen, and learn. The event took place in a hotel conference room, one of those well-lit, tastefully decorated spaces with neat rows of chairs, a long table up front for the speakers, and polite chatter filling the air. I wore my nicest shirt, had my notepad out. I was ready to take notes on editorial trends and marketing pipelines. What I didn't expect, what no one expected, was for Diane Collins, my mother, to storm into that room. It was halfway through the panel. Clara was speaking, eloquent as ever, when I saw the back doors burst open. She walked in like a thundercloud, chin high, lips pursed, shoulders tight with fury. Her hair was pulled into a severe bun. She wore a blazer that didn't quite fit and heels that clicked sharply against the floor with each step. She ignored the people trying to stop her, event staff, a young intern, even security, and marched straight toward the front of the room. "Excuse me," she said, loud enough to cut through the microphone. The room quieted. Clara turned slightly in her chair, but didn't get up. Calm, composed, dead silent. "I'd like a moment to speak," my mother continued, still projecting. "It's about the recent lies published by your company. You've made a terrible mistake." Clara didn't move. "Ma'am, this isn't the place for—" "I worked for you," Mom interrupted. "Loyally. For 6 years. And this is how I'm repaid? Fired because of some manipulative, ungrateful child who spun a sob story for pity points." I felt every eye in the room shift in my direction. A few people murmured. Someone in the back said, "Is that the mom from the article?" Clara calmly leaned into her microphone. "Security has been called. Please sit down or leave." "I will not be silenced," Mom snapped. "You've been fooled. That article he wrote? He didn't live that. He invented it. My daughter and I, his only family, we supported him through everything. And now he's telling the world we abused him." She turned to face the audience. "Do you want to know what kind of person he really is?" And then, she said something that froze my blood. "He's not even my son." Gasps. She paused, clearly expecting a dramatic effect. But the room just fell into a stunned silence. No one knew what to do with that. Neither did I. She kept going. He was adopted. Informally. Taken in after his father left. He was never mine biologically, and I should have left him at the shelter when I had the chance. Everything he has, everything, was because of me. And this is how he repays us? By destroying our reputation. I couldn't move. I didn't breathe. For 23 years, I believed I was her son. Treated like a burden, sure. Mocked, ignored, belittled, yes. But still, her son. Now she was saying I wasn't. The silence shattered when security finally arrived. 2 hotel guards flanked her, politely but firmly guiding her toward the exit. "This isn't over," she yelled over her shoulder. "You're going to regret this. He's lying. He's a liar." The doors closed behind her. Clara waited a beat, then turned to the audience. "Let's take a short break," she said. I stood up too fast. My vision blurred. My hands were shaking. Someone touched my arm gently, one of the panelists. "Hey, you okay?" I wasn't, but I nodded anyway. Clara found me in the hallway 10 minutes later. She didn't say anything at first, just stood next to me, shoulder to shoulder. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. "You didn't deserve that." "I didn't know," I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. "About the adoption." Clara looked at me carefully. "Do you want to talk about it?" I shook my head. "Not yet." She placed a hand gently on my shoulder. "When you're ready, I'm here." That night, I didn't sleep. I just lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about everything that came before. All the pieces suddenly fit. The coldness, the resentment, the favoritism, the way she never saw me as hers. Because I wasn't. And that truth hurt more than anything she'd ever said. But something else happened too. A weight lifted. For so long, I've been trying to prove myself to someone who was never going to love me the way I needed. I had wrapped my identity around trying to win her approval. Now, I saw it for what it was. It had never been about me. It had always been about control. The next morning, I wrote a follow-up piece. This time under my full name. The title, "The Woman Who Raised Me Wasn't My Mother, and That's Okay." I told the truth. Everything. From the beginning to the outburst at the event. I didn't embellish. I didn't exaggerate. I just told it as it happened. Raw. Honest. Vulnerable. It broke 1 million views in 2 days. Suddenly, I wasn't just a new hire. I was visible. Other publications reached out. Podcasts. Interviews. People I admired told me my voice mattered. That my story helped them. And best of all, letters came in. From adopted kids. From foster kids. From people who'd cut ties with toxic families and finally felt seen. That was worth more than any revenge. But revenge did come, in its own poetic way. Mom's meltdown wasn't just a public spectacle. It was filmed. A guy from the audience had recorded the whole thing. It hit social media the next morning. And once people connected the dots, it spread fast. She tried to do damage control. Claimed the video was edited. Tried to sue the publication. Threatened to sue me. But no lawyer would take her case. Too much evidence. Too much noise. Leah went quiet too. Deleted her social media. Disappeared from LinkedIn. I later heard from a mutual friend that she tried to get a job at another publishing house by using Clara's name as a reference. Clara personally made the call. Let's just say, that door is closed. As for me, I stayed. I thrived. I moved into a new apartment, small but mine. Started working with authors. Found my footing. Grew stronger. Wiser. I even started leading workshops on writing through trauma. Eventually, Clara invited me to co-author a book. It's called Breaking the Mold, Stories from the Other Side of the Family Portrait. I dedicated it to 2 people. To the woman who gave me a roof, but no roots. And to the stranger who gave me a job and helped me find wings. And that's the story. No dramatic reunion. No last-minute apology. No miracle transformation. Just truth. Just healing. And for the first time in my life, peace. They didn't come to my high school graduation. Not because they were busy. Not because they were sick. Not even because they forgot. No, they chose not to come. My own parents skipped the day I walked across the stage in a wrinkled rental robe to collect my diploma. The same diploma they once told me I'd never earn, because, and I quote, "We're not wasting gas on a failure." Those words didn't just sting. They stayed. Long after the applause died down, long after the photos were posted and untagged by classmates, long after I drove myself back to the empty apartment I'd been renting by the week. I heard those words every night when I slept in my car, parked behind the 24-hour gym where I pretended to work out just so I could sneak in a shower. And I hear them now, years later, while pouring wine into crystal glasses I didn't even know how to pronounce back then. Glasses I bought myself after closing on a $750,000 house with a guest wing my parents suddenly seemed very interested in. But we'll get to that. My name is Miles, I'm 28, and if you'd told me 10 years ago that my life would look like this, the house, the career, the custom-built mahogany dining table I'm currently setting, I probably would have laughed in your face. Because back then, everything felt like a punchline. I was the youngest of three, the afterthought baby that came along by accident, as my mom once joked at a family barbecue, loud enough for everyone to hear, including me. My older brother, Dean, was the golden child, already working in our dad's HVAC company by 19. My sister, Nicole, was the responsible one, married to her high school sweetheart, pregnant by 22, and always sending group texts about her son's first words like she was announcing a Nobel Prize. And then there was me, the weird one, the one who liked to read, the one who didn't want to inherit the family business, the one who didn't fit in and didn't stop trying to anyway. We grew up in a small town where people still waved at each other from their porches and nothing ever really changed. Our parents ran things like a tight ship, or more accurately, like a cruise ship with a strict first-class/steerage divide. Dean got a truck on his 18th birthday. Nicole got her tuition covered for nursing school. I got a job application for the gas station near the highway and a sermon about pulling my weight. I still remember the exact moment I realized things were different for me. It was sophomore year. I had made the honor roll for the first time, after pulling all-nighters for weeks while juggling shifts at the diner. I came home, excited, clutching the paper certificate like it was a trophy. My mom barely glanced up from folding laundry. "That's what you're supposed to do," she said flatly. Why would we celebrate doing the bare minimum? That phrase, the bare minimum, became her favorite thing to throw at me. Didn't matter what I did. Picked up a double shift? Bare minimum. Got into community college? Bare minimum. Won a scholarship? That's great, but it's only partial, right? Dean could crash his truck into a mailbox and still be just going through a rough patch. Nicole could call screaming about her husband staying out all night, and Mom would say, "Marriage is hard. Sweetie, give him grace." But me? I had to be perfect just to be tolerated. I kept my head down for most of high school. I worked, I studied, I skipped prom because I couldn't afford the tux rental. I didn't complain. Not out loud. But inside, I was keeping score. Every missed birthday. Every time they laughed at my ideas. Every time I walked into the room and the air got 10 degrees colder. They thought I didn't notice. I noticed everything. Graduation was supposed to be different. I wanted it to be. I worked for that day. I scraped together enough credits after failing sophomore geometry, not because I was lazy, but because my shifts kept ending at 2 a.m. and I'd nod off in class. I emailed teachers, begged for makeup tests, clawed my way back to a 3.2 GPA. I even landed a spot speaking at the ceremony. Nothing big, just a 2-minute thank you speech, but it mattered to me. It felt like proof, like I'd finally done something worth noticing. I called my parents 2 weeks before the event and asked if they were coming. My mom sighed like I'd asked her to help me move bodies. "How long is this thing?" she asked. I told her. She said they'd see what they could do. I didn't hear from them again until the morning of. Dean texted me at 10:03 a.m. Ceremony started at 10. It was a selfie of him and Dad on the couch, feet up, beers in hand. Caption: "Gas is too expensive. Good luck, scholar." Laughing emoji. I stared at that photo backstage while other kids fixed their tassels and posed with their proud, crying parents. I didn't cry. I smiled. I walked across that stage with my back straight, shook the principal's hand, and looked out at the empty row of seats I'd reserved for my family. Then I walked to my car and sat there and let the smile crack, just a little. It didn't get better after that. They didn't call to ask how the speech went. They didn't mention it when I dropped by a week later to return a lawnmower I borrowed. No one even asked to see pictures. I think Nicole said congrats at some point, in a group chat buried between a photo of her kid holding a juice box and a meme about lazy Gen Z workers. But that was it. The day passed, and they moved on like it never happened. Like I never happened. So I left. I didn't have a plan. I had a beat-up Nissan with 190,000 miles and a duffel bag stuffed with half-folded clothes. I had $2,000 saved from tips. I didn't tell anyone I was going. Just packed up and drove out of that town like it was on fire. First to the city, then to the edge of it, then to a parking lot behind the 24-hour gym where I told myself I was just between places. I'd park late, crack the windows, and curl up with a hoodie over my head. I'd shower in the gym, then sit in the cafe across the street nursing a coffee until my shift at the print shop started. I told people I was staying with friends if they asked. No one ever asked. But I kept going. Took extra shifts. Took freelance jobs. Took rejection after rejection and just kept showing up. Eventually, I built something. First a small business, then a brand, then a life. One brick at a time. One painful, stubborn, impossible brick at a time. And now here I am, in a house with 4 bedrooms, a home office, and the kind of countertops my mom used to cut pictures of from Better Homes and Gardens. I've got a wine rack I don't fully know how to use and a car in the driveway with heated seats. It's not just a house. It's mine. And tonight, that house is going to host 3 people who once told me I wouldn't amount to anything. My phone buzzes. A text from Nicole. Excited for dinner tonight. Can't wait to see the guest wing. She doesn't know that I'm serving a 5-course meal on the plates I bought with my first big client paycheck. She doesn't know I set the table myself, arranged every candle, folded the napkins into little triangles. She doesn't know what I've planned. None of them do. They think I invited them over because I've forgiven them. Because I want to show off. Because I'm lonely. They're wrong. And I can't wait to see their faces when they find out why they're really here. I won't lie. When I first invited them, I didn't expect them to say yes so quickly. Part of me figured they'd ghost the message like they did my graduation, or forget, the way they forgot to return my calls the week I got laid off from my first job. But no. Within 30 minutes of sending out the invitation, my phone lit up like a Christmas tree. Nicole responded first, of course. Always eager to show she was the cool sibling, the one who could bridge the gap between me and our parents. Her text was followed by a group message from Mom that simply read, "We'll be there. What should we bring?" No apology. No small talk. No acknowledgement that we hadn't spoken in months, maybe years in any meaningful way. Just those 4 words, like this was some weekend potluck and not the first time they were stepping foot into my life since I stopped being the family punching bag. Dean's response was what sealed it for me. He sent a thumbs-up emoji. That was it. Not a word. Not a question. Just a silent green thumb like I was confirming a pizza order. Typical Dean. He always believed his presence was enough. Like him, simply showing up was a gift to everyone else in the room. The days leading up to the dinner were a blur of quiet, purposeful work. I cleaned the house twice over. Not because I wanted to impress them, not really. It was more like I needed control over something. I scrubbed the guest bathroom tile until my arms ached, polished the floors, tested the lighting in the dining room. Every time I set a fork down or adjusted the chairs, I imagined them walking in, seeing the place, realizing just how wrong they'd been. But that fantasy didn't bring me the satisfaction I thought it would. It didn't erase the years. It didn't fix the way their voices still lived in my head, nagging, laughing, dismissing me like I was some charity case they reluctantly let tag along. What they didn't know, what they couldn't possibly know, was that this dinner was never about reconnecting. It was about recognition. I didn't want hugs. I didn't want apologies. I didn't want a fresh start. I wanted the truth to sit between us like the roast chicken I'd been basting all afternoon. Hot, heavy, and impossible to ignore. And yet, some part of me still hoped they'd surprise me. That maybe, just maybe, they'd show up changed. Softer, wiser, regretful. But they didn't. They pulled up exactly 15 minutes late, in Dad's old SUV that coughed and sputtered as it parked in front of my sleek black hybrid. I stood by the door, watching through the glass as they climbed out one by one. Mom in her usual beige sweater and judgmental gaze. Dean in a baseball cap and aviators even though the sun had already dipped. Nicole in her fun aunt blouse, carrying a bottle of cheap wine like it was a peace offering. "Wow," she said the moment I opened the door, her voice already high-pitched and fake. "This place is gorgeous, Miles. You've really done well for yourself." "Thanks," I said, stepping aside to let them in. "Glad you could make it." Mom brushed past me without a word, immediately surveying the foyer like she was evaluating a house on some real estate show. "Open concept," she muttered. "Very modern." Dean didn't say anything, just gave me a chin nod before heading straight for the living room and plopping onto the couch. Shoes still on, legs spread like he owned the place. Nicole was the only one who lingered, giving me a quick hug that felt more like a pat on the back. Seriously, Miles, she whispered. This is amazing. I mean, who would have thought, right? I blinked. Who would have thought? Oh, you know what I mean. She laughed nervously and waved it off. Let's eat, I'm starving. Dinner was civil. Barely. They complimented the food in the way someone might compliment a store-bought cake. Polite, shallow, and without any real appreciation. Dean kept asking if I had ESPN or NFL Red Zone. Mom asked why I didn't have curtains in the dining room, as if that was the most pressing issue in the world. Nicole made little comments about the neighborhood energy and how safe it felt, which I'm pretty sure was a backhanded way of saying white. I tried to steer the conversation gently at first. Asked about their lives, how the business was going, how Nicole's son was doing. But every answer circled back to some complaint. Business was slow. Employees were lazy. Nicole's husband might be cheating again. Mom's back hurt. Dean's knee hurt. The whole evening began to feel like a walking tour through their misery. And yet, none of it surprised me. What had surprised me was what came next. We'd just finished dessert, a chocolate tart I made from scratch, when Mom cleared her throat and placed her fork down with dramatic precision. Miles, she said, we need to talk to you about something. I froze. My gut tightened. Okay. Nicole looked at Dean, who gave her a lazy shrug. We were hoping, she began, that maybe you could help us out a bit. Just temporarily. Help you out how? Well, she smiled that smile she always used when asking for favors. The one that made you feel guilty before you said no. We've been going through a rough patch. You know how it is. The business isn't what it used to be, and with everything getting so expensive. Mom jumped in. Your father and I are thinking of selling the house. It's too much upkeep. And with our retirement delayed again, we just can't keep up. I stared at them. And Dean leaned back in his chair. They need a place to stay. Not forever. Just until they get back on their feet. And you thought of me. Mom pursed her lips. We are family, Miles. The irony hit me like a slap. Family? Now they wanted to play the family card? You ignored my graduation, I said quietly. You told people I was a dropout. Nicole's smile faltered. That was a long time ago. Not that long. Dean rolled his eyes. Come on, man. It's not like we kicked your dog. Everyone says stupid stuff sometimes. I looked at each of them. My mother, who once told me I'd be lucky to end up managing a Dollar Tree. My brother, who made fun of my car until it broke down and then mocked me for not having enough saved to fix it. My sister, who once lent me $50 for textbooks and brought it up at every holiday meal for 2 years. Now they sat in my dining room, drinking my wine, eating my food, asking for shelter like it was owed to them. I'm not saying you have to make a decision tonight, Mom said, folding her napkin neatly. We just thought, since you've got all this space. That guest wing, it's going unused, isn't it? I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, it wasn't. It was surreal. It was delusional. You skipped my graduation, I repeated. Do you even remember what you said to me that day? Nicole looked uncomfortable. Dean shrugged. Mom blinked. We didn't mean it. You said you wouldn't waste gas on a failure. The room went still. I could hear the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the distant sound of a neighbor's car alarm chirping. My own breath, slow and shallow. We didn't think you'd take it so personally, Mom said finally, and I swear, she said it with a straight face. That was it. That was the moment. The switch. The line that snapped something in me I didn't know was still hanging on. It wasn't just that they were asking for help. It was how they were asking. Like I owed it to them. Like the past had been wiped clean just because they were uncomfortable now. There was no apology. No self-awareness. Just entitlement wrapped in fake smiles and cheap wine. They didn't come to my graduation because I wasn't worth the gas. Now they wanted to live here, in the home I built without a cent of their help. They expected to stroll into the guest wing like nothing had happened. Like I hadn't bled for every inch of this life. Like they weren't the very reason I had to climb so far just to breathe. I stood slowly, collecting the plates. My hands were steady. My voice was calm. Thanks for coming, I said. Dean frowned. Wait, that's it. We're not done talking, Mom added, her tone sharp now, defensive. Yes, I said, looking at her directly. We are. Nicole stood up too, her face pink with embarrassment or anger. I couldn't tell. Miles, don't be dramatic. We're trying to fix things. No, I said, placing the dishes in the sink. You're trying to benefit from things. That's not the same. They didn't move at first. I think they were waiting for me to crack, to laugh, to say it was a joke, and of course they could stay. But I didn't. I walked them to the door. I opened it. I waited. And just before Mom stepped out, she turned and looked at me with that same pinched face she used to give me when I came home with a B+ instead of an A. "You're going to regret this," she said. "Family is all you have in the end." I didn't say what I was thinking, that sometimes family is exactly what you need to escape from. I just nodded. The door closed behind them. And that's when I knew. They still had no idea why I'd really invited them. They still had no idea what I had planned. And they were about to find out. After the door clicked shut behind them, I stood there for a long time. Longer than I care to admit. I didn't cry, didn't scream, didn't punch the wall like some movie character trying to prove he's still got fire in him. I just stood in the quiet, alone with the hum of the house and the echo of my mother's voice. "You're going to regret this." And for a minute, maybe 5, I wondered if she was right. Because the truth is, I didn't feel powerful or righteous after kicking them out. I felt hollow, like I'd ripped out a part of myself and wasn't sure if it was the sickness or the cure. Even after everything they did, part of me still craved their approval. Some small, desperate part of me still wanted to hear, "We're proud of you, Miles." Even if I knew it would be forced, even if it was 10 years too late. That's the thing about growing up ignored. You become fluent in silence, but deep down, you never stop hoping someone will finally listen. But no one was listening that night. No one ever had. And that was the part one needed to face. I didn't sleep much. Poured myself a glass of water, sat on the couch, and stared out the window at the dark driveway where their taillights had vanished. That house, my house, suddenly felt too big. Too clean. Like a museum exhibit called Man Who Made It. It didn't feel like home. Not yet. The days after were a blur. Not because nothing happened, but because everything did. They started slow, just little things. A missed call from Nicole. A group text from Mom asking if we could talk things through like adults. Dean sent a meme about family feuds, followed by a LOL and nothing else. I didn't respond to any of it. Then came the guilt trips. Mom left a voicemail 2 minutes long, sniffling through most of it, saying she was sorry I felt like they hadn't supported me. Not sorry for what they did, sorry for how I felt. Classic. Nicole emailed me a long message about rebuilding bridges, complete with a Bible quote and 3 different ways to forgive. Dean didn't say much, but I heard through a cousin that he called me ungrateful at a barbecue and said I wasn't raised to act like this. That part made me laugh. I wasn't raised at all. I survived. But then came the escalation. It started with Mom reaching out to my landlord. Only, she didn't know I wasn't renting anymore. That I owned this place. She left a message trying to warn them about my mental state and how I'd become hostile to family. When that didn't work, she started contacting old friends of mine on Facebook. Sent them long paragraphs about how she was worried I'd joined a cult. Or worse, gone off the deep end with all that money. One of them sent me screenshots. I read every word, mouth tight, heart pounding. She made me sound like I was spiraling. Dangerous. A threat. All because I said no. It was like watching a slow-motion car crash, except the car was my past trying to rear-end the life I'd built. I thought about confronting her. I thought about writing a long, articulate letter laying out every memory, every insult, every moment she'd turned her back on me. But I didn't. Because by then, something inside me had shifted. Something hard, but necessary. I stopped trying to get even. I stopped trying to be understood. I started focusing on the only thing I could control. Me. Let me back up. The road to this house, this stability, wasn't paved with sudden windfalls or viral moments. It was built brick by brick, during the years no one was watching. It started after high school, when I left town with nothing but a duffel bag, an old laptop, and a notebook full of ideas. I lived in my car for almost 5 months. Not because I didn't try to find places, but because the jobs I could get with no degree and no real experience didn't pay enough for rent and food and gas. So I made a choice. I'd shower at the gym, sleep in my car, and use the rest to keep learning. I'd spend hours on free Wi-Fi at cafes watching tutorials on web design, marketing, SEO. Anything I could teach myself. I signed up for every freelance site I could find. Took bottom-of-the-barrel gigs just to build a portfolio. Designed logos for local bands. Wrote taglines for Etsy stores. Edited photos for college kids who wanted to look more professional on LinkedIn. Nothing glamorous. But it paid. Slowly. I remember one gig in particular. A woman selling hand-knit scarves asked me to create a brand name and logo for her shop. She paid me $15. I spent 6 hours on it. When I sent it to her, she replied, "This is perfect. I feel like a real business now." I didn't cry then, but I did sit there in my car, holding my phone, realizing for the first time that maybe I wasn't useless. Maybe I could do this. That scarf gig turned into a referral. Then another. Then 10. Eventually, I moved into a studio apartment with mold on the ceiling and a window that didn't shut all the way. But it was mine. I bought a secondhand desk, taped a vision board to the wall, and told myself that one day, I'd have a space that felt like success. Not just looked like it. Felt like it. I kept working, day and night. Built a small client base. Then a website. Then a brand of my own. I didn't just do design anymore. I started consulting, helping small businesses grow, figuring out what made people care. The more I did it, the more I realized I was good at this. Not gifted, not genius, just relentlessly obsessed with getting better. I read books, took courses, invested every extra dollar into learning. I didn't tell anyone in my family. I didn't want their validation anymore. I wanted proof. Tangible, irrefutable proof that I wasn't the screw-up they said I was. By 25, I had a steady stream of clients. By 26, I had enough to hire 2 part-time assistants. By 27, I signed a long-term contract with a startup that exploded in popularity and took me with it. I cashed my first 5-figure invoice and bought this house a year later. It wasn't flashy, not really, but it was mine. Every inch of it earned. Every tile, every light fixture, every quiet, peaceful room. But what I didn't earn, what I had to rebuild, was my sense of worth. That part was slower. See, success is loud on the outside but quiet on the inside. You hit a milestone and everyone claps, but inside you're still that kid waiting for someone to say, "You matter." And no amount of income or square footage fills that gap if you don't deal with it. So I went to therapy. Yeah, real talk. I found a counselor who specialized in family trauma and met with her every week. I told her everything about the silence, the favoritism, the subtle cruelty that wore me down more than any single blow ever could. She helped me name things: gaslighting, emotional neglect, scapegoating, words I'd never used before because I thought what I went through was just a tough childhood. But no, it was real, and naming it didn't make me weak. It made me free. I started journaling, meditating, doing small things that made me feel seen, even if only by myself. I'd take myself out for dinner and leave the phone in my pocket. I'd buy books without guilt. I stopped apologizing for taking up space. And slowly, I started to rise. Not just financially, emotionally. I stopped chasing people who never clapped for me. I built friendships with people who knew me as I was, not as I used to be. People who didn't expect me to shrink so they could shine. People who celebrated my wins like they were their own. I began to smile more. Real smiles. I hosted dinners, not for revenge, but for connection. I donated to scholarships for kids like me. Quietly, anonymously, not for credit. Just because I knew what it felt like to be forgotten. And one night, sitting in my backyard under the string lights I hung by hand, I realized something. I wasn't broken anymore. I wasn't whole either. Not yet. But I was healing. Which brings me back to now. To the guest wing. The one my family suddenly finds so fascinating. The one they think is just an empty space in a big house I barely deserve. They don't know what that wing was originally for. They don't know the promise I made to myself when I bought this place. They don't know who that room was really built for. But they're about to find out. Because I didn't just invite them over for a meal. I invited them for the reveal. The night after I kicked them out, I didn't sleep. Not from guilt. That part had finally started to rot away, but from something else. Something new. Something sharp and electric under my skin. I couldn't name it at first. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, arms folded behind my head, and listened to the sounds of the house breathing around me. The soft hum of the fridge, the occasional creak of the hardwood. Then it clicked. It was clarity. A rare, dangerous kind. I had spent most of my life reacting to their jabs, their silence, their games. Surviving. Adapting. Minimizing myself to avoid taking up too much space at the dinner table. But now, I had something they'd never given me before: control. Not just over my life, but over the narrative. Over their narrative. For the first time, I wasn't the disappointment. I was the wild card. the one they underestimated. And they had no idea what I was capable of. And that was going to be my advantage. I wasn't going to yell. I wasn't going to explode. I wasn't going to confront them in some explosive family therapy session where we aired decades of dysfunction in front of a mediator. No, that would give them a stage. I didn't want a stage. I wanted a setup. Something slow. Something clean. Something that would make them question not just what they said to me, but who they were. I started planning the next morning. Step 1 was simple. Play nice. I responded to Nicole's email first. Kept it short. Casual. Told her I'd been overwhelmed and needed a few days to clear my head. I said I was open to talking things through, maybe even having them over again soon. She replied within minutes. Said she was so glad I was coming around. Said she knew we were stronger than this and that family could always come back together. I could almost hear the smug relief in her tone. She probably thought she'd cracked me. Good. Dean was trickier. He didn't do heart-to-hearts. He did beer, football, and passive-aggressive sarcasm. So I texted him, "You were right. I overreacted. Let's talk soon. Maybe over a game." He sent back a gif of The Rock raising his eyebrow and a thumbs up. Close enough. Mom didn't answer when I called. Typical. But she texted me later that night. "I'm glad you're taking responsibility. We love you, Miles." Taking responsibility. That one made me laugh. But I let it slide. Because this wasn't about correcting the past anymore. This was about revealing it. Here's the thing about people like them. People who've gotten away with treating others like garbage for years. They rely on memory gaps. Selective amnesia. They count on you either forgetting or giving up. The goal of my revenge wasn't to hurt them. It was to remind them. Painfully. Publicly. Permanently. So I began collecting. Emails. Texts. Screenshots. Old report cards with passive-aggressive notes scrawled in the margins. That one birthday card from Mom where she forgot my name and crossed out Micah. The voicemail where she called me a leech for asking for help with college books. Dean's old Facebook post making fun of me for trying to get famous with logos. Nicole's group message where she joked about Miles being the next Steve Jobs, just without the brain cells. I didn't have to dig deep. Most of it was still sitting there. Never deleted. Because they never thought I'd come back. I even tracked down Mr. Reynolds, my high school guidance counselor, who'd pulled me aside once and quietly said, "You deserve better than what you're getting at home." I hadn't spoken to him in over a decade, but he remembered me. "You were the quiet one," he said when I called. Polite. Sharp. Like you were carrying something heavy all the time. I laughed. I was. He ended up writing me a statement. Nothing formal. Just a letter of recollection. About how my parents never showed up for meetings. How I once came to school in the winter with no coat. How he called them, twice, and never got a reply. It was small, but it mattered. Everything did. Because all of this, every screenshot, every story, every skipped holiday and missed phone call, was becoming something bigger than them. Bigger than me. A presentation. You see, I had an idea. I've always been a storyteller. It's what made me good at branding, at helping businesses figure out how to sell themselves. And now, I was going to do the same, but in reverse. I was going to hold up a mirror so detailed they couldn't look away. But for that, I needed one more piece. The house. Specifically, the guest wing. They were so obsessed with it. Nicole had already mentioned it twice in our short email chain, asking what I planned to do with it, how cozy it looked from the photos. Mom had said something snide about how all that unused space could be such a blessing for someone in need. Dean joked that it would be a great place for his home gym if he ever moved in. I let them imagine it. Because what they didn't know was that the guest wing wasn't built for guests. Not originally. When I bought the house, that side of the property was basically a bare-bones extension, unfinished, dusty, filled with potential. And I poured months of work into it. Not just cash, but design. I made it beautiful. But I made it mine. At first, I was going to turn it into a rental, maybe a home office. But during one of my therapy sessions, I'd had an idea. A strange, slightly dramatic, extremely me idea. I was going to make it a memory room. Not in the cheesy, candlelit way, but as a monument. A quiet, personal museum of everything I'd lived through and built past. A visual timeline of becoming. There was a long hallway, now lined with framed milestones. My GED, my first freelance paycheck, a blurry photo of me grinning in front of my car after I'd fixed the bumper myself. A college acceptance email I never sent to anyone because I knew they'd just ask how I planned to pay for it. My therapist called it reclamation. I called it proof. At the end of that hallway, there was a room. Quiet. Bright. A desk. A video screen. And that's where the real setup would happen. I didn't want to humiliate them. I wanted them to see themselves. So I started putting it together, a film of sorts. Edited like a documentary. Voiceovers. Photos. Messages read aloud by AI-generated voices. Audio snippets layered under soft piano music. I made it elegant. Professional. Personal. It began with footage of my graduation. Not mine, but stock footage. Kids in caps and gowns. Families cheering. Overlaid with the voicemail mom left that day. We're not wasting gas on a failure. Then it moved into my early years. Yearbook photos. Childhood art. The school note about how I'd shown up late 27 times in a semester because no one would drive me. Then it shifted. The car, the gym, the freelance work. A steady climb. A heartbeat. Finally, the house. My voice, calm and steady. You taught me I didn't deserve anything. So I built everything. It ended with a black screen and a simple message. The guest wing you wanted was never for you. I showed it to my therapist. She cried. I showed it to a friend. He offered to produce a version for YouTube. I declined. Not yet. This wasn't for the world. This was for them. And that's when I sent the invitation. A follow-up dinner. Just the four of us again. I framed it like reconciliation. Let's really talk this time, I wrote. No walls up. Just honesty. And I have something I want to show you all. Mom replied with a smiley face. Nicole with 2 heart emojis. Dean just said, cool. What time? I set the date. Cleaned the wing. Prepared the room. And when the night came, I lit the candles again. I poured the wine. I set the table. And when they walked in, all smiles and passive-aggressive comments about the driveway being too steep and the weird modern artwork, I welcomed them. Because tonight wasn't about arguing. It was about watching. And after the plates were cleared and the wine had started to work its way into their bloodstream, I stood up and smiled. There's something I want you to see, I said. And I led them down the hallway. Each step echoing with years they couldn't remember, but that I never forgot. Each frame on the wall a moment they dismissed, but I'd reclaimed. Each breath tighter. Each footstep heavier. Until we reached the door. And I opened it. They stepped inside. The lights dimmed. And the screen flickered on. And they had no idea what was about to hit them. They say you never really remember what someone said to you. Only how they made you feel. But that was never true for me. I remembered everything they ever said. So when the projector screen lit up in that quiet room, my guest wing, my sanctuary, my proof, and the first words echoed off the walls, we're not wasting gas on a failure, I watched them freeze. Dean furrowed his brow first, like he couldn't quite believe it. Nicole's face twitched, a polite smile flickering into confusion. Mom didn't blink, just narrowed her eyes, trying to process what she was hearing. The footage rolled on. There were no actors, no reenactments, just cold, hard facts. A slow, methodical unraveling of everything they thought I'd forgotten. Each segment was a memory. Each memory was a receipt. A screenshot of Dean's old group text, mocking my little logos and sad websites. A voicemail from Nicole where she called me so sensitive after I broke down on the phone the day Dad told me to man up or move out. A scanned copy of the report from school where I listed hunger as one of my biggest distractions in class. The audio of my mom saying, if he wants college so bad, maybe he should sell his books for tuition. Over it all, my narration. Calm, clear, no bitterness in my voice, just truth. Lined up like dominoes, and every second knocked the next down with merciless grace. This is not a pity story, I said, my voice playing over footage of my car parked behind the gym. This is about remembering. This is about clarity. This is about what happens when silence becomes survival, and survival becomes power. At first, they didn't speak. Nicole shifted in her chair, her arms wrapped tight around herself like she was bracing for an earthquake. Dean sat stiff, jaw clenched, avoiding my eyes. Mom stared straight ahead, lips pursed into a line as thin as her patience. Then came the turning point. Footage of the house, the one we were sitting in. Each corner, each detail. My hands placing furniture, choosing paint, fixing light fixtures. A time-lapse of me building a life without them. A voiceover. I built this place as proof. Not just that I made it, but that I made it without you. And then, the last message. Black screen. White text. This guest wing was built to honor the people who lifted me up, not the ones who held me down. The lights came back on, and I turned to face them. No anger, no smug smile, just silence. Dean was the first to crack. What the hell is this, man? I looked at him. The truth. This is twisted, Nicole snapped. You invited us here just to embarrass us? I invited you here, I said, to see me. Really see me. Maybe for the first time. Mom stood slowly, her voice cold. You've always been dramatic, Miles. Always the victim. I met her eyes. I stopped being the victim when I stopped chasing your love. That silenced her. I let the quiet stretch. Let them sit in it. Let them feel the weight I'd carried for decades, the weight they gave me. Dean scoffed. So what, you're cutting us off? That it? No, I said, tilting my head. That happened a long time ago. You just didn't notice. Nicole blinked fast, her voice softening. But we're family. You're strangers, I replied. Strangers who used to know a version of me you helped break. They didn't know what to say. They weren't used to this, Miles. Calm, collected, standing in his own house, surrounded by his own story, unshaken by their disapproval. Finally, Mom turned to leave. We came here hoping to reconnect. You came here hoping to take, I said, stepping aside to open the door. Like you always do. Nicole lingered. I'm sorry, she mumbled. If that means anything. I nodded. It does. Just not enough. Dean paused in the doorway. This is cold, man. You'll regret it. I smiled, a small, honest one. No, I'll remember it. That's the difference. And just like that, they were gone. No slamming doors. No screaming matches. Just silence. The same silence they gave me all those years. But this time, it felt different. It felt like peace. I stood there for a while after they left, watching the projector screen fade to black. The room smelled faintly of lavender and wine. The candles were still flickering. The house was quiet again, but not empty. It was full of something else now. Closure. They had finally seen it. Not just the house. Not just the success. Me. They had seen what they built when they tried to break me. And they couldn't unsee it. In the weeks that followed, I heard very little. A message from Nicole asking if we could start over someday. A half-hearted apology from Dean buried under a meme about tough love. Mom didn't say a word. Not directly. But I heard she was telling people I'd changed, like it was a bad thing. Maybe I had. Maybe I had become someone they couldn't recognize. Someone who didn't need their approval. Someone who didn't mistake family for obligation. Someone who didn't invite ghosts to live in his guest wing. And maybe that was the revenge all along. Not the film. Not the reveal. But the fact that I no longer carried the weight of wanting them to care. That I had finally, fully let go. Not to spite them. To free myself. Because when you stop chasing people who never clapped for you, you start hearing the applause from within. And that sound, it's louder than anything they'll ever say again. I poured the wine, set the table, and told the story they spent their lives pretending didn't exist. And when the credits rolled, they finally understood why they were never invited to the happy ending. Hey Reddit, I've got a story to share that's been eating at me for months. I know it's going to sound insane. It's about family, betrayal, and the crazy things that can happen when someone thinks they're entitled to everything. I'm Sarah. I'm 23, and I used to have a pretty normal life. Or at least I thought I did. Growing up, I was close to my parents, and things were, well, they were okay. Not perfect, but definitely far from dysfunctional. We lived in a modest home in a quiet neighborhood. My parents worked hard, and my older brother, Mark, had always been the golden child. Mark was the kind of kid who excelled at everything. Top of his class, athletic, and had this magnetic charm that made everyone adore him. I never really had that. I wasn't bad or anything. I was just average. It wasn't like we were ever enemies or anything, but there was this quiet, simmering tension. Mark was always the one getting the praise, the attention. I guess that's how I became the invisible one in the family. But that all changed when Mom passed. It was hard on all of us. Dad, of course, was devastated. He didn't really know how to cope with losing his wife, and his health started to deteriorate fast after that. He went from being this strong, proud man to a shadow of himself. I guess it was no surprise when Dad passed away just 6 months after Mom. But even with both of them gone, the one thing I thought would stay constant was our home. It was all we had left. The house was the one place I felt safe. But then things started to change. A few months after Dad's funeral, Mark called me up. We hadn't really talked much since the funerals. I think we were both still in shock. When I picked up, his voice was different, cold, formal, like he was some stranger. Sarah, I need you to come over to the house. We need to talk about something important, he said. I didn't think much of it at the time. I figured it was about handling their affairs, maybe closing up some things. But when I arrived, I immediately noticed how different the place felt. Mark was already sitting at the kitchen table, papers scattered in front of him. He had a grim look on his face. Sit down, he said, without even looking up from the papers. I did. What's going on, Mark? What's all this? Mark pushed the papers toward me. This is about the house and the estate. Mom and Dad's will. I froze. I hadn't even thought about the will yet. It wasn't even on my radar. Look, I've been going over everything. And I've decided what needs to be done with the house, he said, still not looking up. Wait, what? I asked, my heart pounding. What do you mean? Mark sighed, finally glancing up at me. The house. It's going to be mine. I'll take care of all the big stuff, and you'll get the smaller things. The heirlooms, a few family keepsakes. Nothing else. I blinked, not believing what I was hearing. You can't be serious. This house is ours. It belongs to both of us. No, Sarah, he said, his voice more condescending now. It belongs to me. Mom and Dad always made it clear that I was the one they expected to take care of things. I'm the one with the responsibilities. You've never really been involved. I sat there, stunned, the weight of his words sinking in. Are you really going to do this? After everything? After Mom and Dad are gone? You're just going to take everything? Mark's face hardened. I'm doing what's right. I'm the one who has the skills, the connections. I'm the one who can manage all of this. You're not built for this, Sarah. You've never been the one to handle things. You should be grateful that I'm letting you stay here for as long as I am. The air between us grew thick with tension. My mouth went dry. So what? You want me to just leave? Mark didn't even flinch. Eventually, yes. I'll give you a few months to figure out your life. But you don't really have a place here anymore. I could feel my hands start to shake. Mark, you don't get to just take everything. This house is as much mine as it is yours. I'm not leaving. You can't make me leave. Oh, I can, Mark said, his voice cold and calculating. And I will. I'm just giving you time to figure it out. But don't get any ideas, Sarah. I'm in charge now. I stood up, my chest tight with anger. You can't be serious. You think you can just kick me out of my home? After everything that's happened, after Mom and Dad. Enough, Sarah, Mark snapped, standing up too. I'm trying to be generous here, but you're pushing it. You're lucky I'm not taking more. I turned to leave, but not before I threw one last glance over my shoulder. You'll regret this, Mark. Whatever, he said, shaking his head. Just get your stuff together. Don't make this harder than it has to be. I left without saying another word. As I walked out the door, I could feel the weight of everything. The betrayal, the loss, the anger, settling in like a heavy stone in my chest. The next few days were a blur of emotions. I couldn't believe what Mark was doing. He had always been entitled, but this was something else. This was cold, calculated, and I had no idea how far he was willing to go. But I wasn't going to just roll over and let him win. I started making plans. I wasn't going to let Mark get away with this. I began gathering everything I could, documents, evidence, anything that might help me hold my ground. I had no idea what I would do next, but I knew I couldn't just sit back and let him push me out. Then, a week later, things took an even uglier turn. Mark showed up at the house with a few movers, acting like he owned the place. His plan was to start clearing out the house, to pack up everything that he wanted. Mark, what are you doing? I demanded, standing in the doorway. He turned to me, his eyes glinting with something dangerous. You don't get to tell me what to do anymore, Sarah. This is my house now. I couldn't believe what was happening. It felt like my whole life was falling apart, and I was powerless to stop it. You think you're going to get away with this? I said, my voice shaking with a mix of anger and fear. Mark smirked. You're not in a position to stop me. You're just a guest in my house now. Get used to it. The argument with Mark felt like it had just started, but the tension was already unbearable. His smug expression and the way he was throwing his weight around made me want to scream. I couldn't stand how he was acting, like everything Mom and Dad worked for was just his to take. I felt completely powerless, like I was being suffocated by his entitled attitude. Mark, you can't just come in here and do this. You don't even know what you're doing. I shouted, pacing back and forth in the hallway. He rolled his eyes and started grabbing more of my things, tossing them in boxes like they were meaningless. I'm just doing what needs to be done. I don't know why you're making such a fuss. You should be thankful I'm even letting you stay here. You don't get to tell me what to do. This house is as much mine as it is yours." I snapped, clenching my fists. The anger boiling inside me was starting to cloud my thoughts. Mark's face hardened, and he took a step toward me, almost like he was ready to physically shove me out of the way. "You're not in charge here." "I am. I'm trying to be generous, but you're making it difficult." I stepped back, not wanting to escalate things further, but my heart was racing. Every word out of his mouth felt like a slap to my face. I couldn't believe he was acting like this, as if I had no right to anything my parents had worked for, as if I didn't matter. With my heart pounding in my chest, I spun around and headed for the stairs, needing some space to think. I couldn't stay in the same room as him any longer without losing it. I was about to lose control. I made my way up to the second floor, avoiding the movers who were still rummaging through the rooms, taking things that weren't theirs to take. I needed to get away, to cool off, to just breathe. The door to my parents' room stood ajar, and I hesitated for a moment. This room hadn't been touched since they passed away. It felt sacred, but I was desperate to escape Mark's presence and needed some solitude, so I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was just as it had been when Mom and Dad were alive. Quiet, serene, like nothing had changed. Their bed still had the same comforter, and their dresser had the same framed photos on it. It was almost like they were still there, but I couldn't stand being surrounded by memories anymore. I walked to the window, staring outside at the garden below, trying to gather my thoughts. I had to figure out what to do next, because I wasn't about to let Mark win. I needed a plan, something that would give me leverage. Then, my eyes caught a glimpse of something sticking out from under the drawer of the nightstand next to Mom's side of the bed. Curiosity got the best of me, and I pulled the drawer open, expecting it to be a piece of old paperwork or maybe one of Mom's keepsakes. But instead, there was an envelope, sealed, with my parents' names written on it in bold, messy handwriting. I felt a chill run down my spine. I had never seen this envelope before. What could it be? Without even thinking, I carefully opened it, my fingers trembling. Inside was a folded piece of paper, and as I unfolded it, my heart stopped. It was the will, but not just any will. This was the real will. The one Mark had clearly never shown me. The one he had probably hidden all this time. My parents had left everything to me. Not just the family heirlooms, not just a few keepsakes. The house was mine. Everything was mine. I sat down on the bed, stunned, my heart racing. This had to be some sort of mistake. Maybe it wasn't the final will. But no, it was signed and dated, with both my parents' signatures at the bottom. And it didn't mention Mark at all. I felt a strange mix of relief and anger. How could Mark have done this to me? How could he have lied to my face like that? He had tried to push me out of the house, to take everything for himself. All this time, I thought I was at his mercy, but in reality, the power had been in my hands all along. But I couldn't just sit on this information. I needed advice. I needed to make sure I handled this properly. So, without wasting another second, I grabbed my phone and called a lawyer. I'd never dealt with anything like this before, so I wasn't sure where to start. I needed someone who could help me navigate this mess. After a few rings, the line connected. "Hello, this is Richard Parks. How can I help you today?" I took a deep breath, my mind racing. "Hi, I need legal help. I found something important. My parents, well, they passed away a few months ago, and my brother has been taking control of everything. But I just found a will that changes everything." Richard didn't say anything right away. "Okay, Sarah, slow down. Let's take this one step at a time. What exactly did you find?" I explained everything to him. The will, the fact that it left the house to me, and how Mark had been acting like he owned everything. Richard was quiet for a moment, processing what I had said. "You've got something serious here, Sarah. If what you're saying is true, this could change a lot of things. But I need to see that will. If it's legitimate, we can use it to put Mark in his place." My hands shook as I held up the will. "I'll bring it to you. But I need to know, what should I do next? Should I confront Mark?" "That depends," Richard said carefully. "Do you want to handle this peacefully, or are you ready for a legal battle? Mark will likely fight you on this, especially if he's been living there and acting like he's in charge. You need to be prepared." I took a deep breath. I wasn't sure what I wanted. I didn't want to tear my family apart, but I also couldn't let Mark continue to walk all over me. The anger that had built up over the last few days was bubbling over, and I wasn't sure how much longer I could hold back. "I'm not sure what I want, but I need to make sure I'm doing the right thing," I said, my voice shaking. We'll take it step by step, Sarah. But whatever you decide, you've got the law on your side. And you don't have to back down. As I hung up the phone, I realized something. This wasn't over. In fact, it had only just begun. The battle for the house was far from finished, and I was about to find out just how far Mark would go to keep what he thought was his. The next morning, I sat in the lawyer's office, gripping the will so tightly that my fingers had started to cramp. The room was quiet except for the faint hum of the air conditioning, and Richard Parks, my lawyer, skimmed through the document with an intense focus. His office smelled of old books and fresh paper, and the walls were lined with certificates and law books. Finally, Richard exhaled and looked up. Sarah, this document is clear as day. Your parents left the house entirely to you. Your brother is not mentioned at all. The words sank into me like a weight. Even though I had already read the will myself, hearing it from a legal expert made it feel real. I swallowed. So legally, I own the house. Richard nodded. Yes, Mark has no rightful claim to it. If this is the most recent version, and from what I can see, it is, then he has no case. A sharp contrast to the way Mark had been acting. Ever since our parents passed, he'd waltzed in like a king returning to his castle, dictating what would happen to my home, treating me like an unwanted guest in the very place I grew up. And now? Now, I had proof that the castle was mine. But Mark wasn't just going to accept this. He never did. Richard leaned forward, his voice firm but calm. The next step is confronting him. We need to do this properly. Call him. Tell him to come here. I'll be the one to present the will to him, so there's no debate, no accusations of forgery. Once he sees this, we'll see how he reacts. I hesitated. I could already picture it. Mark's face turning red, his voice rising, his rage at realizing he wasn't the one in control. But this had to happen. I pulled out my phone, my hands only slightly trembling as I scrolled to Mark's number. Press call. 2 rings. Then, what do you want? Mark's voice was impatient, like I was some inconvenience to him. I took a breath. Come to Richard Park's office. Now. It's urgent. There was a pause. Then a scoff. I don't have time for whatever pity party you're throwing. It's about the will, I said, my voice steady. You're going to want to hear this. Silence. I could almost hear him processing those words. Then, finally, fine, he snapped. I'll be there in 20. I hung up without another word. Richard gave me a reassuring nod. Let's see how he takes the truth. 20 minutes later, Mark stormed into the office like he owned the place, shoulders squared, expression set in stone. But he wasn't alone. Lisa, his wife, followed closely behind, her lips twisted in that familiar smirk she always wore when she thought she had the upper hand. Lisa crossed her arms. This better be important. I ignored her and turned to Mark. Sit down. Mark raised an eyebrow, then looked over at Richard. His smirk faltered slightly. Who is this? Richard remained calm, gesturing to the empty seat across from him. Mr. Dawson, please sit. Mark didn't move right away. He was sizing up the situation, trying to figure out why I had called him here. Eventually, he sat, though his posture was tense. Richard slid the will across the desk. I suggest you read this carefully. Mark snatched the paper up, his eyes skimming over the words at first, then slowing. His grip on the document tightened. His face changed, his usual smugness vanishing. Lisa leaned over his shoulder, frowning. What does it say? Mark didn't answer. His jaw was clenched so tight, I thought his teeth might crack. Richard folded his hands on the desk. Your parents left the house to Sarah. She is the sole legal owner. As of now, you have no rightful claim to it. Mark slammed the paper onto the desk. This is bull. He cut himself off, his nostrils flaring. No, this isn't right. They told me I would get everything. Lisa snatched up the will, scanning it quickly before her face twisted in disbelief. This doesn't make any sense. There must be another will, one where Mark gets the house. I crossed my arms. Then feel free to find it. But this is the legally binding document. Mark was breathing hard now, his fingers curling into fists. This is fake. Richard stayed perfectly composed. It's not. This was signed and notarized. Your parents' legal representatives would confirm the same. Mark shot up from his chair, knocking it backward. You think you can just steal this from me? His voice was low, dangerous. Lisa was shaking her head furiously. We'll fight this. We'll contest it. Richard sighed. You can certainly try, but I'll warn you, contesting a legally valid will is expensive, time-consuming, and almost never successful. Mark's eyes snapped to me, and for the first time, I saw something underneath his anger. Panic. For months, he had acted like this house was already his. Like I was just some obstacle to get rid of. But now he realized he was the obstacle. His voice dropped to a growl. You think this is over? I met his gaze, unwavering. No, Mark. I think it's just getting started. Mark's face was red with fury, his fist clenched so tightly his knuckles were turning white. Lisa was gripping his arm, whispering something, probably trying to calm him down, or, more likely, strategizing their next move. But no matter how much they schemed, they couldn't change the facts. The house was mine. Still, Mark wasn't the kind of person to accept defeat gracefully. This isn't over, he spat, his voice barely above a growl. Richard remained unfazed. Legally, it is. But if you'd like to spend thousands of dollars trying to contest a valid will, be my guest. I'm confident any judge will side with Sarah. Mark glared at me like I had personally stolen something from him. Like I was the one being unfair. This was supposed to be my house. I exhaled slowly, my patience running on fumes. You keep saying that, Mark, but why? What made you think you were entitled to it? He scoffed. Because I'm the man of the family. Because Mom and Dad told me I would take care of things when they were gone. Because it's what makes sense. I shook my head, more disappointed than anything. No, Mark. What makes sense is that they left the house to the person who actually lived there, who took care of them when they got sick, who didn't show up only when it was convenient. Mark let out a bitter laugh. Oh, come on. You were just their charity case. They didn't want to hurt your feelings. Lisa nodded eagerly. That's right. Maybe they wrote this will before they realized you wouldn't be able to handle a house on your own. I turned to Richard. There's no older will, right? Richard shook his head. None that hold any legal standing. This is the most recent, signed, notarized, and properly filed. Your parents were clear in their wishes. Mark's expression darkened. This is a setup. You must have found some way to trick them into signing it. I laughed, actually laughed. Are you serious? You think I manipulated them into leaving me the house? Unlike you, I never asked them for a single thing. Lisa crossed her arms. Well, what are you going to do now, huh? Kick us out? Throw out your own family? And there it was. The guilt trip. The same tactic they had been using since day one. I didn't flinch. Mark, Lisa, you have 1 week to pack up and leave. Mark's eyes widened. You can't be serious. I nodded. Oh, I'm very serious. I let you walk all over me because I thought that's what family did. We supported each other. But you? You tried to steal from me, humiliate me, and erase me from my own home. I owe you nothing. Lisa scoffed. This is unbelievable. Mark slammed his fists on the desk. You're gonna regret this. Richard, ever the professional, folded his hands. I'd advise you to be careful with your words, Mr. Dawson. Threats don't look good in legal disputes. Mark stormed out, Lisa trailing behind him, still muttering under her breath. I let out a shaky breath. It was over. I had one. Mark and Lisa dragged out the move until the last possible day, but I had the law on my side. With an official eviction notice and a firm deadline, they had no choice but to leave. They didn't go quietly, though. Mark ranted on social media about how I had betrayed my family, painting himself as the victim. Lisa made petty remarks every chance she got. But in the end, it didn't matter. The house was mine, just like my parents wanted. And as I sat in the quiet, in the home I had fought so hard to keep, I finally felt at peace. Let me know in the comments what you think about this whole situation. I'm Jake. I'm 29, and until recently, I thought I was building something real with a woman named Alina. We met at a work mixer. I fix things for a living, small contractor jobs, handyman work, plumbing, electrical, anything that needs a wrench and a little patience. She was the social media manager for a boutique clothing brand. Smart, stylish, always had something witty to say. When we first started dating, she told me she admired guys who worked with their hands, who could actually fix things instead of just pretending they knew how. I remember laughing at that. Thought it was a compliment. Thought she meant it. The first 6 months were great. We weren't flashy. Just dinners, movie nights, quiet weekends fixing up her condo, which she bought from her aunt at a discount. She'd cooked, sort of, mostly pasta or takeout, but she made a big deal out of lighting candles and plating everything like we were on a cooking show. I found it cute. I liked how she made simple things feel special. When her garbage disposal broke, I replaced it. When her bathroom faucet leaked, I pulled it apart, swapped out the gaskets, and had it working like new. She'd sit nearby with a glass of wine, watching me work like I was doing magic. "How do you know how to do all that?" she'd ask. "You make it look so easy." But then things changed. Subtly at first. It wasn't anything big, just little comments. Her friends would come over and ask when we were taking a real trip, and she'd glance at me like she was waiting for me to say something impressive. "He's saving up," she'd joke. "One day we'll leave the country, right, babe?" Then she'd laugh, and I'd laugh too, even though I felt the sting behind her words. I started noticing how different we looked together in photos. She was always polished, makeup, trendy clothes, always posing like it was for a magazine. I was usually in a worn hoodie, jeans with paint on the cuffs, work boots. I didn't mind how I looked. I work with my hands, not filters. But in the captions, it started to show. "Me and my fixer-upper," or "date night with the tool man." At first, I thought it was her way of being playful. But somewhere along the way, it stopped feeling like love and started feeling like a role I was cast in. It was a Wednesday when everything cracked. I'd come over to fix her sink. She'd been complaining for days that the water pressure was low and that her cabinet smelled like mildew. I just pulled the trap apart under the sink and found the leak. The seal had rotted, and the pipe was warped. I was tightening the new fitting when I heard laughter, hers, along with the giggles of two of her closest friends, Rachel and Emily. They were in the living room, wine glasses clinking, music playing low in the background. I didn't think much of it. They always talked loudly when they were together. But then Rachel's voice cut through, clearer than the others. "So, seriously, what are you doing with him? I mean, he's sweet, but..." I stopped moving. My hands froze on the wrench. The silence that followed was long enough that I almost convinced myself they were switching topics. Then Alina answered. "He's just a placeholder," she said, laughing. "Until I find the real deal." They burst into laughter again. High-pitched. Mean. Emily chimed in with something about rough hands and free labor, but I didn't catch the exact words. I just sat there under the sink, staring at the pipe I'd just replaced. Something in me went quiet. I didn't get mad. Not right away. That came later. First, I just felt cold. Like someone had pulled a rug out from under me, and I was lying there staring at the floor, too stunned to move. I wiped my hands on the rag tucked in my back pocket, stood up slowly, and walked into the kitchen. The girls didn't notice at first. Alina was halfway through pouring another round of wine. Her friends were scrolling through Instagram, showing her something funny. When they finally looked up, I didn't say a word. I just walked to the table, set the wrench down beside her coaster, and pulled the spare key from my jacket pocket. I placed it next to the wrench, gave her a single look, no anger, no emotion, and turned around. "Jake?" she said, blinking. "Wait, where are you?" I didn't answer. I just walked out the front door. I didn't sleep that night. Drove aimlessly for a few hours before landing in the parking lot of a 24-hour diner. Ordered coffee. Didn't drink it. Just sat there, staring out the window while my phone buzzed again and again with texts. First from Alina, then her friends, then her again. They started out confused. "Where are you?" Then turned defensive. "You're overreacting." Then desperate. "Please talk to me." I didn't respond to any of them. Over the next week, I moved everything back into my old place. Took a couple of side jobs. Stayed quiet. Thought a lot about how I'd let someone slowly erode my sense of self without even noticing. About how being called a placeholder made everything else suddenly make sense. But here's the thing. Silence is power. I didn't post anything. Didn't talk trash. Didn't explain myself to mutual friends. I let her sit in that echo chamber of uncertainty. And that's when something interesting happened. 2 weeks later, Rachel, her best friend, the same one who laughed the hardest that night, posted a photo. It was from the vacation Alina and I were supposed to take in June. We'd already paid for half of it. Well, I had. Plane tickets to Banff, a cozy cabin near Lake Louise, and a rental car. The caption? "Found the real deal." I didn't comment. Didn't react. But I screenshotted it. Sent it to myself with a timestamp. Not because I wanted to hurt anyone, but because, well, sometimes people reveal who they are without you needing to lift a finger. And that's where things started to spiral. Alina didn't find out about the post until a day or two later. I know because her name disappeared from Rachel's friend list shortly after. Mutuals started talking, whispering. Screenshots began circulating. You know how people get when something messy surfaces? They act like archaeologists, piecing together a drama timeline from Instagram comments and deleted stories. From what I heard, Alina messaged Rachel privately first. No public blow-up. Just a cold, frantic DM. Then she tried calling. Rachel didn't answer. Then she commented on the photo, something vague like, really classy, Ratch. That comment got maybe a dozen likes before it vanished. When it did, so did half her followers. Meanwhile, I stayed quiet. I wasn't angry anymore. Not exactly. It was more like watching someone walk into a trap they'd built themselves. Like a movie you've seen before. You know how it ends. You just sit back and wait for the scene to play out. I kept my hands busy. Booked more jobs. Replaced a deck for a sweet couple in their 60s who fed me homemade lemon bars and called me son. Fixed a busted breaker panel for a daycare center that couldn't afford to wait a week for the city's overpriced guy. People who saw value in what I did. Who thanked me without smug grins or backhanded compliments. That helped. Reminded me I wasn't some filler role in someone else's story. Then, one night, my phone buzzed again. Alina. I hadn't blocked her. I don't know why. Maybe I wanted to see how far she'd fall before she hit the ground. Maybe I just wasn't done watching. Her message was short. Can we talk? I stared at it for a while, then tossed the phone onto the passenger seat. Didn't reply. Drove to a client's house to check on a water heater install. Slept fine that night. But the next morning, she showed up at my door. I live in a modest house just outside town. Nothing fancy. One story. Porch light always burned out no matter how many times I replaced the bulb. I was out front checking my toolboxes when her car pulled up. White crossover. Clean as always. She stepped out wearing jeans and a fitted sweater like she was dressing down for the occasion. No makeup. Eyes puffy. I didn't say anything at first. Just stood there and watched her walk up the path like she was stepping into court. I didn't know you were outside, she said quietly. That day? I didn't mean for you to hear that. I didn't nod. Didn't shake my head either. Just let the silence hang. You know how girls talk, she added with a weak laugh. I was just, I don't know, trying to make them laugh. It didn't mean anything. I finally looked at her. Really looked. Did it not mean anything when you called me a placeholder? Or when you let them call me free labor? Her eyes dropped. Jake, I was stupid. Yeah, I said. You were. That should have been the end of it. She could have turned around, walked back to her car, and left it there. But of course, she didn't. Rachel lied, she said suddenly. She only posted that picture to mess with me. I didn't even know she was going on that trip. You think I'm with her now? I'm not. She did that to hurt me. I crossed my arms. So now it's about you being hurt. She blinked. Funny how you only care when you're the one getting hit. I added. Where was that energy when I was under your sink, fixing your problems while you laughed about me being temporary? Tears started welling in her eyes. Real ones, probably. But I wasn't moved. I messed up, she whispered. I got caught up trying to impress people who don't matter. I was scared, Jake. I didn't know if we were really going anywhere. I thought maybe I was settling. But now I see what I gave up. I let that sit for a moment. You're right, I said. You were settling. Not for me. Just for the idea of being seen with someone real. Someone grounded. You wanted the aesthetic of a relationship without the actual work. She opened her mouth to speak, but I raised a hand. I don't hate you, I said. I just don't respect you anymore. And that's worse. She stood there for a moment, frozen in place. Then she turned and walked back to her car. Didn't slam the door. Didn't cry out. Just drove off, quiet. But the fallout wasn't done. Because what she didn't know was that I had one last card to play, one she handed me without realizing it. She'd given me access to her condo's utilities. All in her name, but I'd set everything up for her. Online portals, passwords, auto debits. I told her once to update them. She never did. She never changed the login. And buried in the email linked to those accounts were receipts. Credit card bills with names she didn't recognize. Travel charges. Brunches. Gifts. Not mine. Someone else's. Dates with someone she swore she wasn't seeing. At least 3 weeks before the night I walked out. She thought calling me a placeholder was her worst mistake. She was wrong. I sat on that information for about 3 days. I wasn't sure at first if I even wanted to do anything with it. Part of me wanted to just let it go, move on, start fresh. Be the bigger person, like everyone's always preaching. But every time I thought about it, I remembered the sound of her laughter through the window. The way she said placeholder, like I was a pair of worn-out sneakers she kept around until she could afford heels. Then I thought about the months I spent fixing her place. The weekends I gave up to repaint her kitchen, to tear out rotten floorboards, to clean the gutters when her HOA sent warning letters. I thought about how she'd lean against the doorframe, sipping wine, calling me her man, while secretly texting someone else behind my back. No, I wasn't going to be the bigger person. I was going to be the one who finished the job, just not the kind she was expecting. I didn't go for anything dramatic right away. I started slow. I logged into the email linked to her utilities. It was the same one tied to her Amazon account, her gym membership, even her airline rewards. One password, no two-factor. I knew she'd never suspect me because she hadn't even changed her Netflix login since we split. That's how confident she was that I'd just vanish. That I'd slink off, lick my wounds, and disappear. The first thing I did was compile. I made a tidy little PDF, all the transactions, all the dates. One tab labeled, while we were together. Another labeled, after you called me a placeholder. The overlap was glorious. Turns out the guy she was seeing, I'll call him Drew, had been around for a while. A brunch charge from 3 days before my birthday. A hotel receipt from the same weekend. I thought she had food poisoning. Even a spa package. She'd told me she was gifting it to her mom. It felt like getting to watch a movie from the director's chair. Every moment that hadn't made sense now had context. Every shift in her tone, every sudden errand, every girl's night out that ended with her phone on airplane mode. It was all there. Labeled. Time-stamped. Undeniable. But I wasn't done. Because Alina? She wasn't just vain, she was proud. She'd built this image online of being the classy, independent woman with a handyman boyfriend who adored her. Her Instagram was full of perfectly framed photos of fresh-pressed juices, latte art, hand-holding at the farmer's market. She even had a highlight reel titled Us, with clips of me carrying lumber, assembling furniture, wiping dust off my jeans like I was her personal HGTV star. So I built something too. An anonymous Instagram account. Blank profile. No followers. No name. Just a link in the bio. The link led to a shared Google Drive folder titled Real Deal, Unfiltered. Inside, screenshots, transaction receipts, date overlaps. A couple of those travel photos Rachel had posted, which I found were still geotagged. And one particular gem, a short video clip Alina once took of me under her sink, my shirt soaked from the leak, where she said, laughing, "My little workhorse." She never posted that one. Guess it didn't fit the vibe. I captioned it, behind the aesthetic. I didn't send the link to anyone. Not at first. I just followed her friends. A few coworkers. Her cousin Megan, who never liked me much and used to post passive-aggressive comments like, "Hope he's not just your maintenance guy, LOL." I let the mystery build. And then I waited. By the third day, the account had a dozen followers. Silent, private ones. I hadn't posted anything publicly yet, just the link in the bio. But someone had clearly shared it. That's when the messages started. Who is this? What is this about? Is this about Alina? I didn't answer. I posted the first story. Just a black background with white text. He was just a placeholder, until the receipts arrived. By noon, the account had 30 followers. I knew what would happen next. Alina would hear about it. Someone in her circle would send her the link. She'd click it, see the folder, and panic. And she'd know exactly who made it. Not because I signed it, but because I'd laid the foundation with the same precision I'd used to fix her sink. Later that night, my phone rang. I didn't answer. She tried again. Then again. Then came the texts. "What did you do? Take this down right now. This is sick, Jake. You're ruining my life." Funny how that works. I guess placeholders aren't supposed to fight back. I was about to mute her when the final message came through. "Please. I'll lose my job if this spreads." And right then, I paused, because that's when I realized something deeper had just surfaced, something bigger than revenge. It wasn't just about getting even anymore. It was about whether I was going to be the guy she said I was, or the man she never saw coming. I stared at her last message for a long time. "Please. I'll lose my job if this spreads." That sentence sat like a rock in my chest, not because I felt sorry for her, but because it was the first time she'd spoken to me like I had real power. Like I was more than just the guy under her sink. Like she finally saw me for what I was. Someone who could decide her fate. Funny how fear makes people honest. She hadn't apologized. Not really. Not for cheating. Not for the placeholder line. Not for months of playing dress-up with our relationship while shopping for a better version behind my back. What she was sorry for was getting caught. I thought about it for another day. And then I took the Drive folder offline. Not because I was soft, or because she deserved grace. No, I did it because I realized that I'd already won. I didn't need to destroy her job, her career, or her image. She'd already lit the match herself. I just made sure there was enough gas around to make her sweat. I deleted the Instagram account next. But before I did, I posted one final story. Sometimes the truth doesn't need to go viral. It just needs to be known. No name, no signature, just closure. I wish I could say she stayed out of my life after that. But people like Alina don't go away that quietly. 3 days later, she showed up at my house again. This time, it was raining. Hard. She was standing on my porch, soaked to the bone in a beige trench coat that was clearly not made for storms. Her mascara was smudged, her hair stuck to her cheeks, and she looked, finally, like a real person. Not the polished version I'd been dating for over a year. I opened the door, just far enough for her to know I saw her. "Jake," she said, voice cracking. "You didn't have to go that far." I tilted my head. But I didn't. That's the point. She stepped closer. "I'm sorry. I know that doesn't change anything, but I need you to know that I was scared. Not of you. Of me. I thought I was supposed to have more. Be more. That being with someone like you meant settling." I didn't flinch. "But you were the only person who ever showed up," she added. "The only one who ever fixed things instead of breaking them." I exhaled through my nose and leaned on the doorframe. "Do you want forgiveness? Or do you want to stop feeling guilty?" She blinked, like I'd slapped her. "I think both," she whispered. I nodded once. "Then start by forgiving yourself." "Because I already have." A tear rolled down her cheek. But I didn't invite her in. I didn't hug her. I didn't say, "Let's talk it out." Instead, I closed the door. Behind me, the rain kept falling, a steady rhythm against the roof, like punctuation on the end of a sentence I'd waited too long to finish. That night, I made a decision. I logged into the travel site where we'd booked our canceled vacation, Banff, the trip I'd paid for entirely. I used the credit rollover to book something new. Solo. Cabin in the woods. No Wi-Fi, no cell reception, just pine trees and silence. I packed light, just clothes, a toolbox, and the dog-eared paperback I kept meaning to finish. Before I left, I wrote a letter. Not to Alina, not to Rachel, just to myself. You're not a placeholder. You're not someone waiting for life to start. You're the foundation. The guy who shows up. The man who fixes what's broken, starting with yourself. I folded it, stuck it in my glove box, and hit the road. The drive took 16 hours. I stopped only for gas and black coffee. No music, just the hum of the engine and the wind. When I arrived, the cabin was smaller than I expected. One room, a wood-burning stove, and a porch that overlooked a still lake. I stepped outside, looked at the water, and felt something shift in my chest. Like a window opening after a long, stuffy winter. I stayed for a week. Chopped wood. Cooked over fire. Read. Slept. And for the first time in months, I stopped hearing her voice in my head. The laughter. The phrase just a placeholder. It faded. Not because it stopped mattering, but because I did the one thing she never thought I would. I moved on. When I came back to town, things had changed. A friend of mine, Kevin, another contractor, told me Alina had left her job. Rumor was, she asked for a transfer after the real deal drama made the rounds internally. Nothing ever got traced back to me, but people talk. Word spreads. Especially when a Golden Girls halo starts slipping. She posted less after that. No more curated couple shots. No more DIY projects featuring her tool man. The aesthetic crumbled. And eventually, she faded from the algorithm entirely. Meanwhile, my business grew. Turns out, people respected a man who kept his head down and did good work. I started getting referrals. New clients. One even asked me to teach her teenage son some basic repair skills. Said, "You're the kind of guy I'd want my kid to turn into." That one stuck with me. A few months later, I met someone new. Her name's Danny. She runs a bookstore downtown. First time we met, she asked me to fix a shelf that had collapsed under a stack of hardcovers. She didn't laugh at my boots. Didn't ask if I was settling by working with my hands. She just handed me a level and said, "I like things balanced. We're not rushing anything. No aesthetic. No filtered highlight reels. Just dinners. Stories. Quiet." The first time I brought her to my place, she looked at my tools lined up on the wall and said, "You know, people underestimate guys who build things. But you're the ones holding everything together." I smiled. Not because I needed the validation, but because it reminded me of something I'd almost forgotten. Placeholders don't hold anything. But I did. I held myself together when she dropped me. I held my silence when revenge would have been easy. I held the truth until it didn't burn anymore. And in the end, that made me more than she ever saw. It made me whole. So if you're reading this and you've ever felt like someone was just keeping you around, know this: you're not a placeholder. You're the real deal. They just weren't ready to meet you. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. My name's Lucas, I'm 27, and Easter was supposed to be a quiet weekend back home with my family, just a chance to breathe after a stressful few months at work. I live a few hours away, working in digital product design for a mid-sized firm. In between travel, deadlines, and just life, I hadn't visited in maybe 6 months. I still called, sent birthday cards, helped with bills when things got tight, and made time for holidays like this one. So when I pulled into the driveway of the house I grew up in, coffee in one hand, suitcase in the other, I wasn't expecting to find a silver SUV in my usual spot, or a pair of unfamiliar shoes outside the front door, or strangers in matching pajamas waving at me from what used to be my bedroom window. At first, I thought I had the wrong day. Maybe I'd mixed something up. But then I walked up the porch steps and tried the front door. Locked? Not unheard of. Dad's been paranoid about break-ins lately, but still weird for Easter morning. I knocked, and knocked again. Nothing. Eventually, I pulled out my phone to call my mom. No answer. Dad didn't pick up either. I stood there on the porch for another few minutes, shivering slightly from the breeze, until I heard a voice behind me. Lucas. It was my grandma, Dad's mom, who's lived in the in-law suite out back ever since her health started declining a few years ago. She looked surprised to see me, and maybe a little uncomfortable. I gave her a quick hug, and she motioned for me to follow her around the side gate. When we got into her tiny kitchen, she handed me a chipped teacup and said, gently, "You might want to sit down before you see the note." I didn't sit. I walked to the fridge instead, and there it was, taped front and center. A single sheet of printer paper, bold text in Comic Sans. Lucas, your room is currently rented on Airbnb. We needed the extra income, you're never around anyway. Your things are in the garage. Please don't disturb the guests. My mouth went dry. I read it twice. 3 times. I turned to Grandma and asked, "Is this a joke?" She just sighed and shook her head. "They listed it last month. Figured you wouldn't be back till summer. But they didn't call. Didn't ask." Grandma gave me a long look over the rim of her teacup. "Funny how they only remember you when the bills show up." I felt my stomach twist. I left my suitcase in her room and walked out to the garage. My things were there, all right, shoved into plastic bins and mismatched cardboard boxes, half of them torn or collapsing. My clothes were wrinkled, some damp from a leak in the roof that had clearly been ignored. My high school trophies, a few old photo albums, even the childhood sketchbook I thought I'd lost, all stuffed haphazardly into a corner, like trash no one had gotten around to throwing away. I just stood there, staring at it all. The smell of mildew and motor oil hit me like a punch to the face. It wasn't just about the room. It was what it meant. That they didn't even think I was worth a phone call. That I was an inconvenience, a guest in my own home. I stayed silent the rest of the day. Ate Easter lunch at Grandma's. Avoided the main house. My parents never came to see me, not even to check if I'd gotten the note. I saw them through the window once, laughing with the Airbnb guests, offering extra towels and fresh muffins like they were running a cozy little B&B. I felt like I'd fallen through some crack in the floorboards of my own life. That night, I helped Grandma with her medications and got her settled in for bed. She patted my hand before I left the room. "You don't deserve this," she said softly. "You've always been the good one." And somehow that turned into being the forgotten one. I slept on her pull-out couch, tossing and turning until morning. I kept thinking about every little thing I'd done for them over the years. The laptop I'd bought for Dad when his old one died. The last-minute rent payment for my sister when she was between jobs. The time I called in sick to work just to help Mom set up for a neighborhood fundraiser. I remembered how they used to gush about me to their friends, call me their responsible one. How proud they said they were. But none of that seemed to matter now, not when there was a chance to make a few $100 a weekend from tourists looking for a quiet stay in the suburbs. Tuesday came and went, and no one said a word. No apology. No explanation. I finally confronted them on Wednesday. Walked right up to the house, rang the doorbell. My mom answered, her face full of fake surprise. "Lucas, you made it," she said, like she hadn't left a passive-aggressive eviction notice on the fridge. "I've been here since Sunday," I said. She blinked. "Oh, well, you didn't say anything. You didn't leave me much to say." Dad came over then. folding his arms like he was already annoyed. Look, we didn't think it would be a big deal. You're not here most of the year. We figured you'd understand. The house needs work, and this helps cover costs. And you didn't think to call? Ask if it was okay. We didn't think you'd care, he said flatly. You've got your own place, your own life. You're not a kid anymore, Lucas. I laughed, actually laughed. Not because it was funny, but because it was so surreal. You didn't even move my stuff with any care. Half of it's ruined. Mom rolled her eyes. It's just old things. You should have gone through it years ago. I looked at both of them, and in that moment, something inside me just shifted. I realized I wasn't going to get an apology. They didn't see me as their son anymore. Not really. I was a donor. A backup plan. A name on a check when they needed to keep the lights on. I walked away without another word, back to Grandma's place. She didn't ask what they said, just handed me another cup of tea and squeezed my shoulder. By Thursday morning, I was making phone calls. Not to scream, not to argue, but to pull some very particular levers. Grandma had mentioned once, in passing, that the house wasn't technically in my parents' names. It was left to her by Grandpa, and she let them live in it rent-free under the condition that they maintained it. But there had been some recent talks, quiet ones, about finally transferring ownership. She wasn't sure she wanted to anymore. Not after how they treated me. So we made some calls. To the lawyer. To the bank. To Airbnb. By Friday afternoon, everything was in motion. That was the day the guests were evicted. And that was just the beginning. The guests, a couple from Chicago on some kind of off-the-grid suburban retreat, didn't even look mad when they left. Just confused. I watched from Grandma's porch as they packed up their bags, tossing them in the back of their Prius. The woman looked over at me, holding her reusable coffee cup like a shield. Sorry if we caused any trouble, she said softly. The place was listed as family-friendly. We didn't realize. I gave her a polite smile and just said, it's not your fault. They drove off without incident. That part was easy. Airbnb compliance had been surprisingly fast, probably helped by the fact that I submitted a notarized letter from the legal owner of the house. Grandma hadn't transferred the deed yet. And now? She had no plans to. My parents didn't even realize anything had happened until early evening. I heard the door slam from across the yard. My dad stormed out barefoot, his phone in one hand and his face blotchy with anger. Lucas, he barked. What did you do? I stepped off the porch slowly, calm and deliberate. I let the guests know the listing was fraudulent. Grandma never signed off on turning her property into a hotel. His nostrils flared. This is our home. No, I said. It's hers. And she's been generous for years, letting you stay here without rent, without contributing to taxes, repairs, or anything else. Listing it on Airbnb? That violated the terms of her trust. She could have kicked you out at any time. My mom appeared behind him then, her eyes wide with confusion. Lucas, why would you go behind our backs like this? Behind your backs? I repeated, genuinely stunned. You dumped my belongings in the garage like I was a stranger. You gave my bedroom to tourists and left me a note on the fridge. You didn't just go behind my back. You walked over me. They fell silent, and I let the silence stretch. Grandma's done being used, I added. You call it your home, but it's not. And now she's transferring the deed to me. That part caught them both off guard. Dad's mouth dropped open, and Mom sputtered. She wouldn't. She did. Yesterday. We filed the paperwork this morning. I'll be the legal owner by next week. For a moment, it was like time froze. My dad's face slowly turned a dangerous shade of red. You think you can just kick us out? I'm not kicking anyone out, I said. But the tenancy agreement will change. You'll pay rent, just like any other tenants. Or you can find somewhere else. You've had a decade of free living, it's time. Mom's voice cracked. We're your parents. And I was your son, I shot back. Until I became your backup wallet and your spare room. You don't get to play the victim now. That night, they didn't speak to me. I didn't see them come out for dinner. Grandma and I ate in silence, a soft classical record playing on her old turntable. She was more tired than usual, but there was a quiet peace in her face I hadn't seen in years. They always thought you'd just keep giving, she said softly. Because you never made a fuss. I nodded. They thought low maintenance meant disposable. She smiled weakly. Funny thing about people like that, they only notice when the faucet turns off. Friday night passed with eerie quiet. Saturday, the text started. First from my sister. Mom says you're trying to make them homeless? What is going on? Then from a cousin I hadn't spoken to in years. Dude, Grandma's giving you the house? I thought your parents were supposed to inherit it. By noon, it was a full-blown circus. My dad was making angry calls to the lawyer's office, which were promptly ignored. It was the weekend, and my mom was crying on the phone to anyone who'd listen. I even saw her whispering to Grandma once, eyes wet, voice shaky. "Please," she said. "We didn't think he'd be so cruel." I didn't interrupt. I didn't need to. Grandma looked her dead in the eye and said, "No, you just thought he'd keep letting you walk all over him." That night, they came to my room, my actual bedroom now, back in Grandma's suite, where I'd started slowly bringing in the boxes they'd dumped in the garage. My dad knocked twice, then opened the door without waiting for me to answer. He looked tired. Not in the way a person looks after a bad day, this was deeper. Like something had finally settled into his bones. "We'll pay rent," he said. "Whatever it takes. Just don't take this away from us." My first instinct was to feel bad, to give in, like I always had. But then I remembered the note on the fridge, the boxes in the garage, the way they smiled and waved at strangers while pretending I didn't exist. "You'll pay rent," I replied, "and you'll sign a lease. When I draft, with terms that respect the property and Grandma." He didn't argue, just nodded and walked out. I don't think we spoke for the rest of the night. But the storm was far from over. Because Sunday, the doorbell rang and standing there was someone I hadn't seen in years. And the moment I opened the door and locked eyes with them, I knew this wasn't just about a bedroom anymore. The person at the door was my uncle, my dad's younger brother, Mark, the so-called black sheep of the family. He'd left town over a decade ago after a falling out so loud it ended with furniture being thrown and my grandmother sobbing into her hands. I hadn't seen him since I was 16. He looked older now, leaner, with streaks of gray in his beard and tired eyes that scanned the house like a battlefield. But he still had that confident walk, the kind of swagger that made people nervous without knowing why. "Lucas," he said, giving me a nod like we'd seen each other last week. "Uncle Mark." I stepped back instinctively, letting the door swing open wider. He took the invitation without hesitation, stepping inside and glancing around like he was remembering the layout. "Been a long time," he said. "Place looks smaller." I followed him into the living room. "Yeah, well, some things shrink when you stop romanticizing them." That made him chuckle. "You always were the sharp one." I didn't respond. I didn't know why he was here yet, but the way he scanned every corner made me uneasy. He finally turned to face me. I heard what happened. The deed transfer. The eviction. The whole family's melting down. News travels fast. He smiled faintly. "Especially when it involves this house." I was about to ask what he meant when I heard another voice, Grandma's, from down the hallway. "Mark," she called out, her tone sharp. "What are you doing here?" Mark looked toward her and gave a small nod. "Just wanted to see the place one last time. Didn't know it was already changing hands." Grandma appeared slowly from the hallway, leaning on her cane, her face unreadable. "You've got no business here." "Maybe," he said. "But I figured since everyone else is treating this place like a pawn shop, I'd at least stop by before the roof gets turned into a rooftop bar." Her eyes narrowed. "Don't get clever with me." Mark sighed, suddenly looking older than he had a moment ago. "I'm not here to fight, Ma. I just needed to see it. One more time." The air between them was heavy, filled with old arguments and unspoken truths. I stood awkwardly between them until Grandma finally waved a hand toward the sofa. 5 minutes. Then you go." Mark sat down like it pained him to do it. I stayed standing. "You know," he started, "your dad and I weren't always like this. There was a time we were close. Real close. But this house, it poisons people." Grandma scoffed. "This family poisoned itself. Don't blame the bricks." Mark looked at me then. "She never told you, huh?" I glanced between them. "Told me what?" Grandma didn't answer. Her mouth pressed into a thin line. Mark leaned forward. "This house wasn't supposed to be theirs. It wasn't even supposed to be yours. Grandpa left it to me." The words hung there like a snapped guitar string. I blinked. "What?" "It was in his will," Mark continued. "Clear as day. But right after the funeral, a new version of the will appeared, signed, dated, and mysteriously notarized a week before he died. It left everything to your dad." I turned to Grandma, waiting for her to deny it. She didn't. "He changed his mind," she said stiffly. Mark's eyes flashed. "No, you changed his will. You and Dad pressured him when he could barely speak. And I left because I couldn't fight you both." My mind was spinning. "Is this true?" Grandma looked down at her hands. "Your grandfather was sick." Confused. "And yes, I may have encouraged him to rethink things. But I did what I thought was best." Mark scoffed. "No, you did what was easiest. You knew Dad wouldn't survive without a safety net, and I refused to play nursemaid. So you cut me out. A silence stretched, brittle and dangerous. Mark stood slowly. I don't want the house anymore. But I wanted you to know, Lucas, this place has always been the center of every bad decision in this family. Don't let it ruin you too. He turned to leave, then paused at the door. Oh, and one more thing. You might want to check the mortgage records. Your dad took out a line of credit on the house 5 years ago. Without permission. Bet your name's on it now. Then he walked out. I didn't move for a long time. My heartbeat echoed in my ears. Finally, I looked at Grandma. Is that true? She closed her eyes, just for a second. He said it was just to cover a few repairs. I felt cold. Why didn't you tell me? Because I thought he'd pay it off. I thought he'd be decent. I walked back to the garage, pulled out my laptop, and logged into the county property records. It took 30 seconds to find it. Home equity line of credit. Opened in both Grandma's and my dad's names. The outstanding balance? $72,000. Suddenly, everything made sense. The Airbnb guests, the desperation, the note on the fridge. They weren't just trying to make side income. They were trying to save themselves. By sacrificing me. I closed the laptop, my hand shaking not from fear, but from clarity. This wasn't just a betrayal. This was theft. And I was done being quiet. I didn't sleep that night. Not because I was angry. Anger had come and gone. It was something colder now. Focused. I stared at the ceiling of the guest room in Grandma's in-law suite and realized how deep this hole went. How every time I thought I understood the depth of their selfishness, another layer peeled back, uglier than the last. They'd taken out a loan against a property they didn't even own. They hadn't paid it off. And they'd tried to cover the cracks with Airbnb listings and gaslighting. But what made my stomach twist wasn't the money. It was that they knew. They knew they were sinking. And instead of reaching for help, they used me as a life raft and never once asked if I was drowning too. By morning, I had a plan. I called the bank first, pretending to be my dad. It wasn't hard. I'd helped him with his online accounts a dozen times over the years, reset passwords, set up autopay, even built the budget spreadsheet he never used. When the automated prompts asked for verification, I entered the exact digits I remembered from setting up his profile. Within minutes, I had access to everything. And it was worse than I thought. The loan had been taken out quietly, months after Grandpa passed. The first few years, they made the payments on time. But 5 years ago, right around the time Dad was between jobs, the payments got erratic. Then stopped. They'd tried refinancing twice, both denied. Late fees ballooned the original amount. Grandma had no idea. But the worst part? They'd listed my name as an emergency contact and claimed I would co-sign if necessary. The application had a forged digital signature, mine. It wasn't even close to my actual one. That was enough for legal action, right there. I printed everything out. Then I called the lawyer we'd used to transfer the deed. Her name was Nadine, and she was sharp in that unnerving, perfectly composed way lawyers always are. I explained the situation and sent her the documents. Her response was short. What they did is fraud. You can press charges, or we can use this as leverage to push them out cleanly. Up to you. I sat with that decision for a long time. And then I chose the option they'd never see coming. Public shame. It started with a single email to our neighborhood association. I'd never thought much about them. Just a bunch of retirees who argued about lawn height and mailbox paint. But they were obsessed with rules. And short-term rentals like Airbnb? Strictly prohibited. I attached screenshots of the listing, guest reviews, and the exact dates my parents had rented the room out. Then I CC'd the city's zoning board. By noon, a notice had been placed on the front door, immediate suspension of unauthorized short-term rental activity. Next, I reached out to a friend of mine, Liam, who worked at the local news station. He owed me a favor. I told him everything. The loan, the forged signature, the eviction of a family member for profit. I even sent him a screenshot of the note on the fridge. He called it local gold. By Sunday evening, a story aired on the 6 o'clock news. Family accused of renting out son's childhood bedroom without consent, then using his name to secure loans. They blurred our last name, but everyone in town knew. The house was unmistakable. The backyard, with the rusting swing set. The shot of Grandma drinking tea on the porch. She looked calm, dignified. She didn't say a word to the reporter, just sipped her tea and gave a knowing smile. And then came the fallout. The first text from my dad came at 6:15 p.m. What did you do? Then another. You're destroying us. This isn't how family handles problems. Then my mom. You've humiliated us. Why would you go this far? I didn't reply. Not yet. Instead, I waited until Monday morning. Then I walked up to the front door, past the yellow zoning notice, past the empty flower pots, past the porch I used to sit on every summer night, and rang the bell. They answered together. Mom's face was puffy. Dad's jaw was clenched. I have a lease here, I said calmly, pulling out the folder from my bag. Nadine drafted it over the weekend. You have two choices. They didn't speak. 1. You sign this lease and agree to pay rent, backdated to the day the deed transferred. You'll also pay restitution to Grandma for the illegal listing, the damage to the house, and the forged loan application. Or 2, I paused. I pressed charges. For fraud, for identity theft, and for elder exploitation. My mother gasped. My father's hands clenched into fists, but he didn't swing. He didn't shout, because he knew I meant it. They took the folder, didn't sign it, just closed the door. 2 days later, I got the email. Lucas, we'll be out by the end of the week. We can't afford the rent. We didn't mean for it to get this bad. We're sorry. They left Friday morning. Didn't even knock on Grandma's door. Didn't say goodbye. Just packed their things into 2 cars and drove off like ghosts in the fog. I watched from the living room window. I didn't wave. And then, just like that, the house was quiet again. In the days that followed, I cleaned out the garage, reorganized my old things, donated what I didn't need. Grandma and I shared dinners on the porch, sometimes in silence, sometimes sharing stories from when I was little. She looked lighter, like a weight had been lifted off her chest. You did the right thing, she said one night. They would have drained you dry and blamed you for being empty. I just didn't want to be their fallback plan anymore. She nodded slowly. You never were. You were the future. They just didn't know how to let go of the past. A month later, I received a letter. No return address. Just a folded sheet of notebook paper, scrawled in my father's messy handwriting. We made mistakes. A lot of them. I don't expect forgiveness. But I hope one day you'll understand why we panicked. We weren't trying to hurt you. We were just trying to survive. Take care of your grandmother. She deserves better than we gave her. So do you. I folded it up and tucked it in a drawer. Some things don't need a response. Instead, I focused on the repairs. Painted the walls. Fixed the broken tile in the kitchen. Replaced the front porch swing. I even started growing vegetables in the backyard with Grandma's help. She said the soil had been neglected for too long. Just like me. Now, when people ask where I live, I don't say my parents' house. I say it's mine. Because I claimed it. Not just the deed, not just the walls and roof, but the right to stand up for myself. To stop being invisible. To stop being the easy one they could always count on, because I never complained. Now they know. I'm not the backup plan. I'm the main character in my own story. And this chapter? This one ends with peace. I'm Oliver, 28 years old, and if you had told me 5 years ago that one day my family would be sitting at a long wooden table in a private dining room, raising champagne glasses to toast my sister's engagement, I would have laughed and told you I wouldn't be anywhere near them. Yet there I was, sitting across from my father with my jaw clenched so hard it almost hurt, trying to look unbothered while my aunt snorted into her wine glass, and my mother gave me that quiet, satisfied smile she'd been perfecting since my teen years. Growing up, I was always the one they compared. Not the golden child, that title belonged to my younger sister, Claire, but the cautionary tale. Claire got perfect grades, won awards, never missed a deadline. I was the kid who liked to build things, take things apart, and dream up business ideas that never made sense to them. My parents loved to say Claire was steady while I was reckless. It was their favorite dinner table conversation, how I'd never amount to much if I didn't settle down and pick something realistic. I moved out the second I could, scraping by with 2 jobs and a side hustle repairing bikes in my tiny apartment just to keep the lights on. My family barely visited. When they did, it was just to remind me that Claire had just landed another scholarship or internship. I told myself I didn't care, but some nights, staring at the ceiling after another 14-hour day, I wondered if they were right about me. Then things started to turn. Slowly at first, a few good clients, a lucky break with an investor, and suddenly my little repair and resale gig became a full-fledged business. The first year I could pay my rent on time without panicking felt like freedom. By year 3, I had employees. By year 5, I had 2 locations, a steady income, and more in savings than my parents ever knew. And still, I kept my success quiet. Partly out of habit, partly because some small, stubborn part of me wanted to see how long it would take them to notice on their own. When Claire got engaged, my parents called me, their voices syrupy sweet, asking if I'd like to contribute. It wasn't really a question. They told me how expensive the engagement dinner would be, how much this means to Claire, and how it would be a good chance to show support. I wired the money without saying a word, more money than I had ever given them for anything, and never even got a thank you. So there I was, sitting at the table I'd technically paid for, watching Claire beam at her fiancé, while my father leaned back in his chair, loosened his tie, and said loudly enough for everyone to hear, "We're so proud of the child who actually made something of herself." The words hit me like a slap. My aunt's laugh cut through the air like a knife. My mom smiled that familiar, quiet smile. Every head at the table turned toward me, waiting to see how I'd react, waiting for me to shrink like I always did. Instead, I raised my glass, held their gaze, and smiled. "Funny you say that," I said evenly. "Because tomorrow morning, the entire town will know exactly who's been paying for this party all along." The room went silent. Claire's fork froze midair. My dad's face turned just slightly red, and my mom blinked as though she hadn't heard me right. The air suddenly felt heavier, charged. I could see the questions flickering in their eyes, the confusion, the unease. I didn't say anything else. I just sipped my drink and let the tension settle, because for the first time in years, I wasn't the one feeling small. They were, and that was just the beginning. The silence at that dinner table didn't last long. It never did with my family. My dad cleared his throat loudly, the kind of sound that meant he was about to retake control of the room. "Oliver," he said with a practiced chuckle, always joking, "can't you just enjoy a nice evening for once?" His tone was light, but there was an edge underneath it, like he was daring me to push the point any further. I smiled politely, nodded, and let the moment pass, at least on the surface. Inside, my pulse was hammering. Years of training myself to stay quiet around them had made this reaction automatic. Let the joke land, swallow the anger, wait for the conversation to move on. And it did. Claire jumped in with a story about how her fiancé proposed on their vacation. My aunt made a big deal about the ring, and soon the room was buzzing with chatter again. But I couldn't ignore how my parents kept sneaking glances at me, like they were trying to decide if I'd lost my mind. And I couldn't shake the way Claire kept giving me that sweet, slightly condescending smile, the one she always used when she thought she had won. After dinner, as everyone milled around in the lounge area, I caught snippets of conversations that were clearly meant for me to overhear. "Always been a bit dramatic," my aunt whispered to my mom near the bar. "Probably just jealous," my uncle said, not bothering to lower his voice. And then Claire, laughing softly to one of her bridesmaids, "I think he's just bitter. It must be hard, you know, seeing everyone so happy when you haven't really figured your life out." That one stung more than I wanted to admit. Figure my life out? I'd been figuring my life out while she was still borrowing money from my parents in college. But I didn't say anything. I didn't even flinch. I just sat back on the leather sofa, swirling my drink and letting them think I hadn't heard. When it was finally time to leave, my dad clapped me on the shoulder, a little too hard. "Next time, Oliver," he said, "just bring a date, smile, and enjoy the food, all right? You don't have to make everything about you." I nodded once and walked out without replying. On the drive home, my phone buzzed with a text from my mom. "Don't take your father's comments so seriously. Tonight was about your sister, not you." I stared at the message for a long time before putting the phone face down on the passenger seat. It was so typical, dismissing what he'd said as if I'd imagined it, reframing it as my problem. And it worked, at least in the past. But not tonight. The next morning, I woke up to 3 missed calls from Claire. No voicemail, just missed calls. I ignored them and went about my day, heading to one of my shops to check inventory and talk with the manager about an upcoming expansion. It was a good morning. Sales had been up for months, and we were finally in a position to hire more staff. Around noon, my phone buzzed again. This time, it was a group text. "Family dinner Sunday at Mom and Dad's. Be there. No question mark. No, if you can make it. Just an order." I almost didn't go, but some stubborn part of me wanted to see what they would try next. Sunday dinner at my parents' house was exactly what I expected. Claire sitting in her usual spot, glowing and talking about wedding venues, my mom fussing over her, and my dad making little digs at me under the guise of jokes. "Maybe you can help with the repairs at the new house, Oliver," my dad said at one point. You're good with tools, right? At least you can be useful that way. Claire giggled. Oh my gosh, that's actually a good idea. Free labor. I laughed softly, not because it was funny, but because it was so predictable. Sure, I said, if you can afford my hourly rate. They all paused for a moment before bursting out laughing, like I had made the best joke of the night. My mom even wiped a tear from her eye. Hourly rate, she repeated, still chuckling. Oh, Oliver, you really do think you're a big shot. I let them have their laugh. Later that evening, when dessert was served, my mom made an announcement. We've decided, she said sweetly, that we're going to put the engagement party photos in the town paper. Claire deserves to be celebrated, and we want everyone to know how proud we are. I sipped my coffee slowly. That's nice, I said. And, my dad added, we'll need a little help covering the cost of the announcement. It's a bit expensive, but we know you'll be happy to contribute. Right. There it was, not even pretending to ask this time. I set my cup down carefully and looked around the table. Everyone was watching me, waiting for me to say yes, like I always did. Waiting for me to just hand over more money and stay quiet. Sure, I said finally, smiling. But this time, I want to handle the design myself. I know a guy at the paper. My mom's face lit up. Oh, that's wonderful. Claire clapped her hands. You see, she said, he's not always so difficult. I just smiled and nodded, but inside I felt something shift. This wasn't going to be just another check I wrote and forgot about. This time, I was going to make sure they couldn't ignore what I'd done or who I'd become. As I left their house that night, my dad called after me. Don't make it too flashy, Oliver. This is about Claire, not about you. I waved over my shoulder, not bothering to answer. My mind was already working through the details. Because if they wanted the whole town to see how proud they were of Claire, then they were also going to see exactly who made it possible. And that was when I started to plan. The week after that dinner, I buried myself in work. It wasn't hard. My shops were busy, I had meetings lined up with suppliers, and there was an upcoming deal that could double my revenue within the next quarter. Still, in the quiet moments, I caught myself replaying that night at my parents' house in my head. The laughter, the casual dismissal, my dad's hand wave like I was just background noise. I thought I'd be numb to it by now, but the truth was, it still got under my skin. I kept telling myself that I was just going to follow through on my agreement with them, pay for the newspaper announcement, design it, make sure my name appeared somewhere in fine print, so at least my contribution was public. Nothing dramatic, nothing over the top. But somewhere deep down, I think I knew that wasn't going to be enough. Then came the call that changed everything. It was a Thursday afternoon. I had just finished loading some inventory in the back of my truck when my phone rang. It was my mom. Oliver, she said, without so much as a hello. We need to talk about the venue deposit. I frowned, wiping sweat from my forehead. What venue deposit? For the wedding, she said, as though it was obvious. They needed a larger deposit to hold the date. We went ahead and paid it. Well, technically, we used your transfer from last month. There wasn't quite enough for the caterer and the photographer after the engagement dinner, so we had to shift things around. I froze. You used the money I sent for the engagement dinner? Oliver, she said patiently, like she was talking to a child. It all goes to the same place. You want your sister to have a beautiful wedding, don't you? I stood there in the sun, my hand gripping the phone so tightly my knuckles ached. That wasn't your decision to make, I said finally. My mom sighed. Don't be so dramatic. You make good money now. It's not like you can't afford it. There it was. Not a thank you, not even an apology. Just the assumption that my money was theirs to use however they saw fit. I didn't trust myself to speak, so I just hung up. I sat in the cab of my truck for a long time, staring out at the parking lot. I could feel my heart thudding against my ribs, the betrayal settling in like a stone in my stomach. They hadn't just taken my money, they'd decided, without even asking, that it was their right to do so. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat at my kitchen table, staring at my laptop, pulling up bank statements, receipts, everything. The more I looked, the angrier I got. Over the past year alone, I had paid for the engagement dinner, helped cover Claire's car repair, chipped in for emergency home repairs at my parents' house, and sent them money for a trip they took to visit my aunt. And through all of it, they had acted like it was no more than my duty. The next morning, I drove to my parents' house unannounced. My dad answered the door, looking mildly surprised. Oliver, to what do we owe the pleasure? We need to talk, I said flatly. In the living room, I told them exactly what I thought about the deposit, about the way they'd used my money without asking, about the way they'd treated me for years like I was somehow less than Claire. My mom folded her arms. Oliver, you're overreacting. You've always been so sensitive. My dad shook his head, smirking slightly. You're acting like we stole from you. You're part of this family. Families share. Do they? I asked quietly. Because I don't remember anyone offering to help me when I was working 70 hours a week just to keep my apartment. My dad's expression hardened. You made your choices. We helped you plenty when you were younger. Don't act like you've done us some huge favor. You should be grateful you're in a position to contribute now. I just stared at him. Grateful. That was the word he used. Like I should be thanking them for letting me foot the bill for their lives. That was the moment something inside me snapped. I'm done, I said finally, my voice calm but cold. Don't ask me for another dime. And don't touch any money I send without my permission again. Ever. My mom opened her mouth to protest, but I stood up and walked out before she could speak. Driving home, I felt strangely clear-headed. The anger was still there, burning hot in my chest, but underneath it was something else, resolve. I wasn't just going to pull back quietly. Not this time. That evening, my phone buzzed again. This time it was Claire. Oliver, she said as soon as I picked up. What is wrong with you? Mom says you stormed out. You know the wedding is stressful enough without you making everything about yourself. Claire, I said, keeping my tone even. You and Mom used money I sent for something else without even telling me. That's not okay. She laughed, a short, incredulous sound. You're seriously mad about that? You have more money than you know what to do with. This is my wedding, Oliver. My once-in-a-lifetime day. If you really cared about me, you wouldn't be making this difficult. Her words hit harder than I wanted them to. There it was again, that assumption that my role was to give and give until they were satisfied, no matter what it cost me. When I didn't answer right away, she pressed on. Look, if you're going to act like this, maybe it's better if you just sit out some of the events. We don't need the drama. Maybe you're right, I said quietly. I hung up before she could reply. For the next 2 days, I ignored their calls. I buried myself in work again, but my mind kept returning to that conversation, to my dad's smirk, to Claire's laughter. By Saturday night, I knew exactly what I was going to do. If they wanted the whole town to see how proud they were, then fine. I was going to give them something to be proud of. Something they couldn't laugh off, something they couldn't dismiss or twist into another joke at my expense. And this time, I wasn't going to warn them. I didn't go to my parents' house that Sunday. For the first time in years, I let the group chat blow up with "Where are you?" messages and didn't respond. At first, there was confusion, a few texts from Claire saying things like, "I hope you're just running late." Then there were the passive-aggressive follow-ups from my mom. "We saved you a plate. We'd appreciate you not making a scene." I didn't reply to those either. Instead, I sat in my apartment in the dark, my phone face down on the counter, eating cold leftovers straight from the container. There was something strangely freeing about the silence. No constant commentary about my life. No backhanded jokes disguised as concern. Just me, the hum of the refrigerator, and the steady, rhythmic thoughts circling in my head. But if I'm being honest, it hurt. It hurt more than I wanted to admit. I'd been angry plenty of times before, annoyed, frustrated, even humiliated, but this was different. It felt final, like some invisible line had been crossed that couldn't be uncrossed. Monday morning, I woke up with that heavy feeling in my chest that usually meant I was about to get sick, except I knew it wasn't a cold. It was the weight of everything that had happened over the past 2 weeks sitting squarely on me. At work, I was distracted. My manager asked me if something was wrong, and I brushed it off, but I could tell she didn't believe me. Even my employees, who usually came to me with questions all day, seemed hesitant, like they could sense I wasn't in the mood. By the time I got home that night, there were 8 missed calls from my mom and 3 from Claire. I scrolled through them, read the string of texts that had gone from polite to irritated to downright guilt-trippy. Oliver, you're ruining this for your sister. This is supposed to be the happiest time of her life. Do you really want her to remember you as the brother who couldn't put his pride aside for one weekend? Each message hit like a tiny hammer, but not for the reason they probably thought. It wasn't guilt I felt. Not anymore. It was clarity. They would never see me as anything but the difficult one, the problem to be managed, the disappointment. No matter how much I did for them, no matter how much money I sent, no matter how much I bit my tongue, it would never be enough. And that was when something inside me shifted. I started staying later at my shops. If I wasn't there, I was at home crunching numbers, reviewing financial projections, and quietly transferring funds into an account they didn't know existed. I called my accountant and told him I wanted to tighten up my books, make sure every transaction was accounted for, every expense clear. "What's the reason?" he asked curiously. I thought about it for a moment before answering. "Because I'm done letting anyone treat me like a walking wallet." He didn't press for more, but I could tell from his pause that he understood more than I said. The next weekend, I skipped another family dinner. This time, I got a call from my dad. Not a text, not a message relayed through Claire. "What are you doing?" he demanded as soon as I answered. "You can't just disappear every time you're in a mood. We have things to discuss." "No, Dad," I said evenly. "You have things to demand. There's a difference." "Don't start," he warned. "This family has always supported you." I actually laughed. "Supported me? You mean when you told me I was wasting my life because I wouldn't go into accounting like you? Or when you refused to co-sign for my first apartment because you didn't think I'd stick with it? That kind of support." He was silent for a moment. "We're trying to give your sister the wedding she deserves. Why are you making this harder than it has to be?" I didn't raise my voice. I didn't even sound angry. "Because you took my money without asking," I said quietly. "Because you made decisions for me and expected me to thank you for it. And because I'm not going to let you do it again." Before he could reply, I hung up. I turned off my phone and left it off for the rest of the weekend. And for the first time in years, I slept better than I ever had. Over the next few weeks, I began to pull back even more. I stopped checking the family group chat entirely. I stopped answering calls. The only person I occasionally replied to was my cousin, who'd always been a little more understanding than the rest of them. "You okay?" he texted one night. "Yeah," I wrote back. "Just done playing their game." He sent back a thumbs up emoji and didn't press, which I appreciated. At work, I threw myself into a new project, something I'd been planning for months, but never had the time to really commit to. I signed the lease on a third location, a space I'd been eyeing for a while but hesitated to commit to because I wasn't sure if it was the right time. Now it felt perfect. If my family was going to define me as the black sheep, I might as well lean into it, not as the failure they thought I was, but as the man who built something without them. At night, I found myself lying awake, thinking through scenarios. Not just ways to get back at them, though I'd be lying if I said that wasn't part of it, but ways to reclaim the narrative. If they wanted to paint me as selfish, fine. I could live with that. But they weren't going to keep using my success as a secret they only acknowledged when it benefited them. No more quiet checks. No more just this once transfers. The next time I gave anything to that family, the entire town was going to know exactly who had done it. And I wasn't just talking about a newspaper announcement anymore. The shift was subtle at first, not some overnight movie moment where everything magically changed, but I could feel it. The weight that had been pressing down on me for years was lifting, little by little, and in its place was something sharper, steadier. Focus. I poured every ounce of my energy into my business. If I wasn't at one of the shops, I was on the phone with suppliers, building new partnerships, running numbers with my accountant, or staying up late refining plans for the third location. This time, I wasn't just trying to keep my head above water. I was building something big enough that no one, not even my family, could pretend it didn't exist. And it started to pay off, fast. Within 2 months, the third shop was up and running, and it was outperforming the original 2 combined. People in town were starting to notice. Customers would stop me on the street to tell me they loved what I was doing. Local blogs wrote features about the young entrepreneur revitalizing old spaces. My employees were happier too. With the extra revenue, I was able to give raises and hire more staff, which meant everyone could breathe a little easier. For the first time, I could look in the mirror and feel proud of what I saw. Not just someone surviving, but someone thriving. Of course, word eventually reached my family. It always did. It started with my cousin texting me, "Your mom brought you up at dinner last night. Said she heard, you're doing well." Said it like she was shocked. Then came the calls. First my mom, leaving a voicemail that said, "We're happy for you, Oliver. Maybe now you can relax and enjoy being part of the family again." I didn't call back. Claire tried next. "I heard you opened another store," she said brightly when I finally answered after 3 missed calls. "That's amazing. Listen, since things are going so well for you, we were wondering if you'd like to help out with the honeymoon fund." I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, but because it was so predictable. "No," Claire, I said calmly. There was a pause. No, she repeated, like the word didn't make sense coming from me. No, I said again more firmly. I'm not contributing another cent to this wedding. Not for the photographer, not for the honeymoon, not for anything. You made it clear you didn't want my drama involved, so consider this my gift, my complete absence from your budget. She was quiet for a beat, then said stiffly, fine. But don't be surprised if people notice you're not helping. It's going to look bad. Good, I said and hung up. After that, I stopped taking any of their calls. If they wanted to talk, they could leave a message. Instead of spending weekends at family dinners, I started hosting my own gatherings. Employees, friends, even a few loyal customers would come by to celebrate new milestones. We'd sit around with good food, good music, and I'd look around the room and realize this was what family was supposed to feel like. The turning point came the day the town's business association asked me to speak at their annual luncheon. Me, the kid my parents used to call directionless. I almost said no, but then I realized how symbolic it was. I stood in front of that room full of business owners, investors, and city officials, talking about resilience, about taking risks, about betting on yourself when no one else will. When I finished, the applause was loud enough to make my ears ring. Afterward, the mayor shook my hand and thanked me for setting an example. 2 days later, my picture was on the front page of the town paper with the headline, "Local entrepreneur expands to third location, brings dozens of jobs to the area." And that's when the messages from my parents started to sound different. My mom texted, "We're proud of you." We really are. My dad called and left a voicemail, his tone unusually soft. "You should stop by sometime. We'd like to hear more about what you've been doing." But I didn't stop by, because I knew what was coming. Sure enough, a week later, I got an email from my mom with the subject line, "Important, wedding update." She wrote that there had been some budget complications, and they were hoping I might reconsider helping. I stared at the email for a long time before closing it. I wasn't angry, not like before. If anything, I felt calm, because this time, I was holding all the cards. That weekend, I took a drive out to one of the local newspaper's offices. I'd already been in touch with them. I designed the layout for the engagement announcement weeks ago, but now I made some changes. I sat with the editor and laid out exactly what I wanted. Not just a photo of Claire and her fiancé with a little blurb underneath. A full-page spread. Photos of the engagement dinner, the decorations, the venue, and a short piece about how the event had been made possible by a generous anonymous donor who wished to celebrate family in style. Except this time, it wasn't going to be anonymous. When I left the office, the sun was setting, the air warm against my face. I sat in my truck for a while, looking out over the town I had grown up in, the town that had seen me as the kid who would never amount to much. They were about to see me differently, and so was my family. I didn't tell anyone what I had done. I just went home, cooked myself dinner, and waited, because I knew the morning that paper hit doorsteps, everything was going to change. The week leading up to the newspaper announcement felt almost cinematic, like the slow tightening of a bowstring before it's loosed. Every day I woke up with that same electric energy buzzing under my skin. This wasn't just about proving a point anymore. It was about reclaiming every little piece of myself they'd chipped away over the years. But even as I set my plan in motion, life seemed determined to give me more ammunition. 3 days before the paper was scheduled to run, I stopped by one of my shops to drop off some supplies. My manager, Lisa, waved me into the back office. "You're going to want to see this," she said, her tone unreadable. On the desk was a folded-up flyer. At first, I thought it was just another wedding vendor promotion, but when I opened it, my jaw tightened. It was an invitation, not to the wedding itself, but to a bridal shower fundraiser. And whose name was listed under sponsor? Mine. Except, of course, I hadn't sponsored anything. "They dropped off a stack of these this morning," Lisa said carefully. "Your parents came by. They said you'd agreed to cover the cost of the shower venue and catering. I told them I didn't think that was right, but they left these for you to hand out here." I stared at the flyer. It had a photo of Claire smiling with her fiancé, a list of wish list items guests could contribute to, and, in bold lettering, "Thanks to the generosity of Oliver, the shower will be one to remember." My first reaction was disbelief. Then it turned into a sharp, bitter laugh. Of course they had gone behind my back. Of course they had decided I would pay for another event without even asking me. Lisa hesitated, then said softly, "Do you Want me to throw them out? I shook my head slowly. No, actually keep them, and make sure every single one gets handed out. Her brows lifted slightly, but she didn't question me. When I got back to my truck, I sat there for a long time, gripping the steering wheel, feeling that same heavy knot in my chest. Except this time, instead of letting it crush me, I let it sharpen me. If I'd had any hesitation before, it was gone now. That night, I called the newspaper editor again. Is it too late to make one more change? I asked. He chuckled. Cutting it close, Oliver. What did you have in mind? I told him. He was quiet for a moment, then said, That's going to make a statement. Exactly, I said. The next morning, I went to the bank and made a transfer, not to my parents, not to Claire, but to a local charity in Claire's name, the exact amount they had claimed I sponsored for the shower. I made sure the receipt was sent to me directly. Then I made a second transfer, a much larger one, to the same charity, this time in my own name. Enough to fund a new program they'd been trying to get off the ground for years. When the director called me personally to thank me, I said, You're welcome, but I do have one request. When you make the announcement about the donation, can you make sure it goes out the same day as the paper? She agreed immediately. By Thursday evening, everything was lined up perfectly. The newspaper spread was finalized. The charity announcement was scheduled. The flyers with my name on them were circulating all over town, which meant my parents probably thought they'd pulled one over on me. I didn't tell anyone what I was doing, not my cousin, not my friends, not my employees. But I did make one last stop. Friday afternoon, I drove to my parents' house. When my dad opened the door, he looked surprised to see me. Oliver, he said cautiously. Didn't expect you. I smiled. I wanted to drop something off. In the living room, with both of them sitting on the couch, I handed my mom an envelope. Inside was a check, not for the wedding, not for the shower, but for the exact amount of money they had taken from me for the venue deposit. Consider this the last time I'm paying for anything related to this wedding, I said calmly. From here on out, you won't have to worry about me being a problem. You won't have to worry about me at all. My mom's brows furrowed. Oliver, we didn't mean. You did, I said gently, cutting her off. And that's okay. I finally understand how things work in this family. You get what you want, and I get to be the bad guy if I say no. So I'm done saying yes. My dad's jaw tightened. You don't have to be dramatic about it. I smiled faintly. You'll see soon enough that I'm not. I left before they could respond, letting the envelope sit on the coffee table like a quiet little bomb. Driving home, I felt something I hadn't felt in years, control. Saturday night, I treated myself to a quiet dinner at my favorite restaurant. I sat by the window, sipping wine, and watched people passing by on the street. The town felt different now, smaller, somehow, but in a good way. Like I was finally seeing it for what it really was, not just the backdrop for all my childhood failures. By the time I got home, my phone was buzzing with group chat notifications. Claire had posted photos of her bridal shower setup, tagging me in the caption, "Thanks to my amazing brother for making this possible." I actually laughed out loud. Because tomorrow morning, when the paper hit every doorstep in town, everyone would know the truth, not just about the shower, but about every single thing I'd quietly done for them over the past year. And it wouldn't just be my name in the fine print this time. It would be front and center. Sunday morning started quietly, almost too quietly. I woke up early, not because of an alarm, but because my brain was already humming with anticipation. I made coffee, sat at the kitchen table, and watched the steam curl up from the mug as the sun came through the blinds. Then, at 7:02 a.m., my phone buzzed. The first message came from my cousin. "Dude, go look at the paper. Right now?" I smiled to myself, grabbed my keys, and drove down to the corner store. The clerk handed me a copy with a knowing grin. "Guess we're all talking about you today," he said, tapping the front page. There it was. The full-page spread was even more striking than I imagined. A wide shot of the engagement dinner table, perfectly lit, with Claire and her fiancé front and center. Underneath the headline, "A Night to Remember: How the Smith Family Celebrated Love and Community," was a smaller caption that read, "This celebration was made possible by the generosity of local business owner Oliver Smith, whose contributions to both family and community continue to grow." Below that, the article detailed not just the engagement dinner, but also every major expense I had quietly covered: the catering, the decor, the custom invitations. And then came the part that made me actually laugh out loud. In addition to funding the event, Mr. Smith recently donated to the town's Community Development Fund and sponsored several upcoming initiatives, including the local youth apprenticeship program. They had taken my words to heart and made sure my name wasn't just mentioned, it was everywhere. I grabbed 3 extra copies and drove back home, grinning the entire way. By the time I got there, my phone was buzzing nonstop. The family group chat was blowing up. Mom, Oliver, why would you do this? Dad, this wasn't your place. You made us look like we can't provide for our own daughter. Claire, are you kidding me? Why would you put your name all over my engagement? This was supposed to be about me, not you. I didn't reply right away. Instead, I scrolled through social media. Sure enough, the town Facebook group was filled with posts from neighbors congratulating me. What an amazing thing for Oliver to do for his family, one post read. It's so good to see young people giving back, another said. My favorite comment was from an older woman I barely knew. It's wonderful to see the black sheep turn out to be the shepherd. I nearly choked on my coffee laughing at that one. By late morning, the charity director had posted their announcement too, thanking me by name for funding their new program. Local parents were sharing the post, tagging me, saying how much it would mean for their kids. The narrative was out of my family's hands now, and that was the point. Around noon, I finally answered the group chat. Me, you wanted the whole town to celebrate Claire. I just made sure they knew who made it possible. You're welcome. My dad called me within seconds, his voice tight. You embarrassed us, he said flatly. No, I said, my tone calm. I told the truth. The only reason you feel embarrassed is because you wanted everyone to believe you paid for it. But you didn't. I did. You could have kept it private. You could have asked me before spending my money, I countered. There was a long pause. I could practically hear him grinding his teeth on the other end. This isn't over, he said finally. Yes, I said softly. It is. And I hung up. I spent the rest of the afternoon walking through town, running errands like it was any other Sunday. Everywhere I went, people stopped me to say something kind. A nod, a handshake, a hey, I saw the paper this morning. By the time I got back home, I could see the shift happening online too. Claire had posted an Instagram story about the article, captioned, not exactly how I wanted the day to be remembered, but the replies were full of people saying things like, your brother is incredible and you're lucky to have family like that. I didn't rub it in, not yet. I didn't need to. The beauty of it was that my revenge wasn't loud or messy. I hadn't yelled. I hadn't thrown accusations. I had simply told the truth, publicly, clearly, and in a way that made them face something they had been avoiding for years, that I wasn't the failure they'd made me out to be. That night, I took the last copy of the paper I had bought, framed it, and hung it on my living room wall. Every time I walked past it, I smiled, because I knew this was just the beginning. The fallout hadn't even started yet. Monday morning came with another wave of calls and texts, but this time they weren't just from my family. They were from people I hadn't spoken to in years. Old classmates, neighbors, even my old high school shop teacher reached out to congratulate me. I always knew you'd do something big, he said in his voicemail, and I couldn't help but laugh at the irony. But while the town seemed to be celebrating, my family was unraveling. By noon, my cousin sent me a screenshot from a Facebook thread where my aunt had commented, "We never asked Oliver to do any of this. He just wanted attention." Someone replied almost immediately, "Even if that's true, aren't you grateful?" Most families would be thrilled to have someone help like that. Dozens of likes followed that reply, and my aunt's comment disappeared shortly after. At 3 p.m., Claire finally called me again. Not a text this time, a full call. I debated ignoring it, but something told me it was time to hear what she had to say. "Oliver," she said, her voice tight, but not quite angry. More wounded. "Do you have any idea how humiliating this has been for me? Everyone keeps coming up to me saying how lucky I am to have you as a brother. I'm supposed to be the one people are talking about right now. It's my engagement." "It is," I said calmly. "But it was my money." She was silent for a moment, then said quietly, "You didn't have to make it about you." I sighed, leaning back in my chair. "Claire, it's always been about you. Every holiday, every dinner, every family gathering. I was just the supporting character in the story of your life. And when I finally did something that mattered, you all still tried to erase me from it. This wasn't about stealing your spotlight. It was about finally standing in my own." Her breath hitched, and for a second I thought she might cry. But then her tone hardened. "You could have just told us how you felt." "I did," I said softly. "You just never listened." She didn't respond after that. Just hung up. By Tuesday, the fallout had fully set in. My parents' friends were talking, and not in the way my parents had hoped. At the grocery store, I overheard two women whispering near the produce section. "Can you believe they let Oliver pay for everything?" one of them said. "They always acted like they had so much money," the other replied. "Makes you wonder, doesn't it?" When my mom heard that gossip was spreading, she called me again, this time sounding almost panicked. "You need to fix this," she said without preamble. "People are starting to think we can't handle our own affairs." "That's not my problem," I said evenly. "It is if you care about this family's reputation." I actually laughed at that. "Funny. You never cared about mine." Her voice sharpened. "This isn't a joke, Oliver." "No," I agreed. "It's not. It's my life. And for the first time, I'm not letting you write the script." She was quiet for a long moment. "Your father doesn't even want to go to the country club dinner next month. He says people are looking at us differently." "Maybe that's a good thing," I said. "Maybe now they see you the way I've always seen you." Before she could respond, I ended the call. The following weekend, I hosted a small dinner party at my house for my employees to celebrate the new shop's success. Toward the end of the night, there was a knock at my door. It was my dad. He looked tired, not angry, just smaller, somehow. "Can we talk?" he asked. I stepped outside, closing the door behind me. For a long moment, we just stood there. "Finally," he said, "you made your point." I crossed my arms. "Which point was that?" "That you're not the failure we thought you were." I didn't say anything, just waited. He sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. "I may not like how you handled it, but I can't deny you've done well for yourself. More than we gave you credit for." It wasn't an apology, not really. But it was as close as I was ever going to get from him, and I could see that clearly now. "Good," I said quietly, "because I'm not doing this dance anymore. If you want me in your life, it has to be on equal footing. No more backhanded comments. No more decisions made for me. No more pretending I don't exist until you need a check." He nodded slowly. "I can live with that." When he left, I went back inside, poured myself a glass of wine, and sat with my guests, who were laughing and telling stories around the table. For the first time in a long time, I felt light. The next morning, I drove into town early, stopping by the diner where my parents usually had breakfast after church. Sure enough, they were there, sitting in their usual booth. When they saw me walk in, their expressions were unreadable. I walked up to their table, set down the last framed copy of the newspaper spread, and said simply, "Just so you don't forget who made this happen." Then I turned and walked out, leaving them staring at the frame, at the photo of Claire's smiling face with my name printed boldly beneath it. As I stepped outside into the morning sun, I realized something important. This wasn't just about revenge anymore. It was about drawing a line, one they could never pretend didn't exist. And for the first time, that line was exactly where I wanted it. I climbed into my truck, rolled the window down, and let the breeze hit my face as I drove away, smiling to myself. Because no matter what they told themselves later, no matter how they tried to spin it, the entire town already knew the truth. And this time, there was no going back. I'm Jake, 32, and if there's one lesson I've learned the hard way, it's that nothing stings quite like being treated like a stranger by your own family. My sister, Melanie, is 29. We used to be close, climbing trees, building pillow forts, sneaking into mom's cookie stash. Somewhere along the line, that closeness dissolved, not overnight, but piece by piece. College came and went. She got a degree in fashion marketing, started curating her Instagram like it was a lifestyle brand, and slowly began pruning people from her life who didn't fit the aesthetic. I didn't realize until much later that I'd been quietly pruned, too, just without the courtesy of being told. Still, I showed up. Every time. Birthdays, baby showers, engagement dinners. Even when I wasn't exactly welcomed, I told myself, it's family. You show up for family. And when she got engaged to Ryan, a perfectly polished guy with a perfectly curated life, I didn't blink when she asked for help with the wedding budget. I didn't hesitate to write that check. $5,000. I remember the exact number because it was my bonus for hitting my quarterly target at work, and I thought, what better use than helping my only sister start her new life? I mailed the check in early. She never said thank you, not even a text. Fast forward to the wedding day. The venue was as fancy as you'd expect. Ivory tablecloths, string quartet playing near a rose-covered arch, even little glass bowls filled with imported Italian almonds at every table. Everyone looked like they'd been plucked from a magazine ad. Airbrushed makeup, tailored suits, practice smiles. I showed up in a charcoal suit, tie straight, hair combed back, not flashy, but clean. I felt proud, honestly. Like even if we hadn't talked much in recent months, I could still stand there, proud of her, proud of me. The first sign that something was off came when I got to the welcome table. There was a seating chart in a gold frame, organized by table number. I searched for my name. Once, twice, then again, slower. I checked for my first name, my last name, even just Jake. Nothing. I thought maybe it was a mistake. The woman at the table, some young blonde with a clipboard and a headset, smiled too brightly when I asked for help. "Oh, are you with the bridal party?" she asked, blinking at her tablet. "What's your name again?" "Jake. Jake Morgan. I'm Melanie's brother." She blinked. "Oh, 1 second." She tapped something in her earpiece and gave me that uncomfortable smile people give when they don't want to be the messenger. "Okay, yeah. So the family section is kind of full, but feel free to stand in the back. You can see everything from there." I stared at her. "Stand in the back? It's a great view. Honestly," she added. "We tried to keep things intimate, you know?" I wanted to believe she didn't mean anything by it, that maybe someone made a clerical error. But then I heard laughter behind me. Familiar laughter. Melanie's voice. "Jake," she called, waving casually. Her dress was gorgeous, lace and satin, with a long train and a ridiculous veil that probably cost more than my car. She approached like everything was fine, gave me a quick side hug, and said, "So glad you made it. Sorry about the seating. We had to prioritize people who've really been there for me these past few years." My stomach turned. "I gave you $5,000 for this wedding." She blinked like I'd brought up the weather. "And I appreciate it." "Really? But, I mean, Ryan's family flew in from Connecticut, and my stylist's parents are here. And your stylist's parents got a seat?" "Well, yeah, they've known me since I started my boutique," she said, then gestured to the stylist, a man with bleached hair and snakeskin loafers who was sipping a mimosa at the front table. "Look, you'll still get to enjoy everything. Just from the back. You don't mind, right? You've always been low maintenance." That word again. Low maintenance. Like I was a lawn ornament. I didn't say anything. Not yet. Just nodded, smiled, and let her walk away. The ceremony began. I stood in the back, hands in my pockets, trying not to feel ridiculous. My name wasn't on any program. No one asked if I was family. When I overheard someone assume I was probably one of the caterers, I didn't correct them. I just waited for the moment that would let everything click in my mind. It came during the reception. The gift table was draped in satin, covered in envelopes, glittery cards, and carefully wrapped packages. There, right in the center, was my envelope. I recognized the pin I used and the thick card stock I'd bought just for the occasion. Inside it was the check I'd written 2 months ago. I walked over slowly, deliberately. Picked it up. I don't know what expression was on my face, but the wedding planner noticed. "Sir, can I help you?" "No," I said, slipping the envelope into my inner jacket pocket. "I'm family." She opened her mouth, probably to argue, but didn't get the chance. Melanie must have seen me from across the dance floor, because suddenly she was there, veil bouncing behind her, bouquet clutched tightly. "Jake, what are you doing?" she hissed. I met her eyes. Calm. "Just grabbing my check." She blinked. "You can't take that. That's a gift." I smiled. "Right. For family. But since I'm apparently not that, I figure someone else can pay for the honeymoon." Her face flushed red. "Don't do this. Jake, seriously, don't be that guy." I turned toward the exit. She followed me halfway down the hall, heels clacking furiously on the marble floor, hissing my name over and over. "Jake, you can't just leave. What am I supposed to tell Ryan?" I paused at the door, turned slightly. "Tell him the free ride's over." And then I left, while the music behind me swelled and her voice echoed down the corridor. But that wasn't the end. Not even close. I drove home in silence. No music. No podcasts. Just the rhythmic hum of the tires on asphalt and the sound of my own thoughts trying to untangle themselves. I kept replaying her voice in my head. We had to prioritize people who've really been there for me. Over and over, like a skipping record. The worst part wasn't even the humiliation. It was the realization that Melanie had stopped seeing me as a person a long time ago. To her, I was just a walking ATM with no emotional cost. I had given quietly, supported without question, and in return, I was offered the standing room section like some forgotten side character. The next morning, I woke up to 14 missed calls. 12 from Melanie. 2 from my mom. The first voicemail was Melanie's voice, high-pitched and panicked. "Jake, listen, I don't know what you're trying to prove, but that check was already recorded on the budget. We put it toward the honeymoon. Ryan is furious. Just call me back and we can talk this out." The next one, barely an hour later, was more clipped. "You're making a huge scene over nothing. It was one mistake. Is that really worth ruining my wedding?" And then the third, well, that's when I knew she still didn't get it. "You always find some way to make everything about you," she snapped, voice shaking. "God, no wonder you were always alone at school events. Maybe if you weren't so cold all the time." I stopped listening there. I didn't need to be guilt-tripped by the same sister who had smiled while seating her hairdresser closer than me. Then came Mom's voice. "Jake," she began, already sighing like I was a disappointment. "You embarrassed your sister. She's crying. Ryan's family is upset. People were talking, asking where you went. Why would you do this on her special day?" I didn't reply to any of them. Not yet. Because I knew they didn't want a conversation, they wanted damage control. They didn't want to hear how hurt I'd been. They just wanted me to sweep the moment under the rug like always. And the sad thing? I almost did. I almost called back and apologized just to make the discomfort go away. Almost. But something shifted in me. Maybe it was all the years of being quietly sidelined, of being the one who wouldn't make a fuss, of being the safe choice, low maintenance. I was done playing that role. I didn't need their acceptance anymore. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized how much I had let things slide over the years. Like 2 Christmases ago, when Melanie gave me a used candle as a gift, literally used, with the wick already burned, while I'd bought her a designer purse. Or last summer, when I helped her negotiate her boutique lease with my lawyer friend, and she didn't even invite me to the store's soft opening. I told myself I was being a good brother, but all I was doing was enabling. So I sat down, pulled out my laptop, and opened my online banking. I checked the balance of the account I'd created for her as a wedding gift. I transferred the $5,000 check into it early, but I hadn't locked the funds yet, thankfully. A few quick clicks, and the transfer was reversed. The account was now closed. No more access. I was in the middle of forwarding the confirmation email to myself when my phone buzzed again. This time it was a text. From Ryan. "Be a man and fix this." I stared at it for a solid minute, stunned. Then I typed one sentence back. "Enjoy your honeymoon. Hope the hairdresser tips well." I blocked his number. But the silence didn't last long. By Monday, the calls stopped coming, but the guilt bombs started dropping from other relatives. Aunt Karen emailed to say I'd tainted what should have been the happiest day of Melanie's life. My cousin Sean messaged me asking, "Did you really take the check back? That's not cool, man." And then came the kicker. On Wednesday morning, I got a call from the bank. Apparently, Melanie had attempted to deposit a copy of the original check she'd made a photocopy of for her wedding scrapbook, allegedly. The bank flagged it as potential fraud. When they called to verify, I confirmed everything. I even sent in an official request for fraud monitoring on my account just in case. By Thursday, the tension had exploded into full-on chaos. Melanie finally broke her silence and sent me a long, angry email titled, "Are you happy now?" She accused me of ruining her marriage before it started, embarrassing her in front of Ryan's elite family, and damaging her boutique's image since some of her social media followers had noticed my absence in the wedding photos and asked about it. I didn't respond. I didn't need to. Instead, I logged into Instagram and quietly removed the tag from her boutique's page, where I'd previously been listed as a founding supporter. But the best part? That came later. Turns out, the honeymoon wasn't paid off yet, only partially secured by my check. Without it, the final payment didn't go through. The hotel, some ridiculous private resort in the Maldives, canceled their reservation. I found out because Ryan's younger brother posted a bitter story on Instagram, from white sand dreams to basic beach reality. "Thanks, Uncle Jake." I screenshotted it and smiled. But trust me, this was just the beginning. You haven't even heard what happened when they tried to recoup the money through a family donation fund, and how I responded when Melanie made a very public plea for forgiveness and support. The fundraiser went live that Sunday. A GoFundMe link popped up on Melanie's Instagram story with a muted beige background, an aesthetic font, and a caption that read, "Sometimes life throws curveballs. We're heartbroken and humiliated, but we believe in love and community. If you'd like to help us recover from the financial disaster that blindsided our honeymoon, we'd be so grateful. Every little bit helps. No names. No specifics. Just vague, curated victimhood. It was dripping with false humility. I knew exactly who that message was meant to target: her followers. Boutique clients. People who didn't know the full story, just the version where she was a blushing bride wronged by some mysterious, cruel event. In the comments, people rushed in with sympathy. "Oh no, what happened? Girl, you don't deserve this. Donating now." People are so petty. "I hope you still had the best day." The gall of it. I wasn't surprised, not really, but I was disappointed. Again, it would have been easier if she just admitted what she did. Owned it. Even privately. But instead, she was playing the hurt party, positioning herself as the innocent victim of some nameless betrayal. I kept scrolling through the comments, watching the donations roll in. $25. $50. One woman donated $300 and wrote, "Hang in there, sweetheart. Karma always works out." Yeah, it does. So I took a screenshot. And another. Then I got to work. I didn't blast her online. That's not my style. But I did something better. I called Monica. She's an old friend, someone I dated briefly back in college, who now happens to work in communications and branding for small businesses. We hadn't spoken in a while, but when I explained the situation, she laughed and said, "Wow, that's rich. So you want to shake the tree a little?" "No," I replied. "I want to cut down the whole damn orchard." We drafted a short, professional post. Not aggressive. Not nasty. Just a quiet correction of the record. It read, "Hi everyone. I've seen a few posts lately implying there was some kind of financial emergency involving a recent wedding. For transparency's sake, I want to clarify. The couple had full financial support from me, including a $5,000 wedding gift, until I discovered I wasn't even considered part of the family. I made the personal decision to withdraw the gift when I was treated as an outsider, both publicly and privately. This wasn't petty. It was self-respect. I wish them well, but I won't bankroll disrespect. No hashtags. No name tags. No direct mentions. But it spread. Fast. People knew who it was about. Especially when I posted it as a pinned tweet and a public Facebook update, one that several mutual friends saw. A few even reshared it, adding their own shocked reactions. One cousin messaged me, "Wait, what? They made you stand in the back." Another said, "Wow, I donated $100 to that GoFundMe. I want it back." But what really lit the match was a comment from Melanie's college roommate, a woman named Jordan. She reposted my message on her story and added, "This tracks." Melanie always treated her family like accessories. Glad someone finally said it. The comments snowballed. Donations slowed. And soon after, I noticed the GoFundMe link had vanished. But not before Ryan chimed in. He sent me a private message, longer this time. No more macho posturing. This one was more calculated. "I'm disappointed, Jake. Whatever issues you had with Melanie, airing them out like this hurts both of us. I thought we could be civil adults. Is that not possible anymore?" I didn't answer. Instead, I forwarded the message to Monica, who just sent back a single emoji. But here's where things truly took a turn. A week later, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I let it ring, then checked the voicemail. It was the wedding photographer. Apparently, Ryan had contacted him demanding a full refund on their wedding package, claiming the photos were ruined by family drama and that one of the groomsmen looked miserable the whole time. The photographer politely refused, but he was calling me for a different reason. He'd followed me on Twitter after seeing my post, and he had something to share. "I figured you might want to see this," he said. "They asked me to edit you out of the few pictures you were actually in." That one hit me harder than I expected. Edit me out. I hadn't even been in the professional portraits. The only photos I'd ended up in were the wide reception shots, and they still wanted me erased. It was like I was radioactive. Or worse, invisible. But the photographer was kind. He emailed me a folder of the originals, including one where I was captured standing alone near the back wall, watching my sister walk down the aisle. I looked calm, detached, but present. It wasn't a great photo, but it was real. I saved it, didn't post it, didn't send it to anyone. I just kept it, because no matter how they tried to rewrite the story, I knew what happened. And so did they. That would have been enough. But then, the boutique scandal happened. I wasn't planning to do anything more. I had made my point, walked away with my dignity, and the story could have ended there. But life, or karma, maybe had other ideas. The boutique scandal started as a whisper. A few quiet comments under Melanie's newest product launch on Instagram. Her shop had just released a new line of artisan clutch bags made with what she called ethically sourced imported materials and boasting a $250 price tag per item. They were sleek, minimalistic, stamped with her initials in gold foil. The post read, "Support local, support handmade. Love always wins." Except someone didn't buy it, literally or figuratively. I recognized the username immediately at Craft by Carla, a small-time Etsy designer I'd seen Melanie tag before in stories. This Carla person had commented, "Hey Melanie, these bags look familiar. Pretty sure you bought these wholesale from AliExpress. Same stitching, same shape, same everything. Why lie?" The comment had 1 like, then 5, then 50. By the time I checked again an hour later, people were angry. Someone had done a side-by-side comparison of Melanie's $250 clutch and a $12.99 listing from a Chinese supplier. Same design, different logo. And someone else had dug deeper, claiming Melanie had borrowed branding copy from another boutique's website. Her replies were defensive. First, she said, "I work with a global team of suppliers. My designs are inspired by multiple sources." Then, she deleted the comments. But people screenshotted everything. And the boutique's followers? They turned fast. Within days, her posts were flooded with sarcastic comments. "Global team equals Alibaba. Got it. Is this made with the same integrity you treat your family with? Girl, you faked a GoFundMe. Now you're faking your products." She tried to disable comments. Then she tried turning off her account temporarily. But the damage was done. The internet doesn't forget, and Etsy sellers especially don't play around. The small business community turned on her like a pack of wolves. People reported her for false advertising. A few customers who had bought the bags even filed for chargebacks, citing misrepresentation. Then came the cherry on top. A former intern of Melanie's, someone she had barely paid, according to a story that surfaced, posted a now viral TikTok titled, "What It Was Really Like Working for a Girl Boss Who Hates Her Own Brother." It had over 300,000 views in the first day. In the video, the intern detailed how Melanie allegedly bragged about cutting out toxic family while still taking their money, boasted about manipulating her followers into feeling bad enough to donate, and laughed about editing her brother out of the wedding photos because he didn't match the aesthetic. The comments section was brutal. I knew I recognized that wedding story from somewhere. She really played victim, then turned around and scammed her clients too. This is why you never trust people who call themselves empaths in their bio. She lost over 10,000 followers that week. Her boutique's website quietly went down. The GoFundMe was reported and removed. And in a particularly ironic twist, one of her boutique's landlords, who had been following the whole thing, terminated her lease for reputation-related breaches of contract. Apparently, she'd signed a clause that allowed the property owner to cancel tenancy if the business generated negative public controversy harmful to the plaza's image. By the end of the month, Melanie was back home. Not in the Maldives, not on some glamorous honeymoon, not in her chic apartment, but in my parents' guest room. I only found out because Mom called. "Jake," she started, her voice softer than I'd heard it in years. "I just wanted to say, I think I understand now. I didn't say anything. Just let the silence stretch." "She's been crying," Mom continued. "And I'm not saying that excuses anything, but I think she's finally realized what she did." Again, I stayed quiet. "She said she wants to reach out to you," Mom added gently. "She's been too embarrassed to call." I almost laughed. Embarrassed. Not remorseful. Not accountable. Just embarrassed. "Let her be embarrassed," I said calmly. "She made her choices." Mom hesitated. "But your family." "I was family," I said, until she decided I was disposable. A pause. Then, "You're right." That stunned me. I'd expected guilt tripping, maybe some pressure to forgive, to be the bigger person. But instead, Mom sounded tired. Like all the pretending had worn her down too. "I should have spoken up," she whispered. "When she handed you that candle for Christmas, when she left you out of the store opening, when she said those things at the wedding. I saw it all, and I stayed quiet." That admission hit me harder than I expected. "Why?" I asked, quietly. "Because it was easier," she admitted. "I thought, Jake's strong. He can handle it. And I didn't want to be the bad guy. But I see now. I was just being a coward." We talked for another 10 minutes. Nothing dramatic. No crying. No screaming. Just honesty. And when the call ended, I felt, not closure, exactly, but something close to peace. A week later, I got a letter in the mail. Handwritten. From Melanie. It was 5 pages long. Most of it was excuses. I was stressed. I didn't know you felt excluded. I thought you wouldn't care because you always act like nothing bothers you. And, of course, I didn't mean to hurt you. But tucked near the end was a paragraph that mattered. I see now that I used you. And when you finally stood up for yourself, I made you the villain. I'm sorry. I won't ask you to forgive me. Just know that I regret it. And I miss you. I didn't respond. Not because I was still angry, but because some things don't need to be reopened. The apology wasn't owed to me, it was owed from her. And she'd given it. That was enough. As for the check, I donated the full $5,000 to a small Etsy collective that helps local designers with startup costs. I made the donation in Melanie's boutique name. It wasn't about revenge anymore. It was about putting something good into the world after being treated like I wasn't part of it. And every time I see someone post a clutch from that Etsy group with joy in their caption and pride in their eyes, I remember that standing in the back didn't make me less. It just gave me the clearest view of who truly deserved to stand beside me. I may not have been seated with real family that day, but in the end, I remembered something she had forgotten. You can't Photoshop integrity. My name's Mark, I'm 44, and I've been a stepdad for the last 11 years. Not the kind of stepdad who floats around on the edges. I mean fully in the trenches. School runs, soccer practices, hospital visits when he broke his collarbone in 9th grade. His name's Kyle. He was 6 when I married his mom, and at the time, he used to call me Marky and hold my hand when he was nervous. That kid could talk to me about anything, monsters under the bed, the time he thought he failed a math test, even the first girl he ever liked, Abby, in the 7th grade. He used to tell me, I wish you were my real dad. I never said it aloud, but hearing that, it used to knock the wind out of me, in a good way. I don't have biological kids. It's not that I didn't want them, it just didn't happen. And Kyle? He felt like my one shot at doing it right. His biological father, Matt, was the classic cool when convenient dad. The kind who'd promise Disneyland and deliver a birthday card with no stamp on it. Kyle used to wait on the porch for hours, thinking maybe Matt's truck was just stuck in traffic. And I was always the one who came out with a blanket and sat next to him in silence. That's the thing, I never tried to replace his dad. I just wanted to be the one who didn't leave. I paid for everything, not because I had to, but because I wanted him to have the best shot at life. Private school? I covered it. First car? A gently used Civic that I haggled down and got inspected twice. College? When the acceptance letter came in, his mom cried. I smiled and quietly moved some investments around. I told him, you've earned this, buddy. And he hugged me like he meant it. But something started changing his junior year. He stopped calling me dad. Started saying Mark instead. I didn't make a fuss. He got more distant, started spending every other weekend with Matt again. And his mom, well, she chalked it up to teenage independence. I wanted to believe her. Maybe I did. Fast forward to last Saturday, graduation day. I wore the same suit I wore to his 8th grade promotion ceremony. It still fit, though it felt tighter around the chest. His mom, dressed to the nines, was glowing. Our boy's all grown up, she whispered to me as we took our seats near the front. I smiled, but something in my stomach twisted. Then the speeches started. Kyle was class president, and he had a whole 10 minutes on the mic. He started with his mom, thanked her for believing in me even when I didn't believe in myself. Then his coach, for teaching me to be a man. Then his dad, his real dad, as he said it, with this soft smile that made his mom tear up. Thanks, Dad, Kyle said into the microphone, for showing up for the important moments. I felt my chest go cold. He didn't mention me, not even once, not even a nod in my direction. My name, the one on the tuition checks, the one that signed the car title, the one he used to scribble on crayon cards every Father's Day, wasn't spoken. I clapped when everyone else clapped, smiled when the camera turned my way. I even held the camera bag and took photos of him with his grandparents. When he hugged Matt, I caught the moment on burst mode. Later, during the chaos of post-ceremony hugs and selfies, Kyle came up to me. Hey, Mark, he said casually, like we were distant cousins at a barbecue. He handed me a folded receipt and grinned. You're coming to the after party, right? I booked the rooftop lounge downtown. This is just the rental and catering invoice, $2,400. You've always had my back. And he gave me that same grin he used to flash when asking for ice cream. I unfolded the paper, neatly itemized. DJ, food, decor, deposit already paid, under my name, apparently. He hadn't asked. He'd just assumed. I looked at him. Really looked at him. Tall. Confident. Wearing the same cufflinks I gave him for his prom. I thought about that kid who once curled up on the couch next to me with chickenpox, asking me to read the same comic book 3 times in a row. I thought about the $14,000 I'd paid to get his transmission fixed after he wrecked his car, trying to impress a girl. I thought about every late-night trip to CVS, every forgotten lunch I ran to school, every dentist appointment I rearranged meetings for. I smiled. Not sarcastically, just a quiet, calm sort of smile. Of course, I said, handing the receipt back. Congratulations, Kyle. Then I got in my car. And before they even cut the cake, before the music started thumping on that rooftop lounge, I opened the banking app on my phone. I had access to every card with my name on it. Tuition, rent, utilities, the gas card, the emergency credit card his mom used just once in a while. My thumb hovered over the disable button for a moment. I wasn't angry, just done. I tapped. One by one, I shut them all off. And just as I reached the on-ramp home, my phone lit up with the first text. Then a second. Then a call. The first call came from his mom. I let it ring. Then came the text. Hey, there's something wrong with the cards. The bar won't run the tab. Did you call the bank? I stared at the screen for a second before silencing it and tossing the phone onto the passenger seat. I wasn't ready to answer. Not yet. I needed quiet. I needed to feel the wheel in my hands and the hum of the road beneath me without someone else asking for something. By the time I got home, the notifications had multiplied. 17 texts. 4 missed calls. A voicemail from Kyle, the first in over a year. I listened. Hey Mark. Not sure what's going on. They're saying the payment didn't go through. Everyone's kind of standing around. Could you, I don't know, just fix it real quick? I told them you'd take care of it. Thanks. That last part, I told them you'd take care of it, was what did it. Not a thank you. Not even a please. Just the expectation that I'd keep playing my part. Like I was a vending machine for comfort and cash. I opened my laptop. Every account, every auto payment, every shared login with my name on it, gone. Revoked, shut down, deactivated. I even changed the Netflix password, just because. 15 minutes later, another call. This time I picked up. It was his mom. Mark, what are you doing? She said, not angry. Not yet. But that careful, tight voice she used when she knew I was about to do something she couldn't control. I kept my voice level. Just adjusting the budget. The venue's demanding payment. The bar closed the tab. Kyle's humiliated. I didn't ask to be part of the celebration, I said. He made that clear. There was silence. Then she tried a different approach. Look, he's just a kid. He made a mistake. He was nervous up there. He didn't mean to forget you. I didn't forget to pay his tuition, I said. Or his car repairs. Or the rent on that off-campus apartment he never once invited me to. That's not fair. What's not fair, I said, is being treated like an afterthought by the kid I raised while his real dad made guest appearances. What's not fair is paying for a celebration I wasn't welcome at, until it came time to pick up the tab. There was a long pause. So what now? You're cutting him off. I'm stepping back, I said. There's a difference. She sighed. He'll be crushed. I didn't answer that, because I honestly didn't know if he would be. That night, I finally listened to the rest of the voicemails. One from the party planner. One from the bartender. Another from Kyle. That one was shorter. Hey, I guess you're mad. Just, I dunno. Call me back, or whatever. No apology. No acknowledgement. Just confusion that the machine stopped working. The next morning, I slept in. I made pancakes for myself, not for anyone else. Didn't even check my phone until afternoon. When I did, the text had shifted tone. From Kyle. So you're really doing this? You're acting like a child. Whatever. I'll figure it out. Then came the guilt trip. From his mom. You're throwing away over a decade because of one speech. He needs you. Don't punish him for not knowing how to show it. But I wasn't punishing anyone. I was just choosing myself for once. By the third day, the messages slowed. A few polite ones from Kyle, asking if I'd reconsider. One that said, I didn't realize how much you actually did. That one almost got me. Almost. But I remembered the look on his face when he thanked Matt. The way he'd lit up, eyes scanning the crowd for approval, and how he never once glanced at me. Not until it was time to pay. A week passed before Kyle showed up on my doorstep. He was wearing a wrinkled button-up, holding a small box. I just came to talk, he said. I didn't invite him in. I stepped out onto the porch and shut the door behind me. He swallowed. I messed up. I nodded. Yeah, you did. I didn't mean to forget you. You didn't forget, I said. You made a choice. He flinched. Okay, yeah, I did. I thought it'd be weird to mention you and my dad in the same speech. I didn't want to confuse people. You weren't worried about confusing people when I paid the security deposit on your apartment. He shifted. I guess I just didn't think it mattered. That hit harder than I expected. I looked at him for a long moment. It mattered to me. He opened the box. A cheap mug, the kind with a cheesy slogan. It read, #OneStepDad. Thanks for everything. I didn't touch it. You bought that this week? I asked. He looked down. Yeah. I almost laughed. Not out of humor, but the sheer awkwardness of it all. 11 years, and all I got was a mug from the clearance rack. He sighed. What do I have to do to fix it? And I said the first honest thing that came to mind. I don't know if you can. He stood there, waiting, expecting more, expecting me to fold. But I didn't. I just stood beside him on the porch as the breeze rolled by. He looked like he was waiting for a script, the kind where I'd sigh, forgive him, take the mug, and we'd go back to how things were. But I wasn't interested in pretending anymore. I'd spent years giving without asking for anything in return, convinced that eventually he'd just see me. That one day it would click. That all those lunches dropped off, bills covered, late nights helping him cram for biology, that they'd count for something. But they didn't. Not in his world. Not until the financial faucet turned off. Kyle started, his voice quieter now. I didn't mean to hurt you. I thought maybe you knew how I felt. I didn't think I needed to say it. I let that sit for a second. You thought I knew how you felt. I repeated slowly. So you thanked your mom, your coach, and Matt. But not me. The guy who paid for everything, who was there every day for the last 11 years, because you assumed I already knew. I mean, yeah, he said. Kinda. I shook my head. You know what I've learned, Kyle? Silence doesn't always mean peace. Sometimes it means people are just trying not to fall apart. He looked down, like he wanted to be anywhere but on that porch. Good. Because for once, I wanted him to sit in it. No comforting words. No softening the blow. Just the truth, raw and uncomfortable. I didn't pull away because I wanted revenge, I told him. I pulled away because I realized I was the only one treating this like a real relationship. You treated me like a safety net, not a father. His jaw tightened. So what now? I'm cut off. I didn't say that, I replied. But I'm done with blind generosity. You want my support? You earn it. You stop treating me like a backup plan. That stung. I could see it in the way his eyes narrowed, the way his body stiffened. He wasn't used to me having boundaries. For so long, I'd been the easy one, the reliable one, the guy who never said no. He opened his mouth, probably to argue, but then something shifted. His shoulders sagged. His gaze dropped to the mug again, and for the first time in a long time, he looked like the kid I raised. Not the version that stood on a stage and gave thanks to everyone but me. Okay, he said, almost a whisper. Okay, I get it. He placed the mug gently on the porch railing and stepped back. I'll figure out the rest of the rent. Don't worry. I didn't stop him as he turned to leave. Didn't say, come inside. I let him go, because sometimes space is the only way someone learns. And I wasn't going to rescue him from the weight of his choices anymore. After he left, I sat on the porch for a while, staring at that stupid mug. #OneStepDad. It felt like a punchline, but I didn't throw it away. Not yet. Later that evening, his mom called. This time, her tone was different. No guilt tripping, just quiet, tired words. I heard you talk to him. I did. There was a pause. He cried, you know, after he left. Said he messed everything up. I didn't answer. I should have said something too, she added. I let him overlook you. Maybe I did too. I appreciated the honesty, but it didn't change the years of being treated like the silent contributor. I don't want an apology, I said. I want change. I know, she whispered. So does he. I think maybe this was his wake-up call. Maybe, I said. Time will tell. We didn't talk much after that. I made dinner, alone. Watched some mindless TV. And later, when I turned off the lights and got into bed, I felt lighter. Not because anything was fixed, but because for once, I'd stood up for myself. Kyle didn't text again that night. Neither did his mom. But the next morning, I woke up to an email. Subject line, from me. It was from Kyle. No attachments. Just a few paragraphs. The first line read, I never said thank you because I didn't realize how much I owed you until you stopped. And that's where I'll pause again, because what he wrote next, that was the first real moment I saw him becoming the man I always hoped he'd be. The email sat in my inbox for hours. I saw it first thing when I woke up, subject line, from me, and just stared at it. I didn't open it right away. I brewed my coffee, stood by the window, and watched the sun creep across the driveway. I don't know what I was expecting. A list of excuses? A polished PR apology crafted to win back my financial support? Part of me didn't even want to read it. But the other part, the quieter one that still remembered Kyle's chickenpox and his terrified tears during his first school play, wanted to believe this was something real. I finally sat down, opened the laptop, and clicked. Hey Mark, I don't know how to say this the right way, so I'm just going to write what's on my mind and hope it makes sense. I messed up. I know that doesn't even scratch the surface, but it's where I need to start. When I gave that speech, I knew I wasn't going to mention you. I told myself it was because it would make things weird. But the truth is, I was scared. I didn't know where to place you in my life. You weren't my biological dad, but you were everything else. And instead of facing that, I took the coward's way out and acted like you didn't matter. And God, reading that back hurts. Because it's such a lie. You mattered. You matter. You were there every time Matt wasn't. You stayed up when I had the flu. You stood in the freezing cold at my games. You never bragged, never asked for recognition. You just showed up. Quietly. Every day. And I took that for granted. I let people believe Matt was the hero because it was easier than explaining that the real hero didn't share my DNA. I looked for old photos this morning, ones with you in them. There aren't many. You were always behind the camera, capturing the moment instead of trying to be in it. That's who you are. And that's why I didn't see what I had until I lost it. I saw the way you looked at me when I handed you that receipt. That moment's been playing in my head over and over. You didn't get mad. You didn't yell. You just left. And that silence hit harder than anything else. Because for the first time, I realized I'd pushed away the one person who had never pushed me first. I know I hurt you, and I don't expect a clean slate. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. Not for the money, not for the party, but for making you feel like you were just the guy who footed the bill. You were my dad, Mark. In every way that counted. I get it now. I don't know if I can earn back your trust, but I want to try. Not for the rent, not for another favor, just because I miss you. And I don't want to pretend you weren't the biggest part of my life anymore. Thanks for reading this. For everything. Kyle. I don't cry much. I'm not built that way. But something in that message cracked me open in a way I hadn't expected. Maybe it was the line, you were always behind the camera. Or maybe it was just the fact that, for the first time in years, he wasn't asking for anything. He was just talking to me like a person. Not a wallet. Not a fallback plan. Just me. I didn't respond right away. I gave it a day. Let the words settle. And then, I did something simple. I drove across town to his apartment. When I pulled up, he was already outside, pacing by the curb like he wasn't sure if I'd actually show. His hair was messy, like he hadn't slept much, and he was wearing the same hoodie I bought him back in his sophomore year. He saw me, straightened up, and shoved his hands in his pockets. Hey, he said, voice uncertain. Hey. We stood there for a second. The silence was heavy, but not hostile. I read your email, I said. He nodded, eyes on the ground. Okay. It was honest. And overdue. Yeah, he breathed. I know. I paused. Then, I don't need a mug, Kyle. I needed to be seen. To be treated like I mattered. I know that now, he said quietly. I was selfish. You were young, I corrected. But you're not anymore. And part of growing up is owning what you break. He looked at me, eyes glassy. I want to fix it. I'm not going to make it easy, I said. Because it shouldn't be easy. But I'm open to starting again. He exhaled like he'd been holding his breath for days. That's fair. I nodded. Good. Then he surprised me. He stepped forward, arms stiff at first, and hugged me. Awkward, too long, a little clumsy, but real. I hugged him back. And for the first time in years, I felt something I hadn't realized I'd lost. Peace. Over the next few weeks, Kyle made small changes. He started texting me. Not for money, not for help, just to talk. He invited me over for dinner, cooked spaghetti from a box, and burned the garlic bread, but grinned through the whole thing like a kid trying to impress his dad. And for once, he didn't call Matt when he needed advice on a job interview. He called me. His mom noticed too. She pulled me aside one evening and said, "Thank you for not giving up on him." I shrugged. It wasn't about giving up. It was about making space until he realized he had something to lose. Kyle eventually got a part-time job and paid back the last month of rent I'd covered before cutting off the cards. I didn't ask for it. He did it anyway. And when I saw the envelope with a handwritten note inside that read, "One step at a time," I knew he meant it. The mug still sits on my shelf, next to an old photo of us at a baseball game. Me in sunglasses, him with ketchup on his shirt, mid-laugh. He didn't thank me on stage. That moment is gone. But now, every time he calls just to say, "Hey, how's your day?" it's better than any speech. In the end, it wasn't the cancellation of the credit cards that changed everything. It was the silence. The stillness where he had to sit alone with the absence of the man he thought would always be there, no matter how little acknowledgement he gave. Sometimes, the best way to teach someone your value isn't by shouting. It's by walking away and letting them feel the echo. And Kyle? He heard it. Loud and clear. We're not perfect. We probably never will be. But for the first time in a long time, we're real. And that's more than I ever expected. My name's Elias. I'm 34, and I learned the hard way that some families only value you as long as you stay useful and silent. I've always been the dependable one. Not the golden child, not the star athlete, not the one with the picture-perfect spouse and 2 kids and matching sweaters. No, that would be my older sister, Janine. She got the spotlight. I got the bills. After my dad retired early, voluntarily, mind you, because his time was worth more than money, things got tight. My mom's part-time art classes barely brought in enough to cover groceries and their mortgage, which they refinanced to help pay for Janine's second wedding. Yes, second was drowning them. So I stepped in. Quietly. At first, it was just covering the occasional shortfall. Then the full mortgage. Then their utilities. Then their car insurance. It added up to over $2,000 a month. But I never complained. I did it because I thought that's what family does. You help. You support. You sacrifice. But I was stupid. The dinner invite came a few weeks before. An embossed card in the mail. Formal attire. Celebration of family. Janine's husband apparently got some kind of award at work, and my parents wanted to honor it. At first, I thought it was sweet. A little over the top, but they've always loved putting on airs when it comes to Janine's life. I bought a new blazer, booked time off work, and even arranged to fly in a day early just to help set up. When I arrived, I noticed everything looked expensive. I didn't ask who was paying. I already knew. I figured Dad had probably asked Mom to nudge me into helping again. I checked my banking app. Sure enough, a few transactions I didn't authorize had been made to their account using our shared emergency fund. Classic. Dinner night came. I arrived 5 minutes early, as always. Janine and her husband Brad were already there, glowing under the attention. My parents greeted me with polite smiles. Mom's eye scanned me top to bottom, then landed on my empty hand. "No date?" she asked, frowning. "Nope," I replied, forcing a smile. "Still just me." She didn't respond, just turned and walked away toward the dining room. That's when I saw it. 2 long tables. One massive and elegant, decorated like something out of a wedding catalog. Candles, gold-rimmed plates, centerpieces with fake autumn leaves. At the head, my dad, Janine, and Brad. Seats for all the grown-ups. Then, to the side, a folding card table. Plastic chairs. Paper napkins. No centerpiece. A mismatched soup bowl at each place. At the corner of the sad little setup was a piece of paper with my name on it. I stood there for a second, thinking it had to be a mistake. Then I heard Janine's voice behind me. "We didn't think you'd actually come," she said with a snicker. "But since you did, we figured this was more your vibe. You know, single, no kids. Not really a full family yet." I turned to look at her. She had that smug smile she always wore when she thought she was being clever. Brad chuckled beside her, clearly amused. Dad walked over and clapped a hand on my shoulder. "It's nothing personal, son. We just had to make sure the real families had enough room to sit together. You understand." My throat tightened, not because I cared about the table, but because, in that moment, it hit me just how little I mattered to them outside of what I provided. They saw me as a placeholder, a second-tier presence. Good enough to foot the bills, but not good enough to be seated with them. Not even respected enough to fake a proper invitation. Mom appeared behind me, balancing a tray of drinks. "Just be grateful you're even here," she said sharply. "Honestly, the way you isolate yourself, it's a miracle we invited you at all." And there it was. The truth. The cold blade under the silk. I looked around the room, at the people I'd been supporting in silence for years. I saw my dad laughing with Brad over some story. I saw Janine already taking selfies with the flower arrangements, captioning things like #blessed and #family first. I saw my name taped to a plastic chair beside my third cousin's toddler. So I walked out. No drama, no shouting, just a calm, deliberate turn and a quiet exit through the front door. I got in my rental car and drove back to my hotel. I turned off my phone, ordered room service, sat in silence for a long time. The next morning, I logged into the mortgage account and removed the autopay link from my bank. Then I sent one quick email to the mortgage company letting them know the linked card was no longer valid. I didn't tell my parents. I didn't need to. That night, I turned my phone back on. 56 messages. Most were from Janine. A few from Mom. One from Dad. Just the word call. I didn't answer. Instead, I poured myself a drink and watched the text notifications roll in. My favorite one came just after midnight. From Janine. What is going on? Mom is freaking out. Did you cancel something? I didn't reply. Because that was just the beginning. I woke up the next morning to a dozen missed calls and one voicemail from my mom that started with, "This isn't funny, Elias," and ended with her choking back tears. Apparently, the mortgage company had called to inform them that the payment had bounced and the autopay setup was no longer valid. Their due date was 2 days away, and they had no idea how to cover it. I could almost picture the scene in that overly decorated dining room, Mom pacing with her phone clutched in one hand and her glass of Pinot Grigio in the other, Dad slamming a drawer shut as he rifled through bank statements. Janine in the background dramatically asking, "What are we going to do now?" And still, I said nothing. I spent the day sightseeing. There was something liberating about walking through a botanical garden while your phone buzzes with increasingly desperate messages. Around lunchtime, Brad tried calling me. I declined the call and muted his number. By dinner, they'd started reaching out to my friends. Well, more like acquaintances who knew them through me. One sent me a screenshot from Janine that read, "Please tell Elias to call us. He's being childish and irresponsible." Childish. That word stuck in my brain like a splinter. For years, I was the responsible one. The one who picked up the slack when Dad blew through his pension on that ridiculous boat he never used. The one who paid Janine's rent during her messy divorce because she needed stability. The one who took in my mom's yappy dog for 6 months because she needed time to adjust after moving into a smaller house. The one who never complained. And now I was childish? Because I refused to sit at a folding table like some forgotten extra in their family drama? I flew back home the next morning, still without replying to a single message. The silence, I realized, had become its own form of communication. That weekend, I went through our shared accounts and finally cut all financial ties. I transferred the balance of our family emergency fund into my personal savings and closed the joint account. Then I logged into the utilities, canceled the autopays, and updated my info to remove my cards from their system. Every time I hit confirm, I felt something uncoil in my chest. That Sunday evening, as I was reading a book and enjoying the quiet, my phone lit up again. This time, it was a FaceTime request from Dad. Out of pure curiosity, I answered. His face filled the screen, red and flustered, his hair more disheveled than usual. "Elias," he started, forcing a smile. "Hey, buddy. We've been trying to reach you." "Yeah," I said calmly. I noticed. Behind him, I could hear Mom's voice. She sounded like she was crying, or maybe just shouting. Janine's voice came through too, shrill and angry. "Look, son, we had a misunderstanding, okay?" Dad continued. "Your mother didn't mean to offend you. The table thing, look, we just didn't have enough space. But we love you, and we're grateful for everything you've done." "That's interesting," I said, leaning back in my chair. Because it didn't feel like love. It felt like utility. Like I was there to pay and stay quiet. Dad's smile faltered. "Now, don't be dramatic. Wasn't it Mom who said I should just be grateful to be included?" He blinked. She didn't mean it like that." "And Janine?" I asked. "Does she still think I don't have a real family? Or was that just a moment of wine-fueled honesty?" There was a pause. He opened his mouth, then closed it. "Look," he said, voice strained, "your mother and I are in a tight spot now. We didn't realize how dependent we'd become on your help. But you can't just abandon your family." That last line, that was the one that broke me. "You're right," I said. "I can't abandon my family. That's why I've decided to start prioritizing the one person in it who's always been overlooked, me." I ended the call. That night, they started calling from different numbers. Some from unknowns, some from Janine's in-laws, even one from Brad's office phone. I ignored them all. On Monday, a message came in from my mom. It was a long paragraph about how the house is at risk and you're putting our future in danger. Then, we never thought our own son would be so cold. No apology. No ownership. Just guilt. I didn't respond. A week passed. Then two. One morning I got a letter in the mail. A real one, handwritten. It was from my mom. She wrote that they were on the verge of losing the house and asked if I could please just help one last time. She claimed she'd been emotional that night and that the whole seating situation had been Janine's idea, not hers. She also included a quote from some scripture about forgiveness and duty to one's parents. Underlined, of course. I put the letter back in the envelope and slid it into my desk drawer. 2 days after I heard about the foreclosure notice, my sister Janine finally showed up at my apartment. I hadn't given her my new address. I'd moved across town 6 months earlier after my lease ended, and I never shared the update with most of the family. But I guess desperation makes people resourceful. She was standing outside the building lobby when I came home from work, arms crossed, coat hanging open over one of those ridiculous power dresses she always wore when she wanted to feel superior. I stopped a few feet from the door and looked at her through the glass. She looked furious. I was tempted to turn around and walk the block again just to let her simmer longer, but I figured I might as well get it over with. Elias, she snapped as I opened the door. We need to talk. Do we? I replied. Because the last time we talked, I believe you said I should be grateful I was even invited. She flinched, then forced a tight-lipped smile. Can we go upstairs? No, she blinked. What? I leaned on the doorway. You're not coming into my home just to gaslight me in a more comfortable setting. That set her off. This is serious. Mom and Dad are losing their house. They're terrified, Elias. They don't know what to do. And whose fault is that? I said evenly. They had years to plan. Decades, even. You think I'm their emergency plan just because I don't have a family of my own to worry about? You don't, she said immediately, and then tried to backtrack when she saw the look on my face. I mean, not yet. And maybe that's part of the problem. You have no idea what it's like having kids, a husband, a household to manage. You're alone, I said. Expendable? A fallback ATM and slacks. Janine crossed her arms again. Don't be dramatic. Right, I muttered. Because I'm the dramatic one here. There was a beat of silence. The air between us felt thick. Then she said something I wasn't expecting. They're not eating, Elias. They've been skipping meals to stretch what they have left. Dad pawned his watch. The house is weeks away from being auctioned. I looked her dead in the eye. Do you remember the watch you're talking about? What? The one Dad pawned. That was a retirement gift. Paid for with a check I wrote. You remember that? She didn't answer. I paid the mortgage. I paid their electric bill. I covered your rent during your divorce. And all I asked for in return was a little basic respect. Not a standing ovation. Just a seat at the table. Her jaw tightened. You're going to let them lose everything over a chair? No, I said quietly. I'm going to let them lose everything because that chair was a symbol. Of everything. Of how I don't count unless I'm helping. Of how I'm never quite family unless I'm making a payment. I'm not punishing them for one night. I'm just done pretending I matter to people who only call when something's broken. She looked away for a moment, then back at me. So you're really not going to help? I already did, I said. For years. And with that, I stepped back inside the building and let the door swing shut behind me. The text came in again that night, this time from cousins I hadn't heard from in ages. I guess the family panic had gone full viral. One message from my aunt asked, "Is everything okay between you and your parents?" Another from my uncle just said, "Call your mother." They were circling the wagons, trying to pull the usual guilt and shame combo they'd always used to keep things under control. I remembered being 10 years old and hearing my mom scold me, "Don't upset your sister, she's going through a lot." Or my dad telling me not to make things awkward when Janine brought home some guy she'd cheated on her first husband with. I remembered swallowing it all. The tiny slights. The big ones too. And now? Now they were panicking not because they realized what they'd done, but because the machine they'd built to stay afloat had finally shut down. A few nights later, I got a call from a lawyer. Apparently, my parents were trying to remortgage the house again, and they'd listed me as a guarantor on some old paperwork from years back. He was calling to confirm I'd still be involved. I wasn't. I told him to send me the document. When I saw it, I realized they'd kept my name listed without telling me, probably hoping I'd never notice until it was too late. That was the final straw. I didn't just say no. I filed a formal affidavit removing myself from any financial responsibility and had my name scrubbed from any shared assets. Then I froze the emergency fund account we'd once shared and started the process of legally distancing myself from all co-signed obligations. I was done, but the storm was still coming, because I knew, deep down, that they were going to make one last move. They always did. When guilt didn't work, they went for sympathy. Or rage. And sure enough, it came the next morning. A knock at my door. I opened the door to find my mother standing there. She looked smaller somehow, like the woman who used to tower over my childhood had shrunk under the weight of her own choices. Her usually perfect hair was unbrushed, and her eyes were puffy like she hadn't slept in days. Behind her, parked across the street, was Dad's old sedan, still bearing the proud parent of a state scholar bumper sticker from Janine's college days. She didn't speak right away. She just stood there, blinking up at me like she wasn't sure whether to hug me or slap me. "I had to come," she finally said. I stepped aside without a word, more out of instinct than invitation. She walked in slowly, taking in the space like she hadn't expected me to be living somewhere so normal, clean, comfortable, like it disappointed her that I wasn't miserable without their approval. She sat on the edge of my couch like a guest at a wake. I stayed standing. "You've made your point," she said quietly, fingers knotting together in her lap. "Did I?" I asked, because I'm not sure anyone's been listening. She sighed, and for once, it wasn't theatrical. "We're losing the house. Your father, he's been pretending everything's fine, but it's not. We missed the last 2 payments. Janine tried to help, but they've got medical bills piling up with the kids, and..." I held up a hand. "I don't need the financial rundown. I know what the situation is." Her voice cracked. "We didn't mean to make you feel like you weren't part of the family, Elias. That wasn't the intention, but it was the result." She looked at me. "You're right," she admitted. "We took you for granted. We got used to the idea that you'd always be there, always helping. And you never said no. I shouldn't have had to." She nodded slowly, eyes glistening. "You were our rock. And we built everything on you like you were indestructible." I sat down across from her. "For years," I said, "I thought if I just kept being dependable, I'd earn a place in the family. Not just as a wallet, not as the extra seat, but as a son, as a person. You've always been our son," she whispered. I laughed bitterly. "I was your backup plan. You loved me as long as I was useful." Tears finally slid down her cheeks. "I don't know how to fix this." "You can't," I said, softly but firmly. "Because this isn't about money anymore. It's about respect. It's about decades of being second to Janine. It's about being humiliated at that dinner table like I was some stray you let inside out of pity." "I thought you didn't care about things like that," she whispered. "That's the problem," I said. "You never thought I cared. So you never thought you had to." She reached into her purse and pulled out an envelope. "It's the deed," she said. "To the house. We're transferring it to the bank." I thought you should know. You grew up there." I didn't reach for it. "It's just wood and drywall," I said. "What mattered was inside. And that's been gone for a long time." She nodded. "We can't ask you for more. I won't insult you by pretending we deserve it. She swallowed. "I just wanted you to hear it. From me. Not from Janine. Not through the grapevine. From your mother." We sat in silence for a while. She didn't ask to stay. Didn't beg. Just sat there like a woman realizing she'd misplaced something valuable and only now understood it was irreplaceable. When she stood to leave, she paused at the door. "You were always the best of us," she said. "We just didn't see it." I nodded once. She left. The house went into foreclosure 3 weeks later. The bank listed it. No one bought it. Eventually, it was sold below market value to some development company that planned to knock it down. I saw the listing online, just once, and didn't click on it. Janine stopped calling. So did Brad. I guess they realized I wasn't going to swoop in to save the family legacy like some discount superhero. Dad emailed me once, a short note with no subject line that just said, "I miss you." I didn't respond. Life got quieter. Then better. I started traveling more. Took that promotion I'd been putting off because I thought I'd need to stay close in case my parents needed me. I met someone, Kara. Smart, kind, and utterly unimpressed by my family drama. She came from a household where people actually talked about things. Where apologies weren't weapons of guilt, but expressions of understanding. Being with her felt like breathing fresh air after years in a sealed room. 6 months later, I hosted my own dinner. Just a small thing. 8 people. Friends. Colleagues. Kara. We cooked together, laughed about nothing, drank, And when it came time to sit down, there was one long table. No side table. No paper napkins. Everyone had a seat, and everyone mattered. As we clinked glasses, I looked around the room and realized something. This was my family now. Not by blood, but by choice. And I finally understood the lesson life had been trying to teach me through all that pain. Being born into a family doesn't mean you owe them your soul. Love is a two-way street. Respect, too. And no amount of shared DNA justifies being treated like you're disposable. The next morning, I took out that old envelope my mom had left, the deed transfer paperwork, and tossed it in the shredder. It was symbolic more than anything, but it felt good. Freeing. That chapter of my life, the one where I sacrificed myself to stay in the good graces of people who never saw me, was over. I wasn't bitter. Not anymore. I just wasn't going back. Because the table I belonged at now, it had room for me. And this time, I chose the seat. I was scrolling through my messages one afternoon, casually sipping lukewarm coffee and half watching a rerun of some home renovation show in the background, when I noticed something strange. My phone had been quieter than usual all day. No memes from my younger brother. No overlong rants from my mom about the neighbor's barking dog. No random links from my sister trying to rope me into her latest side hustle. It felt too quiet. For context, I'm Cody, 28 years old, and the so-called responsible one of the family, which, in my family, basically means I pay my bills on time and don't cause drama. I have a stable job in IT, a decent apartment, and more than 3 working brain cells. That apparently puts me in the minority in my family. So, I opened the group chat, our glorified family command center, complete with daily chaos, minor guilt trips, and the occasional poorly edited birthday meme. Only it wasn't there. At first, I thought maybe I'd archived it by mistake or accidentally hit something I shouldn't have. But after a few minutes of searching, it sank in. I'd been removed. The Cody family group chat that had been active for years, where we planned holidays, shared updates, and occasionally argued over who left the freezer door open at mom's, was gone. My name had been removed like an expired file. Now, look, I'm not the dramatic type. I don't cry over digital chats or throw tantrums when someone leaves me on read. But this was different. This was my family. I stared at my screen for a minute, my brain juggling confusion, irritation, and that pit in your stomach kind of hurt. Did I say something wrong? Did I miss a birthday or offend someone without realizing it? I waited an hour. Then another. Still nothing. Finally, I sent my sister Lauren a message directly. She was always the loudest in the group, both literally and figuratively. So if anyone knew what was going on, it'd be her. Hey, did the group chat get deleted or something? I can't see it anymore. The 3 dots popped up almost instantly, then disappeared, then came back. Then finally, her reply dropped in like a cold slap. No, we just took you out. We don't want your negativity anymore. That was it. No greeting. No explanation. Not even an emoji to soften the blow. Just a flat sentence that hit harder than I expected. I stared at it for a good 30 seconds, rereading it to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. Negativity? I racked my brain, flipping through recent conversations. I'd called out my mom for making a passive-aggressive comment about my job last week. Told my brother his conspiracy theory about 5G towers was nonsense. Said no when Lauren asked me to co-sign a loan for her friend's new wellness crystal business. Was that it? Was refusing to enable bad decisions now considered negative? I replied, trying to keep it civil. Can you explain what you mean? She didn't answer. Not right away. Not for hours, in fact. I watched Netflix, paced around, cleaned my already clean kitchen, checked my phone again. Nothing. The silence spoke louder than any response could. Eventually, she sent a voice message. I could already feel the eye roll forming before I even hit play. You're just always bringing the mood down, Cody. Like, we try to have fun in the group and you're always correcting people or being all realistic. It's draining. We just want to keep things light, okay? I wanted to laugh. Or maybe scream. Realistic? That's what this was about. I was being kicked out of the family group chat because I refused to play along with fantasy budgeting, MLM pitches, and groupthink nonsense. I didn't respond. Not then. I needed a minute. And then another. And then I started thinking. Thinking about how I'd been the one to set up that Netflix account 5 years ago, when Mom's old DVD player finally gave up. How I'd added everyone to my Spotify premium family plan because my brother complained about the ads during his workouts. How Lauren's phone bill had been on my plan since she blew through her data one summer and begged me for help. How even my dad's car insurance had my name on it because I got a corporate discount through my job and he just needed help getting it started. I'd never asked them to pay me back. Not once. I covered the bills every month because I could afford it and because, frankly, it felt like the only real way I stayed connected to them. Through support. Through usefulness. Through being the guy they could lean on. But apparently, that wasn't enough. Or maybe it was too much. I looked at all the monthly charges. The apps. The services. The shared passwords and auto-pay settings. I looked at everything they'd used, silently, comfortably, never once questioning where it all came from. And then I started wondering what would happen if all of that disappeared. Not out of malice. Not yet. But out of curiosity. I didn't do anything that night. I let the idea marinate. I slept on it, poorly. I dreamed of group chats filled with laughing emojis that didn't include me. Of family dinners I wasn't invited to. Of Lauren posting her wellness crystal business launch, and everyone heart-reacting while I sat on the digital sidelines, watching like a ghost. The next morning, I got up early and opened my billing dashboard. One by one, I reviewed every shared account. And I started making a list. Not of revenge. Just a list. Netflix. Spotify. The family phone plan. Car insurance. Hulu. The HBO account Lauren used to binge true crime shows. Even the Apple family sharing setup my dad used to back up his photos I'd never even seen. I sipped my coffee, eyes fixed on the screen. My phone buzzed. It was a picture from my mom. A family dinner. My brother, my parents, Lauren. Plates full. Laughter frozen in pixels. No caption. I wasn't invited. I wasn't even mentioned. And that was the moment something inside me started to shift. Not just sadness or confusion anymore. Something sharper. Colder. A quiet click in my chest like the sound of a lock turning. They didn't want my negativity. Fine. But they were about to find out what life looked like without my support too. And that was going to be very, very different. It started small, like most things do. A message here. A charge there. Nothing too dramatic. I didn't cancel everything all at once. That would have been too obvious. Too loud. No, I wanted to see how long it would take them to notice. How long they'd ride on the comfort I provided without realizing the ground beneath them had shifted. I started with the HBO account. Lauren texted me 2 days later. Hey, did HBO log me out? I was halfway through that cult docu. I left her on read. She messaged again. Can you resend the login? I think it glitched. Still nothing from me. A few hours passed, and then she wrote. Cody? It was the first time she'd said my name since the group chat removal. But I didn't bite. Instead, I quietly removed her device from the account and changed the password. That night, I got a passive-aggressive post on my Facebook feed from her. A meme that said, some people only help so they can control you. We see you. She didn't tag me, but it wasn't subtle. I rolled my eyes and kept going. The Spotify family plan was next. That one hit fast. A barrage of messages came in the next morning. My brother Josh went off first. Bro, what happened to the music? I was at the gym and suddenly I'm getting ads about toe fungus. I smirked. Are you still on the Spotify? I asked, acting dumb. Yeah, our Spotify, he replied. No, my Spotify, I said back. Y'all said you didn't want my negativity. I assumed that included my services. He didn't answer. Later, Mom chimed in with a vague, guilt-laced text. We're all a little surprised by your behavior lately. I don't know what's gotten into you. You used to be so generous. Used to be? As if that generosity hadn't carried the weight of their comforts for years. I didn't respond. I was getting good at silence. It wasn't about the money. Let me be clear. I'm not rich, but I'm stable. Cutting them off wasn't a financial decision. It was emotional. A slow detangling of the web I'd been trapped in for far too long. And the more I unraveled, the more I saw just how deep their entitlement ran. Lauren sent another message the following day, a wall of text this time. I just feel like you're being really unfair. Like, okay, maybe we didn't handle things perfectly, but kicking us off everything without a warning? That's messed up. You know Mom can't figure out tech stuff. And Dad's car insurance is under your name, remember? What's he supposed to do? You're punishing all of us just because you felt left out. Grow up. I stared at her message for a long time. Then I started typing. Then deleted. Then typed again. Deleted again. There was too much to say, and none of it would land the way I needed it to. So I left it. Let the silence speak. That night, I got a call from Dad. He rarely calls me unless something needs fixing. His printer, his laptop, a charger he thinks is infected. But this time, he skipped the pleasantries. Cody, I just got a notice that the car insurance is being canceled. What's going on? I sighed. I took myself off the plan. You took yourself off? Yeah, since it was my policy, and I was the one paying for it. Figured you could transfer it over now that you know. I'm not welcome. There was a long pause. I could hear his jaw tightening through the phone. This is over that group chat nonsense. It's not nonsense to me. Cody, don't be dramatic. You've always been sensitive. There it was. The classic deflection. My feelings being reduced to melodrama. I almost laughed. I'm being clear, not dramatic. You all made a choice. Now I'm making mine. He hung up without another word. The next day, the group chat reappeared in my messages. No apology. No explanation. Just an invite titled Family Group, New. I didn't join. Instead, I got a separate message from Mom. Honey, we miss you. Don't let a misunderstanding blow up the whole family. Blow up the whole family. As if I lit the match. As if they hadn't held the flame to the fuse and walked away. I felt like I was being gaslit in 4K. But still, I hesitated. Part of me wanted to just cave, rejoin the group, let things go back to normal. I missed being in the loop. I missed knowing about birthdays and BBQs and Mom's endless updates about her garden. But I also knew that if I went back, nothing would change. I'd just be accepting that their comfort came at the cost of my boundaries. So I declined the invite. That's when things got nasty. Lauren started messaging me nonstop. Voice notes, texts, even an email. She was alternating between guilt-tripping and outright insults. You're acting like a child. No wonder you're still single. Mom cried yesterday because of you. Are you happy? And then came the straw that snapped the camel's spine. She posted a video on Instagram, just a story, gone in 24 hours, but not before a friend of mine screenshotted it and sent it to me. It was a clip of her talking to the camera, laughing with her friends in the background. Some people get a little bit of power and think they're kings. Like, you gave your family a few passwords, and now you think we owe you our lives? Get over yourself. You're not that important. She tagged it family drama and added a laughing emoji. I stared at that screen for what felt like hours. The sheer disrespect. The complete lack of self-awareness. I hadn't asked for groveling. I hadn't demanded anything. I'd simply stopped doing the things they took for granted. And still, they couldn't handle it. But the worst part? What really twisted the knife? Was a comment from Mom under the post. He's always been a little dramatic. He'll come around. My own mother. Publicly commenting like I was a toddler throwing a tantrum. That was the exact moment I made my decision. All the quiet steps I'd taken so far, the streaming cuts, the phone plan removals, the insurance changes, those were just appetizers. It was time for the main course. I logged into the phone plan dashboard. All 5 family members still on it. All using data, racking up monthly costs while complaining about my pettiness. One by one, I removed them. Josh texted me within 15 minutes. Dude, my phone's not working. No signal. Did something happen to the plan? I didn't answer. 30 minutes later, Lauren called from a new number. I declined it. Another hour, and Mom sent a group text. Not on any app, just good old-fashioned SMS. Cody, please call me. This is serious. We're trying to fix this. But it was never about fixing. It was about control. They'd never once said, we're sorry. Never once said, we see how we hurt you. Never once thought maybe they'd pushed too far. So I kept going. That night, I pulled up the Netflix and fully deactivated the profiles. Changed the name of the only remaining one to negativity, just for the poetic flair. I left the profile picture as a frowny face. I updated the Disney Plus login. Changed the password. Wiped the devices. Same with Hulu. I wasn't being petty. I was reclaiming. Still, the messages didn't stop. They escalated. Threats of legal action for canceling services. Accusations of holding the family hostage. Even a call from an unknown number that turned out to be my aunt, trying to mediate. That was the first time I cried. Not out of guilt, but out of this deep, hollow ache. I realized they were never going to see me. Not as a person, only as a utility. And I was tired of being a service provider masquerading as a son, brother, and uncle. I was done. But just when I thought they couldn't stoop lower, just when I believed the worst was behind me, I got a notification. A new post. Lauren again. This one not a story. A full grid post. Public. A picture of her and Josh and my parents, all seated at dinner. Smiling. Captioned, some people remove you from their life because you make them feel too seen. We'll always have each other. I stared at the photo, zoomed in. There, in the center of the table, was a phone. And on that screen, a paused Netflix show. Still logged in. Still playing. Still under my name. They'd found a workaround. They were still using me. Still pretending I didn't exist, but draining whatever access they could scrape from the corners. I clenched my jaw. It was no longer about group chats or accounts. It was about respect. And I'd finally reached my breaking point. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed, phone screen dimly glowing beside me, replaying that photo over and over. My family, seated together, laughing, faces lit by the glow of a TV screen, playing a show they were still streaming from my account. It wasn't even about the Netflix anymore. It was the symbolism. That even after everything, after the silence, the insults, the removals, they still felt entitled to take without so much as a second thought. That they would post that moment to social media, posing like a united front while weaponizing hashtags about toxicity and family first, while still sucking power from the very person they'd iced out. And there I was, alone, on the outside looking in. Again, that's when the real anger crept in, not the sharp, fire-hot kind that flares up and dies out, but the cold, hollow kind. The kind that sits in your chest like ice water and numbs everything it touches. For a few minutes, I thought about deleting all my accounts, changing my number, disappearing altogether, just walking away. I thought about every memory from the last few years, birthday cakes I'd paid for, emergencies I'd covered, holidays I'd driven hours to attend only to end up sitting at the edge of the table like a guest in my own family. And now they were branding me the toxic one? I felt humiliated, used, and more than anything, I felt like I didn't matter. I didn't cry, not yet. I just sat in the quiet of my apartment while the city slept around me. The distant hum of traffic outside my window, the only sign the world was still spinning. That morning, I called in sick to work. I didn't have the energy to fake being okay. My boss was understanding. She always was. But the second I hung up, the weight hit me. All the years I'd poured into my family, into being the dependable one, the helper, the fixer, it had all amounted to this. A cold shoulder, and a shared photo with a fake smile. I didn't eat that day, barely moved, just shuffled around my apartment in a haze, picking things up only to set them down again. I tried to distract myself with movies, games, even a walk outside, but everywhere I went, that ache followed. I was grieving, not a death, but the loss of a fantasy. The fantasy that if I just gave enough, if I just loved enough, if I just tried hard enough, my family would see me the way I'd always seen them. As worth the effort. That night, around 2 a.m., I finally let go. I curled up on the floor of my living room, hugged my knees to my chest like I hadn't done since I was a kid, and sobbed. Not the dignified kind, either. The ugly, choking kind. The kind that rips out of you when years of unspoken hurt finally reach the surface. I cried for the birthdays I'd spent alone. For the text messages never answered. For the we were just joking jabs that had landed like daggers. For all the times I'd swallowed my pride and said yes when I wanted to scream no. And when the tears dried, I felt empty, but clean, like something inside me had been scrubbed raw. That was the bottom. But it was also where I found the first brick of something new. The next morning, I got up and opened a blank note on my phone. Titled it, "What do I want?" Not what they wanted. Not what I was expected to want. But me. Cody. A 28-year-old IT guy with no more room for illusions. I wrote, peace, boundaries, friendships that feel like home, a gym routine that doesn't fizzle out in 2 weeks, maybe a dog, a career I actually like, to stop living in reaction to people who never ask how I'm doing. It wasn't profound. It wasn't even that ambitious, but it was real. And for the first time in a long time, I felt real too. That week, I made some quiet changes. I started therapy again, video sessions on Tuesdays with a woman named Kara who listened like her life depended on it. I told her everything. The group chat, the accounts, the betrayal, the ache in my chest that hadn't gone away. She didn't offer miracle cures, just space, and questions that made me think. What would your life look like if you stopped playing the family hero? That one haunted me for days. I also restructured my finances. I combed through every shared subscription and account, cross-referenced every auto payment, and scrubbed away the remnants of shared responsibility. It felt like cleaning out a closet full of moldy clothes I didn't know I was still wearing. I bought myself a new phone plan, solo, simple mine. Set up new passwords for everything. Clean slates across the board. And then, just because I could, I treated myself to something I'd been putting off for years, a week-long solo trip. Nothing fancy, just a quiet cabin up in the mountains. No Wi-Fi, no reception, just me, some books, and enough silence to hear myself think again. The first night in the cabin, I stood on the porch wrapped in a hoodie, the sky scattered with stars so thick it felt like a painting. I breathed deep. No buzz of notifications. No family drama. Just stillness. And that's when it hit me. I wasn't missing them. I was missing who I thought they were. The versions I'd created in my head. The loving sister who would eventually say thank you. The mother who would one day see my efforts. The father who'd call just to talk. They weren't real. But I was. And for the first time, that felt like enough. When I got back, I started making other changes too. I reconnected with friends I hadn't seen in ages. People who never made me feel like I had to earn my place in their lives. We grabbed coffee, swapped old jokes, and for once, I didn't feel like I had to pretend. I could be tired. I could be quiet. I could be me. At work, I applied for a position in a different department, one with more flexibility, better pay, and a manager who actually valued communication. I didn't think I'd get it, but 2 weeks later, I did. My new team sent a welcome email filled with emojis and exclamation marks. And for the first time in years, I didn't dread Mondays. I also finally joined that gym near my place. I went at night when it was quiet, tucked into a hoodie, earbuds in, slowly rebuilding a body that had carried too much stress for too long. I wasn't chasing a six-pack. I just wanted to feel strong again, capable, grounded. And slowly, something else started happening too. I began to feel lighter, like I'd been walking around with a weighted vest and didn't even know it. The absence of my family's constant noise didn't feel like a hole anymore. It felt like space. Space to breathe, to move, to grow. I wasn't rushing to fill it. I was learning to live inside it. But even as I rebuilt, the echoes didn't vanish completely. Every now and then, I'd get a text from Lauren. Usually vague, sometimes hostile, sometimes sweet. Hey, hope you're okay. You really hurt, Mom. I miss how things used to be. I didn't respond. Not because I hated her, but because I knew nothing had changed on their end. They wanted access, not accountability. Reconnection without reflection. And I wasn't interested in reopening wounds that were finally starting to scar over. But then, a month after the trip, something happened that shifted everything again. A certified letter arrived in my mailbox. No return address. Inside, it was a copy of an invoice. A car insurance bill. Overdue. With my name still listed as the primary policyholder. And in the bottom corner, scribbled in ink, a note. You can't just abandon your family. There are consequences. No signature. No name. But I knew who it was from. I held that paper in my hand, jaw tightening. My fingers trembled, not with fear, but with a cold, calculated resolve. They weren't done. They still thought I was bluffing. Still believed I'd fold. Still thought they could reach into my life, pull strings, make demands, and I'd cave the way I always had. But they were wrong. Because I wasn't the same Cody anymore. Not the fixer. Not the doormat. Not the background character in my own story. And I was done playing nice. Getting that letter, not just the invoice, but the message scribbled at the bottom, flipped a switch in me. Not in a dramatic, movie montage kind of way. More like someone slowly turning a dial. It didn't explode. It simmered. Boiled under the surface like a pot I'd left on low heat for years. You can't just abandon your family. There are consequences. Not a plea. Not remorse. A threat. That's when I knew. They didn't see what they'd done as wrong. They didn't view me stepping away as a boundary. To them, it was betrayal. Me saying no for the first time in my adult life was an act of war. So if that's how they saw it, fine. I'd give them a war. But not the kind they expected. No screaming matches. No confrontations. No petty Instagram stories or call-out posts. I'd already done the emotional work. I wasn't looking for revenge just to feel better. I was looking for something quieter, sharper, something that made a statement so clean they couldn't twist it, something they'd feel for years. And that's when the real planning began. I started by pulling every single account and service that had ever been tied to my name. I'd done this before in a surface-level way when I was cleaning house, removing them from Spotify, Netflix, the phone plan. But this time, I dug deeper. Credit reports, address history, online logins, shared emails from 5 or 6 years ago that I'd long forgotten. And I found a lot. Turns out, I'd been the foundation for more than just family entertainment. Lauren's PayPal account still had my old email linked as a recovery. Josh's Twitch subscriptions still going through a backup debit card I'd given him in college just in case. Dad's car insurance, the one I thought I'd removed myself from, still active under my name, just with their payment method temporarily patched in. Even Mom's phone's Apple ID was still listed under a family sharing plan I'd set up back when her phone kept glitching and she'd beg me to help. I started collecting everything. Screenshots, statements, emails, every digital thread that tied us together. I stored them in a private Google Drive folder labeled simply, Reset. Then came step 2. I called my bank and got a new card number. Not just for my main debit, every account, every savings, every backup. I restructured all the automatic payments and transferred my balances to a new personal checking account under a separate bank. Next, I called my car insurance company. After about 40 minutes and 2 transfers, I finally got to someone who could see the legacy data. Sure enough, my name was still the primary on my dad's vehicle. It had never been properly transferred, just duct taped on top. I filed a formal disassociation request, sent in my ID, made them confirm, on the record, that I held zero legal or financial responsibility for that policy. Can I ask what happened? The woman on the phone said. Just cleaning up, I said. Long overdue. Once the paperwork was filed, I got a call. Unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. It was my dad. You think you're clever? You know how much hassle you're creating? This is your family, Cody. You don't just wash your hands and walk away. I saved the voicemail, uploaded it to the drive. Then I filed a report with the FTC's Identity Theft Division, not because my identity had been stolen exactly, but because it had been used, exploited without my knowledge, extended in ways I never consented to. The agent on the phone was incredibly helpful. Told me I wasn't the first person to go through something like this with family. Walked me through every step of freezing my credit and flagging past authorizations. I also set up 2-step authentication on everything. I mean everything. If someone tried to access an old Hulu login or recover an email I hadn't used since 2016, I wanted a ping. I was done leaving doors unlocked. Then came the real power move. I remembered something Lauren had bragged about last year at Thanksgiving, that she'd finally gotten approved for a new apartment thanks to having good credit from being on Cody's stuff for years. I hadn't thought about it at the time, but now it clicked. I pulled my full credit report from all 3 bureaus, scanned every line like I was decoding a message. And there it was, a utilities account in my name, opened 3 years ago. Address not mine. Lauren's building. She'd used my name and social without asking. Probably thought she was doing me a favor, or maybe just figured I wouldn't notice. I filed a dispute, reported the account as unauthorized, froze my credit, flagged any attempts to open new accounts. Within days, she got a notice that her power bill was being terminated pending verification. She texted me in a panic. Why is my electricity being messed with? I'm going to lose my lease. I didn't respond, but I took a screenshot. Then, just for good measure, I called the leasing office of her building. Told them my identity had been used on a utilities account tied to a unit there. Sent them the FTC report. Asked them to flag my name in the system and remove me from any leases or linked accounts. That's when the second wave hit. My mom texted, "Why is Lauren saying she might lose her apartment? Did you do something? Cody, be honest." I finally replied, "I'm cleaning up anything that was created without my consent." Her response was short. "You're destroying this family." I just stared at it. No, I thought, I'm just not letting it destroy me anymore. But I wasn't done yet. Because revenge wasn't about watching them squirm. It was about making sure they couldn't do this to me or anyone ever again. I went fully nuclear in the cleanest, most professional way possible. I drafted a cease and desist letter. Formal, polite, airtight. I stated that I no longer authorized any member of my immediate family to use my name, credit, identification, or payment information for any purpose. I cited the FTC complaint number, the filed disputes, and included a list of known accounts I'd flagged. I sent it via certified mail, each letter signed and time-stamped. They couldn't say I didn't warn them. Then I filed a change of address form for myself. Not because I was moving, but because I knew they'd memorized my old addresses. I was done getting random bills forwarded to me by accident. I even created a new personal email. One I didn't give to anyone but a few close friends. The old one. I scrubbed it off, everything important. Let it sit there like a trap, waiting for someone to try something. But I didn't isolate myself. Not this time. I started reconnecting with people who saw me. Not out of obligation, but because they wanted to. My friend Marcus, who'd once said, "You always show up for everyone. Who shows up for you?" He started inviting me to game nights again. My old roommate Sam and I started meeting for weekend hikes. I even joined a local tech meetup group. Gave a talk. Felt my hands shake through the whole thing, but they clapped. Smiled. I wasn't invisible anymore. I started journaling. Hit the gym more. Signed up for a cooking class. Then, one Friday night, sitting in a quiet restaurant with new friends and real laughter swirling around me, my phone buzzed. A message from Lauren. Just 2 words. "We need to talk." I put my phone face down. Took a sip of my drink. Because I already knew what she was going to say. She'd finally hit a wall she couldn't climb using my name. And she was about to learn what consequences really looked like. The message sat on my phone like a stone at the bottom of a lake. "We need to talk." I didn't respond. Not out of spite. Not anymore. Just clarity. Because at this point, I didn't need to talk. Everything I needed to say had been said. With boundaries. With silence. With paperwork. But I knew it wasn't over. That text was just the first crack in the wall they'd built. The one where they painted themselves as victims of my pettiness, while still trying to siphon from the very life they pushed me out of. 3 days passed. Then a voicemail. Then another. Then my mom tried calling from her landline. The one she used only when she really needed to be taken seriously. I let them all go to voicemail. Then came a message from Josh. "They're freaking out, dude. Lauren's getting hit with fees. Mom's saying her Apple ID won't sync. Dad's insurance lapsed. Can you just fix it, and we'll figure it out later?" No apology. No ownership. Just fix it. They still didn't get it. But fate, it turns out, has a way of stepping in when you're quiet enough to let it. It started with a call from the leasing office of Lauren's apartment. They were following up on the FTC complaint. The utilities bill had been flagged, and they'd begun reviewing the lease applications. They discovered Lauren had submitted additional documentation, a cosigner letter using my name and a fake signature. Identity fraud. It didn't take long for that to spiral. The electric company opened their own internal case. Her services were suspended until a verified identity could be confirmed. And when she tried to explain, they asked for documentation, proof of relationship, proof of consent. She had nothing. That's when the messages started pouring in. "Cody, I'm literally going to lose my apartment. Please, I didn't think it was that big of a deal. You're being cruel. You're ruining my life over utilities. Are you proud of that? I made one mistake. One. And now I'm being punished for it like I'm some kind of criminal." I didn't answer. I didn't have to. Because shortly after that, she was contacted by someone else. Not me. Not my lawyer. The fraud department. A routine inquiry, they said. Nothing formal, just yet. But she panicked. And she made her first real mistake. She tried to blame me. Said I used to help with everything, and probably forgot I gave permission. But the agent had the cease and desist letter. The FTC complaint. The recorded dates of when I'd flagged everything and removed myself from all associations. Her story collapsed before she could finish it. And that's when she did something I didn't expect. She showed up. At my building. I was walking back from a grocery run when I saw her sitting on the bench near the front doors, wearing oversized sunglasses like that somehow disguised the desperation in her body language. I paused. Not out of shock. Out of choice. I had every reason to keep walking. But some part of me, not forgiving, but ready, walked over. She stood when she saw me. "Cody." Her voice cracked. "Can we talk? Please." I said nothing. I messed up. I know I did. I thought it wasn't a big deal. I thought it was just, I don't know, normal. Normal to use someone's name to open accounts and lie on legal documents. I asked. My voice was calm. I wasn't angry anymore. Just tired. She looked down. I didn't mean for it to go this far. But it did. She nodded slowly, eyes glassy. "I'm scared." I sat beside her. Not close, just enough. "You should be," I said. "Not because of me, but because of what it says about you that it took this much damage for you to feel something." "I was hurting too," she said quietly. "Mom and Dad, they always expected you to fix things. And I knew if I asked, you'd say no. So I didn't. I just did it anyway. That's not an excuse. That's a confession." She nodded. "I'll tell them the truth. About everything. That surprised me. I won't fight the utility complaint, she said. I'll pay whatever I have to. Just don't press charges. Please. I can't handle that. I stared at her for a moment. And in that moment, I saw her not as the enemy, not even as the sister who had manipulated and guilt-tripped me for years, but as a deeply flawed, frightened person who was finally staring into the mirror she'd spent her whole life avoiding. I'm not going to the police, I said. Not unless you force my hand. Relief flooded her face. But I'm also not your safety net anymore, I continued. This is the last conversation we'll ever have if you try to pull me back into the mess. Do you understand? She nodded. Said thank you. Tried to hug me. I didn't return it. Then I stood and walked inside. The next week was a cascade. My dad's insurance lapsed officially. He had to start over. Mom's iCloud was locked pending identity verification. She lost access to half her apps and couldn't recover her password without my backup number, which no longer existed. Josh's phone, which had quietly remained on my old plan even after I'd removed him, was fully disconnected due to non-payment. Apparently, he'd been riding off a billing delay. One by one, the dominoes fell. They hadn't believed I'd actually walked away. But now they had no choice but to face a world where I no longer buffered the consequences of their decisions. The fallout was mostly quiet. A few more angry texts. Some veiled Facebook posts about family betrayal and being stabbed in the back. A rant from my mom's friend to her friends about kids these days and their selfishness. But I didn't respond. Instead, I sent one final message. A group email addressed to all of them. Subject line, closure. I've chosen peace. I hope one day you choose it too. Until then, this is the end of my involvement in anything tied to any of you, financially, digitally, or otherwise. I have reported all misuses of my name and accounts to the appropriate agencies. Any further violations will be pursued legally. I wish you all healing, but I won't be a part of the damage anymore. Cody. Then I archived the thread, blocked their numbers, set up email filters, and I moved on. 6 months later, I stood in my new apartment, smaller, but brighter, warmer. There were photos on the wall now. My friends, my hikes, a dog I'd adopted named Finn who snored like a tractor and refused to sleep anywhere but under the couch. I cooked my own dinners, laughed with people who never asked me to pay for anything more than my share. I was invited to a birthday party and didn't feel the need to bring an expensive gift to prove my worth. I started dating. Slowly. Honestly. No baggage dragging behind me. I didn't miss my family. Not really. Because I finally understood something I should have learned a long time ago. You don't owe loyalty to people who weaponize your kindness. And sometimes, walking away isn't revenge. It's survival. It's freedom. It's finally choosing yourself. And for the first time in my life, I did. I wasn't the villain for walking away. I was just the first one brave enough to stop pretending it was love. My name's Carl, I'm 29, and up until recently, I thought my family's constant little digs were just jokes. You know the type, the kind you laugh off to keep the peace, the comments you tell yourself aren't meant to hurt. But lately, it's been harder to convince myself of that. Every gathering has felt like sitting in the middle of a roast where I'm the only one who didn't sign up for it. I'm the oldest sibling, the one who made it out, as my relatives like to put it. I worked my way through college, built a decent career, saved enough to buy myself a nice car. Nothing outrageous, just something I'm proud of. I thought that was something to celebrate. Apparently, it just made me a target. My sister, Emily, is 24 and still living at home. She has a habit of turning every conversation into a competition, even if there's nothing to compete about. My parents, well, they mean well, I guess. But they have this way of siding with her no matter what, like I'm the responsible one who doesn't need backup. I can handle the teasing most days, but this past weekend, something in me snapped, not all at once, but like a hairline crack that's been there for years and finally gives under pressure. We were all sitting in the living room after dinner, a pile of wrapping paper and gifts around us. It was supposed to be a light-hearted moment, family laughing, sharing stories, the kind of thing you imagine in commercials. I was halfway through unwrapping a book my mom picked out for me when I heard her whisper to Emily. It wasn't exactly quiet, more like the kind of whisper someone uses when they want to be overheard. He doesn't deserve that car after how he treats us, she said, like I wasn't 5 feet away. My hands froze on the paper. I glanced up, and sure enough, Emily was smirking like she'd just been handed the juiciest piece of gossip. Before I could say anything, Dad chuckled from his recliner and added, "If he won't lend it to us, maybe we should teach him a lesson and accidentally scratch it." He said it with this casual laugh, like it was a joke, but the look he shot me wasn't playful. It was a challenge. My heart thudded in my chest. They'd been asking to borrow my car for months, not for emergencies, just whenever they felt like it. I'd been saying no because the last time I let Emily borrow my old car, she returned it with a dent and acted like I was overreacting. I thought drawing a boundary was reasonable. Apparently, to them, it was a personal insult. I set the book down carefully and just sat there for a second, letting the words hang in the air. My sister was grinning outright now, clearly enjoying the fact that this was getting under my skin. I could feel my ears getting hot, but I forced a calm smile. "Actually," I said, pulling my keys from my pocket and letting them dangle from my finger, "about that car." The room went quiet. Mom's face shifted from smug to wary, like she wasn't sure where I was going with this. Dad leaned forward a little, and Emily stopped smirking just long enough to look confused. I didn't say anything else right away, just let the silence stretch while I leaned back on the couch. My heart was hammering, but there was a strange calm in knowing I finally had their full attention. For once, they weren't talking over me or dismissing what I said. They were waiting. That moment, those few seconds where their faces shifted from amusement to curiosity to unease, that's when I realized how tired I was. Tired of being treated like the family ATM. Tired of having every accomplishment brushed off, every boundary tested. Tired of pretending I didn't hear the whispers and the snide comments. Something inside me had finally clicked, and I knew I wasn't going to keep playing along. But I didn't give them the satisfaction of an answer just yet. I just let my keys drop into my palm and tucked them back into my pocket, forcing a grin that felt sharper than usual. "We'll talk about it later," I said lightly, and went back to unwrapping my book as if nothing happened. I could feel 3 pairs of eyes on me the rest of the night, and honestly, for the first time in a long time, I didn't mind making them wait. The next morning, I woke up with that weird post-family gathering fog. You know, the one where you replay everything in your head and wonder if you overreacted. I was making coffee when I got a text from Emily. "Hey, can I borrow your car for the weekend? I promised Sarah I'd drive her to the outlet mall." "No, good morning. No, thanks in advance. Just that." I actually laughed out loud, which startled my cat enough to make him jump off the counter. I stared at my phone, wondering if she sent that before or after last night's little, "maybe we should scratch it" comment. I texted back, "Hi, Emily. Bold move asking the guy you apparently want to teach a lesson." She replied with an eye roll emoji and, "Come on, it was a joke. Don't be so sensitive. You know Mom and Dad didn't mean it." I didn't answer right away. I just sipped my coffee and watched the steam curl. A year ago, I would have caved by now, handed over my keys just to avoid the fight. This time, I typed, "Sorry, I'm using it this weekend." Technically true. Using it to drive myself to get groceries counts, right? 5 minutes later, Mom called. I let it go to voicemail, but she called again. And again. Finally, I picked up. "Carl," she said, skipping right over hello. "Why are you being so difficult with your sister? She's just asking to borrow the car. It's not a big deal." I leaned against the counter. "Not a big deal? Mom, you literally said last night I didn't deserve the car." There was a pause. Then she sighed like I was the unreasonable one. "You know we were just teasing. Your dad was joking about the scratching thing." "Sure," I said. "Because threatening to key my car is everyone's favorite party game." "Carl," she said sharply, "don't twist things. Emily needs your help. You don't have to hold grudges over one little comment." I pinched the bridge of my nose, trying to keep my voice even. "Mom, I've let her borrow my cars before." She returned one with a dent and laughed about it. "Remember? She was young. People make mistakes." She was 22. She apologized. "No," she said. "You can't even notice it unless the light hits it a certain way." "That's not an apology." Mom made a frustrated sound. "You always have to bring up the past. Why can't you just be supportive? Family helps family." There it was, the magic phrase that had been used as a guilt trip my entire life. I could practically hear Dad nodding in the background. "Mom," I said, "I am supportive. I literally fixed your leaky roof last winter. I helped pay off your hospital bill when Dad's insurance didn't cover it. I'm not unsupportive just because I won't be Uber for Emily every weekend." She went quiet for a beat, then changed tactics. Fine. I'll tell her she can't go. But she's going to be heartbroken. I hope you're happy. That one stung, but I stayed firm. I'll take my chances. She hung up without saying goodbye. I thought that was the end of it, but later that afternoon, I got a group text from Dad. Family dinner at 7. Don't be late. There was no please, no can you make it? Just a command. I stared at it, debating whether to skip, but curiosity got the better of me. If they were going to try another guilt trip, I wanted to be there to hear it in person. Dinner that night felt like walking into a courtroom where everyone had already decided the verdict. Emily was sitting at the table, scrolling on her phone with a dramatic pout. Mom was clattering dishes around louder than usual. Dad was in his usual seat, arms crossed. Carl, Mom said as soon as I sat down, your sister had to cancel her plans because of you. I raised my eyebrows. Wow, that sounds serious. Should we hold a moment of silence for the outlet mall? Emily shot me a glare. You think you're so funny. It's not about the mall. It's about you being selfish. I grabbed a roll from the basket and started buttering it slowly, just to watch her squirm. You know what's selfish? Threatening to damage someone's property because they won't give you free access to it. Dad slammed his hand on the table, making the silverware jump. That's enough, Carl. Your mother already told you we were joking. Then maybe don't joke about vandalizing my stuff. I shot back, my voice sharper than I meant. Mom jumped in, her voice soft but edged. Carl, we're worried about you. You've been so defensive lately. It feels like you don't even want to be part of this family anymore. That one hit me right in the chest. I opened my mouth, then closed it again. For a second, I just stared at them, my parents, who I'd bent over backward to help, and my sister, who still looked like she was waiting for me to cave. I finally said, I want to be part of this family. I just don't want to be the family doormat. The silence that followed was heavy. I could see Mom's lips pressed together, like she wanted to argue but didn't know what to say. Emily rolled her eyes and muttered, Drama queen. I leaned back in my chair and gave her a sweet smile. Thanks for the feedback, Emily. I'll put that in my diary right under most passive-aggressive family dinner ever. Even Dad cracked a reluctant snort at that, but he quickly masked it with a cough. Dinner went on in stiff silence after that, the only sounds the clinking of forks and Emily's occasional exaggerated sighs. By the time I left, I could feel the tension pressing on my shoulders like a weight. But under it, there was something else, something sharper. I wasn't just annoyed anymore. I was done. Done with being manipulated, done with pretending their comments didn't hurt, done with letting Emily act like my belongings were community property. On the drive home, I caught myself gripping the steering wheel tighter than necessary, replaying the look on their faces when I said I wasn't their doormat. For the first time, I didn't feel guilty for saying it. If anything, I felt lighter. Still, I had this nagging sense that things were about to escalate, that my refusal to bend had just thrown down a gauntlet I couldn't take back. And I was right. Because the very next day, I got a call that took this whole situation from irritating family drama to something much bigger and much harder to ignore. The next morning, I woke up to 3 missed calls and a text from a number I didn't recognize. The text said, Hey, this is Mike from Midtown Auto. We're just confirming you wanted the work done today. Car's already in the bay, we'll get started soon. I stared at my phone, confused. I hadn't scheduled anything at Midtown Auto. In fact, I hadn't taken my car in for anything since its last oil change. I called the number back. Yeah, we've got your Civic in here, the guy said casually. The paperwork says to do the tire replacement, brake check, and detailing. Should be ready by the end of the day. My stomach sank. Wait, what paperwork? Who dropped it off? Young woman, dark hair, said she was your sister. Had your name on the work order. I could feel my pulse hammering in my ears. Don't touch the car. I didn't authorize anything. I'm on my way. By the time I got there, I was half expecting it to be a misunderstanding, like maybe she'd borrowed the car without asking, but hadn't actually done anything else. Nope. There it was, sitting in the bay with one of the tires already off. Emily was leaning against the wall scrolling on her phone, like she was waiting for her latte. What's wrong with you, Emily? I said, storming over. She barely glanced up. Relax. Your tires were getting bald. I did you a favor. A favor? I repeated, incredulous. You stole my car keys, drove it here without permission, and signed my name on a work order? That's not a favor. That's theft. She rolled her eyes. You're so dramatic. Mom said it was fine. I actually laughed, a sharp, humorless sound. Mom said it was fine. Emily, you don't live in a sitcom. You can't just take someone's car because Mom said so. Just then, Mom walked in. Of course she was here. Carl, lower your voice, she said, glancing at the mechanic, who looked like he wished he could disappear. Your sister was just trying to help. Help? I said, my voice rising despite myself. You knew about this? You told her it was okay to take my car without asking. Mom frowned, like I was the unreasonable one. You've been so stubborn lately, Carl. We thought if we just took care of it, you'd see we were right. I just stared at her. You thought? Mom, this isn't about tires. This is about you ignoring my boundaries. You don't get to teach me a lesson by stealing my car. Emily muttered. You should be thanking me. You've been too cheap to replace those tires for months. I turned to her slowly. Cheap? I'm the one who paid to fix Mom's roof, remember? I'm the one who paid Dad's hospital bills. I just didn't want to shell out $500 for new tires at the exact second you decided it was urgent. Emily crossed her arms. You're overreacting. It's not like we wrecked it. I took a step closer. Not yet. But if I hadn't caught this, you would have made decisions about my property without my consent. Do you even hear how insane that sounds? Mom put a hand on my arm like she was trying to calm me. Carl, we're your family. We just want to make sure you're safe. Safe? I said, pulling away. If you cared about my safety, you wouldn't be threatening to scratch my car one night and then stealing it the next. That one landed. I could see Mom flinch, just a little. I turned to the mechanic, who was hovering awkwardly nearby. Put the tire back on. I'm taking the car home. He nodded quickly, clearly relieved someone was making a decision. Emily muttered something under her breath as we walked outside, and I spun around. What was that? She smirked. Nothing. Just saying your lucky dad isn't here. He'd tell you to stop acting like a spoiled brat. I just stared at her, my hands clenched at my sides. I wanted to say something cutting, something that would make her stop smirking for once, but the words stuck in my throat. When I got home, Dad was waiting in the driveway. You embarrassed your sister today, he said without preamble. She stole my car. I shot back. She was trying to help you, he said, as if repeating the party line would make it true. By forging my signature? He stepped closer, his jaw tight. You're making this a bigger deal than it needs to be. You've been selfish lately, Carl. You've forgotten where you came from. I laughed, not because it was funny, but because it was so absurd I didn't know what else to do. Forgotten where I came from? Dad, I'm the one who's been helping keep this family afloat for years. And this is the thanks I get. He shook his head. We just want you to be part of the family again. The way you're acting, it's like you think you're better than us. That hit me like a punch. I stood there for a second, staring at him, feeling something inside me harden. You know what, Dad? I said quietly. Maybe I am better. Not better than you as a person, but better than the way you all treat me. Better than being guilt-tripped and manipulated every time I say no. Better than letting my sister steal from me and getting lectured like I'm the bad guy. His face darkened. Watch your mouth. No, I said, my voice steady now. For once, you watch yours. And then I walked inside, leaving him standing there in the driveway. That night, I sat on my couch, staring at my car keys on the table. For the first time, the house didn't feel like a refuge. It felt like a fortress under siege. I kept thinking about Mom's voice, Dad's words, Emily's smug expression. Something had broken that day, something I couldn't glue back together. And as much as I wanted to believe things could go back to normal, I knew they wouldn't. Because they weren't done pushing. And the next time they crossed the line, I wasn't just going to push back. I was going to push back hard. The next few weeks felt like living in a pressure cooker. I didn't block my family, but I might as well have. Every text from them sat unread for hours before I forced myself to open it, and most went unanswered. I needed space, but space wasn't something they understood. Mom left 3 voicemails the first week, all with that tone that sounds concerned on the surface, but is really just layered with guilt. Carl, we haven't heard from you. Your sister is upset. This is tearing the family apart. Please call us back before it gets worse. I listened to those messages late at night, sitting on the edge of my bed, staring at the floor. A year ago, they would have worked. I would have called back, apologized, and smoothed everything over just to stop feeling like the villain. But this time, something in me had shifted. I was tired of apologizing for having boundaries. Work became my escape. I threw myself into extra hours at the office, volunteered for projects no one else wanted, and stayed late just so I wouldn't have to drive past my parents' street and feel that pull of obligation. My coworkers started joking that I was gunning for Employee of the Month, and I just smiled and let them think that. Better they think I was ambitious than realize I was hiding from my own family. But even at work, it was hard to get away from the gnawing sense of betrayal. I kept replaying the look on Emily's face at the mechanic shop, that smug little half-smile like she'd won something. And Mom's calm, patronizing tone. We thought if we just took care of it, you'd see we were right. It hit me one night, around midnight, when I was sitting on my couch with the TV on mute and my cat curled up next to me. They weren't just dismissing my boundaries. They were actively teaching me that my no didn't matter, that my property wasn't really mine, that as long as they called it help, they could bulldoze right over me. The thought made my stomach twist. I stopped visiting altogether. Normally, I drop by every Sunday for dinner, a habit more than anything, but I skipped 2 in a row. Mom texted me after the second absence. "You're hurting your father by staying away. Emily thinks you hate her. Is that what you want?" I stared at it for a long time, thumbs hovering over the keyboard, before setting the phone down and walking away. I didn't have the energy to fight, and I knew anything I said would just become ammunition for the next argument. Still, I couldn't shake the guilt. That's the thing about family. Even when they're wrong, even when you know they're wrong, there's a part of you that still wonders if you're the problem. I'd lie awake at night replaying Dad's words. "It's like you think you're better than us." The worst part was, I didn't want to be better. I just wanted to be treated like an equal. One Friday evening, I ran into one of Mom's friends at the grocery store. She smiled sympathetically and said, "I heard about the fight. Your mom said you've been distant. I hope you can forgive them soon. Family is all we have." That was the moment I realized they were telling people, painting me as the cold, ungrateful son who abandoned his family over just a misunderstanding. I drove home gripping the wheel so hard my knuckles hurt. By the time I pulled into my driveway, my anger had burned into something quieter and colder. If they were going to spin this story, fine. But I wasn't going to sit there and keep letting them make me the villain. I started taking small steps to separate myself. I changed the garage code at my house, not because my parents ever came over unannounced, though they'd hinted at it before, but because I wanted the reassurance. I moved the car keys to a different spot, somewhere only I knew. I even called my insurance company and added an authorization note. No one but me was allowed to make changes to my account. It was strangely satisfying, like quietly reclaiming pieces of my life they'd taken for granted. But the hardest part was the loneliness. For all their faults, my family had always been my default weekend plan, my safety net, my sounding board. Cutting them out left an ache I didn't expect. I'd catch myself reaching for the phone to text Mom about something funny that happened at work, then stop halfway and remember, she'd probably just use it as an opening to guilt trip me. So I started talking to other people. I had a couple of friends I'd been distant with, always too busy, too wrapped up in family drama, and I made plans with them. Drinks after work, a pickup basketball game on Saturdays, even a short road trip with an old college buddy. And for the first time in months, I felt like myself again. One night, sitting at a bar with my friend James, I finally let some of the frustration spill out. "Man, that's rough," he said after I told him about the car incident. "But you know what? Good for you for drawing the line. Sounds like they've been taking advantage of you for a while." Hearing someone say it out loud was like flipping a switch. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't overreacting. This wasn't just family drama. It was a pattern. Still, the guilt crept back in every time I saw a missed call from home. And every time, I had to fight the urge to answer. Then, one night, Mom left a different kind of voicemail. Her voice wasn't angry this time. It was sad. "Carl, we miss you. Your father says you're punishing us. Emily's been crying. Please come to dinner next week. Let's try to work this out." I listened to it twice. Part of me wanted to believe her, to believe they'd really reflected on what happened and were ready to change. But another part of me, the part that still saw Emily's smirk and heard Dad's accusation, knew better. If I went back now, nothing would change. They'd just take it as proof that they could push me to the breaking point, and I'd still come crawling back. So I didn't reply. Instead, I started thinking about what it would look like to really hold my ground, not just by staying away, but by making sure they understood I was serious this time. I wasn't sure what that would look like yet, but the seed had been planted. And as much as it hurt to admit it, a small, stubborn part of me was looking forward to the day they'd realize I wasn't going to keep playing the role of the good son. Because when that day came, I wanted to be ready. If rock bottom was lonely and heavy, The weeks that followed felt like stepping into sunlight after being underground for too long. It didn't happen all at once. There wasn't some big movie moment where I decided to change my life. It was smaller than that, slower. But little by little, I felt myself start to breathe again. For starters, work started going really well. That big project I'd volunteered for, it ended up catching the attention of my manager, who looped me in on a strategy meeting with higher-ups. For the first time, I wasn't just the guy executing tasks. I was part of the planning. I left that meeting with a sense of pride I hadn't felt in a while, and a week later, I got pulled aside by my boss. "You've been killing it lately, Carl," she said. "How would you feel about leading the next phase of the rollout?" I said yes, so fast I think I startled her. Leading that project meant longer hours, sure, but it also meant a bigger paycheck. And with that came something I didn't realize I'd been craving: leverage. I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was building something. I upgraded my apartment, not to something flashy, just a bit bigger, with a private garage so I wouldn't have to worry about anyone snooping around my car again. I moved my savings into a high-yield account and started setting real financial goals. And, maybe most importantly, I started therapy. I'd always rolled my eyes at the idea, but one session in, I realized how much I'd been carrying. My therapist helped me put words to things I'd been feeling for years. How my parents' help came with strings. How I'd been conditioned to keep the peace at my own expense. How I confused avoiding conflict with being a good son. "Boundaries aren't punishments," she said one session. "They're instructions for how people can have a healthy relationship with you." That one line stuck with me. I started writing down every time I felt guilt-tripped, manipulated, or pressured. Seeing it in black and white made it harder to gaslight myself into thinking I was imagining things. And the more I saw it laid out, the more I realized how much I'd normalized. My friends noticed the difference, too. "Man, you seem lighter," James said one Friday night when we were grabbing drinks. "You used to be so tense all the time. Whatever you're doing, keep it up." "Therapy," I said with a grin, clinking my glass against his. "And also, not letting my family run my life like a group project." He laughed. "Good for you." But it wasn't just therapy and work. I started doing small things just for myself, stuff I'd put off because I felt guilty spending money or time on me. I bought a bike and started riding on weekends. I signed up for a cooking class and learned how to make something other than pasta and eggs. I even took a weekend trip out of state, just to see what it felt like to get in the car and go somewhere without telling anyone. The freedom was intoxicating. Meanwhile, my family kept trying to pull me back in. The texts didn't stop, but they started to sound less like guilt trips and more like fishing lines. "Emily got a promotion today. We're having cake if you want to stop by. Your dad's working on the shed. Could use an extra pair of hands. We haven't seen you in so long. Sunday dinner isn't the same without you." Each one was a test, and each time I said no, politely, but firmly, I felt my spine straighten a little more. Then one evening, I got a text from Emily herself. "Hey, I know things have been weird. Can we talk?" I stared at it for a long time. Part of me wanted to ignore it, but curiosity won. I agreed to meet her for coffee. She showed up looking nervous, which was new. Usually she walked into any room like she owned it. "Look," she said, stirring her latte, "I know I crossed a line with the car. I thought I was helping, but I get why you're mad." It wasn't a full apology. There was still that but it was more than I'd expected. "I appreciate you saying that," I said carefully. She hesitated, then added, "Mom and Dad don't get why you're so upset. They think you're overreacting. But maybe you're not. Maybe you just needed some space." That was the first time anyone in my family had acknowledged that maybe I wasn't the crazy one. It didn't fix everything, but it was a start. We didn't hug, but we left on better terms than we had in months. And for the first time, I didn't drive away feeling angry. I felt calm. But calm isn't the same as forgetting. That night, I sat down with a notebook and started writing out a plan, not for revenge, not yet, but for what I wanted my future to look like, where I wanted to live, how much I wanted to save, what kind of boundaries I was willing to hold, even if it meant more conflict. It felt good, empowering, even. And maybe that's why, when the next storm hit, I didn't feel crushed the way I had before. Because I wasn't the same person anymore. I was stronger. And if they wanted a war, this time I wouldn't be fighting from my knees. A few weeks after that tentative coffee with Emily, I got the news that changed everything. My boss called me into her office and closed the door. Never a bad sign when she was smiling. Carl, she said, corporate has been really impressed with your work on the rollout. We want you to take on a leadership role permanently. There's a pay bump, of course, and, she paused for effect, we'd like to sponsor you for the professional certification program you mentioned last quarter. It'll put you in line for a management position next year. I sat there blinking for a second, trying not to look like a kid on Christmas morning. The certification alone was worth thousands of dollars, and the new salary meant I'd finally have breathing room. I accepted on the spot. That night, sitting in my slightly bigger apartment with my slightly newer furniture, I felt something I hadn't felt in months: control. For so long, my family had made me feel like I owed them, that any success I had was partly theirs because they raised me. But now, I'd earned this, every last bit of it, on my own. I decided to celebrate with a little treat. Nothing too wild, just finally getting those new tires I'd been putting off, but on my terms this time. I went to a shop across town, paid cash, and drove home grinning like an idiot. When I parked in my garage, I stood there for a second just looking at the car, polished and safe behind a locked door, and felt a quiet surge of satisfaction. The next day, my parents called. "We need to talk about what's going to happen with Grandma's cabin," Mom said, skipping any preamble. I froze. The cabin was one of the few things in the family that had real sentimental value, a little place by the lake where we'd spent every summer as kids. My grandparents had owned it outright for decades. "What about it?" I asked cautiously. "Your uncle wants to sell his share," Dad said, his voice tight. "If he does, we'll lose the cabin. Unless one of us buys him out." I could already see where this was going. "We were thinking," Mom said gently, "you could buy it. You're in a good position now. You could even put it in your name. We'd just keep using it as a family, of course." I sat back in my chair, my mind spinning. "So let me get this straight," I said slowly. "You want me to spend my money to keep the cabin, put it under my name, but let everyone else use it like nothing's changed?" Mom hesitated. "Well, yes. It's about keeping it in the family." "Right," I said. "In the family. The same family that tried to teach me a lesson by stealing my car." There was a pause on the other end. "Carl," Dad said finally, "you can't hold that over us forever. This is bigger than you. It's about tradition." I almost laughed. "Tradition? Dad, you wanted to sell the cabin 2 years ago to pay off credit card debt. Now suddenly it's sacred." "We were under pressure then," Mom said quickly. "This is different." I said, letting the silence stretch. That night, I dug out the paperwork I had from Grandma's estate. I'd been the one who helped her update it before she passed. As I flipped through the pages, I realized something my parents probably didn't know. If I bought out my uncle's share, I wouldn't just own part of the cabin. I'd control the entire property outright, because my uncle and Grandma had been the only owners left. That thought sat with me for a long time. I pictured every family gathering, every guilt trip, every time they told me I was selfish or ungrateful. I pictured Emily smirking as my car sat on a lift at the mechanic's. And I pictured myself sitting on the porch of that cabin, coffee in hand, finally at peace. Not because they gave me permission, but because it was mine. For the first time, I wasn't just thinking about defending my boundaries. I was thinking about what it would look like to flip the script entirely. I called my uncle the next day. "Yeah, I'm serious," I told him. "I want to buy your share. Cash offer. I'll handle the paperwork." He was thrilled. Apparently no one else in the family had the money ready, and he'd been eager to offload it before the next tax cycle. While the paperwork was processing, I started playing my cards closer to the chest. When Mom asked if I was considering it, I just said, "Thinking about it," and left it at that. Meanwhile, I quietly got my financial ducks in a row. I spoke to a lawyer, not just about the cabin, but about setting clear terms for usage, liability, and access. The lawyer raised an eyebrow when I explained the situation but didn't comment, just drafted exactly what I asked for: a legal agreement that would give me full ownership and control, with no obligation to let anyone else use it. The day the paperwork came through, I sat in my car outside the law office with the deed in my hand. My name. No one else's. I knew I could just keep it quiet, let them find out whenever they noticed, but something about that didn't feel right. No, they needed to know. They needed to look me in the eye and realize I wasn't the family pushover anymore. I texted Mom. "I'll come to dinner Sunday. We need to talk." Her response came back almost instantly. "Wonderful. Emily will be so happy. Your dad will be glad to see you. We'll make your favorite." I sat there for a long moment, the keys cool in my palm, a slow smile spreading across my face. Because this time, I wasn't coming over as the apologetic son ready to smooth things over. I was coming over as the man who held all the cards. Sunday dinner felt different the second I walked through the door. It wasn't the house that had changed, it was me. I wasn't walking in as the son trying to keep the peace, or the brother who would eventually cave. I was walking in with leverage they didn't even know existed, and that gave me a quiet, dangerous sort of calm. Mom greeted me with an overly bright smile, like she was determined to pretend everything had been smoothed over. Emily peeked out from the kitchen, gave me a small nod, not quite warm, but not hostile either, and Dad stayed seated at the table, arms crossed, like he was preparing for a debate. Dinner started out almost pleasant. Mom kept the conversation on safe topics: weather, work, some local news story about a raccoon getting into someone's garage. I could feel the tension under the surface though, like everyone was waiting for me to finally apologize and put this whole thing to bed. When dessert was served, I put my fork down and said, "Actually, there's something I need to tell you." 3 sets of eyes turned to me at once. "I spoke to Uncle Rick," I said calmly. "I bought out his share of the cabin." There was a beat of silence. Mom's face lit up. "Oh, Carl, that's wonderful. I knew you'd come around." Dad grunted approvingly. "Smart move. That place should stay in the family." I let them bask in it for a second before I added, "Yeah, about that. It's mine now. Completely. Deeds already signed and recorded. Which means from now on, what happens with that cabin, who uses it, when, and how, is entirely up to me." The smiles froze. "What do you mean?" Mom said carefully. I said, still calm, there won't be any more free-for-alls. No last-minute trips where Emily invites half her friends. No leaving it a mess for me to clean up later. If anyone wants to use the cabin, they'll need to ask me. In advance. And if I say no, that's the end of it. Emily's jaw dropped. "You can't do that. It's our family cabin." I turned to her, still perfectly calm. "No, Em. It was our family cabin. Now it's my property, and I get to decide who sets foot on it." Her face went red. "You're being ridiculous. You can't just keep us out." I smiled slightly. "I can actually. Legally." Dad's chair scraped back as he stood, his voice rising. "Carl, this is petty. You're punishing the whole family because you didn't get your way a few months ago." I met his glare evenly. "No. I'm setting boundaries you can't ignore this time." Mom tried to play peacemaker. "Carl, sweetheart, we're just asking to use it like we always have. Surely we can work something out." "Sure," I said, leaning back in my chair. "Here's how it'll work. I'll post a schedule for when I'm using the cabin. If you want to go up there, you'll request a weekend, and if I approve it, you'll agree in writing to follow the rules I've set. Clean up after yourselves, no unapproved guests, no damaging the property. And if anyone breaks those rules, no more cabin access, period." The room was dead silent. Emily was glaring at me like I'd just announced I was bulldozing the place. "This is insane," she said finally. I shrugged. "Or it's fair. For once." Dad shook his head. "You've changed, Carl." I smiled. Not cruelly, just quietly certain. "Yeah, I have. And that's a good thing." Then I pulled out the folder I'd brought with me and slid it across the table. Inside was a copy of the deed with my name on it, plus the agreement I'd had my lawyer draft. "You can read it over," I said. "If you want access, sign it. If not, that's fine too. But there's no more arguing about this. No more guilt trips. No more sneaking around my back to get what you want." Mom looked like she wanted to cry. Dad looked like he wanted to yell. Emily just sat there glaring, her arms crossed tight. I stood, picking up my jacket. "Take your time," I said lightly. "But just so we're clear, until those papers are signed, the cabin stays locked." And with that, I dropped my keys into my pocket, nodded once, and walked out, leaving them sitting there in stunned silence. Driving home, I felt that same strange calm I'd felt when I first dangled my car keys weeks ago, but deeper this time. This wasn't just a bluff. I wasn't just holding my ground. This was me taking back control of the narrative. And judging by their faces, they'd finally realized I meant it. I didn't hear from them for 3 days. That was a record for my family. Normally, even a small argument generated a flurry of texts, missed calls, and passive-aggressive voicemails. This silence was different. It was heavy, deliberate. On the 4th day, I got a group text. "We've read your agreement. We'd like to talk in person." I agreed, but this time I insisted we meet at my apartment. That was a power move in itself. No home court advantage for them. No dining room table where they could surround me and make me feel like a defendant. When they arrived, I kept it businesslike. I offered water, not coffee. We sat in the living room instead of the kitchen. My cat jumped into my lap halfway through and stayed there, purring like some kind of furry bodyguard. Dad opened the folder first. "We've decided to sign," he said, his tone clipped. Emily groaned. "I still think this is ridiculous, but whatever." Mom sighed. "We just want things to go back to normal." I almost laughed at that. Normal is what got us here. We're not going back. We're starting over. They exchanged glances, but didn't argue. One by one, they signed the agreement. I could tell it killed Emily to put her name on something that spelled out rules she'd have to follow, but she did it anyway, scrawling her signature in angry loops. When the last pen stroke was down, I gathered the papers calmly, slid them back into the folder, and said, "Thank you. This will make things easier for everyone." That should have been the end of it, but Emily couldn't resist one last jab. "So what? You're just going to play gatekeeper now? Decide when we're allowed to go to the cabin like some dictator?" I smiled, not mocking but firm. "No, Emily. I'm going to make sure the cabin doesn't get treated like a free vacation rental where no one respects it. If you follow the rules, you'll get to use it. If you don't, you won't. Simple as that." She opened her mouth to argue, but Mom put a hand on her arm and shook her head. Dad stood up. "Well," he said gruffly, "guess we should go." I walked them to the door. Mom paused in the hallway and turned to me, her expression softer. "You've changed," she said quietly. "I had to," I replied. She nodded slowly. "Maybe that's not a bad thing." They left, and for a moment I just stood there in the quiet, the signed papers still warm in my hand. A week later, I made my first trip to the cabin as its sole owner. The place looked just as it had the last time I was there, but it felt different, lighter somehow. Mine. I spent the weekend cleaning, fixing a few things that had been neglected, and just breathing. On Sunday morning, I sat on the porch with a mug of coffee, looking out over the lake as the sun came up. My phone buzzed. It was a text from Mom. "Beautiful day at the lake, huh? We'll see you next weekend, and we'll bring the food. Thank you for letting us use it." I smiled, not because of the gratitude, though that was new, but because of the respect behind it. They weren't assuming anymore. They were asking, and that was all I'd ever really wanted. As I set the phone down, I caught my reflection in the cabin window, the same face, but different somehow. Stronger. I took a slow sip of coffee, let the quiet settle around me, and whispered to no one in particular. "Not your doormat anymore." And for the first time in a long time, I actually believed it. You know those moments that permanently rewire something inside you? The kind you don't see coming until they're already halfway through breaking you open? For me, it was a cold Tuesday morning, sometime around hour 11 of my daughter's surgery. I remember staring at the same stale vending machine sandwich I hadn't had the stomach to touch, checking my phone again like it hadn't been silent for the past 11 hours. Not a single call, not a single message, not even one of those dry, vague, thinking of you texts. I kept refreshing like maybe the apps were broken. Maybe there was a tower down. Maybe something, anything, was delaying the flood of messages I expected. But no, just a blank screen. The kind of silence that doesn't just echo, but screams. My name's Jordan. I'm 38. I work full-time as a project manager for a commercial renovation firm, which basically means I babysit million-dollar construction sites and try not to lose my mind juggling grown adults who act like middle schoolers. I'm also a single dad. My daughter, Lily, is 14 and the absolute center of my world. She's the kind of kid who still says, "Thanks, Dad," every time I make her lunch, even if it's just reheated leftovers. The kind of kid who reads old classics without being told and quietly tucks in a blanket around the dog when she thinks no one's watching. Smart, kind, a little shy, and way too good for the broken family tree she inherited from me. Now, when I say family, I mean my parents and younger brother, Austin. We used to be close. Not sitcom close, but birthday dinner close. Group text close. The kind of close that always included those subtle jabs that only families can get away with. But it all started to rot when Lily was born. I was 24, fresh off a nasty breakup with her mother, and barely holding it together. Instead of rallying behind me, my family acted like I'd committed some moral crime by choosing to raise Lily alone. My mom said things like, "You're throwing away your future." My dad offered me a spare room in the basement. Not for me, just for Lily, because kids need a stable home. And Austin, well, Austin just went radio silent for almost a year. No congratulations. No visit. Nothing. They eventually came around, or at least pretended to. My mom started posting pictures of Lily on Facebook like she was some kind of proud grandma, even though she barely saw her. My dad would toss her a $20 at Christmas and call it spoiling her. Austin started showing up again once he got engaged to a woman whose parents had money, suddenly needing help with deposits and a little support to get things started. And somehow, I was always the one expected to show up, the one to fix things, to lend money, to organize birthdays, to host, to forgive, always forgive. I told myself it was just the way families worked, that I couldn't expect them to love Lily the way I did, that maybe being the responsible one meant carrying more weight. But that Tuesday morning in the hospital, that was the day something inside me cracked. Lily had been diagnosed with a rare spinal condition about 4 months earlier. I won't pretend I understood the medical jargon, but the gist of it was this. It was serious. It would get worse. And if we didn't operate, she could lose the ability to walk. The surgery was complex, risky, and brutal, 13 hours under the knife, followed by weeks of painful recovery. I kept my family in the loop from the start. Sent updates, shared the surgeon's notes, even sat down with my parents to explain the timeline. I didn't ask for help, not really, just maybe some emotional support, a little backup. I thought, at the very least, they'd show up on the day of the surgery. Instead, nothing. I sat in the waiting room with a charged phone and no one to talk to. No one to reassure me. No one to ask how Lily was doing. The hours crawled. I got updates from nurses every few hours, each one a little more optimistic than the last, but the silence from my own blood was louder than any monitor beeping in the background. Around hour 7, I convinced myself they must be on their way, that maybe they were stuck in traffic, or running late, or just forgot to text. By hour 10, I gave up on excuses. I knew the truth. They didn't come because they didn't care enough to come. It wasn't like they were out of town. My parents lived 20 minutes from the hospital. Austin works remotely and literally brags about his flexibility every time we meet. No one had a good excuse. They just didn't show. And here's the part that still makes my jaw tighten. 3 days later, 3 days after the longest, scariest, most emotionally raw moment of my life, I finally get a text from my dad. Not "How's Lily?" or "We've been thinking about you." No, he wanted to know if I could contribute $3,500 toward Austin's engagement party. A destination engagement party in the Bahamas. He even included a little smiley face. Like this was normal. I stared at that message for a long time. My first instinct was disbelief. Then came the slow simmering heat of pure, electric rage. Not just because of the money, not just because of the timing, but because it confirmed everything I didn't want to believe about them. They had completely removed themselves from my life unless they needed something. I had poured years into keeping those connections alive, showing up when they didn't, bending when they pushed, and this was what I got in return. I didn't respond right away. I waited until the next morning, after another long night sleeping in the hospital chair beside Lily's bed. She was groggy, in pain, and scared, but still smiled when I brought her ice chips. I held her hand and told her she was the bravest kid I'd ever known. And I meant it. Later, once she was asleep again, I opened the banking app on my phone, transferred 1 cent to my dad's account, added a note, put it toward his future. Then I got to work. Every shared streaming account I'd let them use, gone. Every card they had access to, every emergency fund they'd guilt me into helping with, every login they still used, canceled, revoked, or reset. I wasn't subtle about it. I didn't warn them. I just cut it all off. Not out of pettiness. Out of clarity. Something I should have done years ago. At 6:03 a.m. the next day, my phone started buzzing. 17 missed calls. All from my mother. And that was just the beginning. I didn't answer the first call, or the second, or the third. But by number 5, I was starting to feel that familiar weight pressing against my chest. The same pressure I'd felt 100 times growing up. The unspoken obligation. The guilt. The twisted sense that if I didn't pick up, something worse would happen. That it would somehow be my fault. So I caved. Call number 6 connected. I stood in the hallway outside Lily's recovery room, the overhead lights buzzing quietly above me. My voice came out flat. Hello. My mom didn't even say good morning. No, her voice came sharp and clipped, like I was the one who had crossed some line. What the heck is wrong with you, Jordan? She hissed. Why did I wake up to a bunch of locked accounts? Your dad can't access the Hulu. Your brother says the gym membership stopped working. Did you seriously send your father a penny? I stared out the window and let the silence hang for a beat longer than necessary. Did you forget Lily had surgery this week? Oh, don't start with that. Of course I didn't forget. You didn't call. You didn't text. You didn't even ask if she was okay. Well, we figured you had it handled. And you know how your father gets. He's not comfortable in hospitals. And Austin had his party to plan. It's not that we didn't care. We just didn't want to overwhelm you. That word, overwhelm, it hit me like a slap. I sat in a waiting room for 13 hours, Mom. I said, my voice suddenly thick. 13 hours. Alone. While my kid was under for the most invasive surgery of her life. You weren't worried about overwhelming me. You just didn't want to be bothered. Jordan, don't be dramatic. You're always doing this. Making yourself the victim. It's exhausting. There it was. That familiar tone. The same one I'd heard when I was 16 and got passed over for Austin's private school tuition because he had more potential. The same one from college, when I had to work 2 jobs while Austin got a fully paid apartment downtown. The same tone I heard when I became a father and was told, you'll see, kids ruin your life. I hung up without another word. For a while, she didn't call back. But it didn't end there. Over the next few days, the messages started trickling in. First from my dad, short, cold texts like, we need to talk. Then Austin, playing dumb. Dude, what happened? Mom's freaking out. Can you fix the Netflix thing? It's my fiance's account too. Then, when I didn't respond, the tone shifted. Mom sent a long message, guilt-laced and passive-aggressive. I just don't understand how you can be so heartless. We've always supported you, and this is how you repay us? Cutting off your family over a simple oversight? Oversight. That word made me laugh out loud in the hospital hallway. By then, Lily was beginning to walk again, her movements slow but determined. She clutched the walker with trembling fingers and beamed with pride every time she took a few steps. She never once asked where my parents were, never once brought up Austin or anyone else. She had already learned not to expect much from them. The week she was discharged, I took her home and set up her room with fresh sheets, new pillows, and a stack of her favorite books. I cooked her soup, helped her into bed, and made a promise, one I didn't say out loud, but one I felt down to my bones. She will never feel alone again, not while I'm breathing. But the silence from my family didn't last long. A week later, I got an invitation in the mail. White envelope, gold trim, embossed lettering. It was Austin's engagement party, the same one I was asked to help fund. The same one that would cost nearly $5,000 per guest, all expenses paid, on some beach resort in Nassau. The note inside wasn't addressed to me. It was addressed to Uncle Jordan and Lily. Like nothing had happened. Like we were still part of their world. Like they hadn't abandoned us at our most vulnerable moment. I almost tossed it in the trash. But Lily saw it first. Are we going? She asked quietly, her eyes flicking to mine. I forced a smile. No, baby. We've got better plans. She didn't ask again. The next time I saw Austin was a week before the trip. He showed up unannounced, knocking on my door like we hadn't been ignoring each other for a month. I opened it to find him standing there in designer sunglasses, polo shirt too tight around his biceps, and a smug smile plastered across his face. Hey man, he said, stepping inside without waiting for an invite. We need to talk. I didn't move. About what? He walked past me like he owned the place. Look, I get it. You're still mad about the surgery thing. But come on, man. You've always been the strong one. We knew you had it under control. It's not like you needed us there. I stared at him. That's the problem, Austin. You've never thought I needed anything. You think showing up only matters when it's convenient. He raised his hands defensively. Okay. Maybe we dropped the ball. But now you're acting like a child. Cutting off the gym membership? That was low. You know Jin's been using that for her bridal workouts. I almost laughed. That's what you're here for? A gym membership? And the credit card, he added, scratching the back of his neck. You know, the one Mom said you kept open in case we needed emergency help? That was for family, man. Funny, I said. I thought family showed up for each other. Turns out I was wrong. He tried to pivot. Look, we really want you there. Jen's parents are asking about you. They think it's weird you're not on the RSVP list. I told them you're just dramatic sometimes. My jaw tightened. Then he added the final twist. Also, Dad said if you're not coming, maybe you could still help cover part of the open bar tab? We're a little over budget. There was a silence between us then, long, stretched thin with tension. I stepped forward, slowly, and said in the calmest voice I could manage, "Get out of my house." He blinked. "What? You heard me. Get out. And don't come back here unless it's to apologize. Not just to me, but to Lily." He scoffed. "Wow. You really think you're some hero, huh? Playing the martyr again. Always so righteous. You're not better than us, Jordan. You're just bitter." I didn't answer. I just opened the door. He stood there for a second, like he expected me to change my mind. Like I'd fold the way I always had. But I didn't. I stared straight ahead, jaw clenched, heart pounding like a war drum. He finally stepped out, muttering under his breath. I closed the door behind him. But that wasn't the end. 2 days before the engagement trip, I got another message from my mom. This time, it was a voicemail. I must have listened to it 5 times, each time feeling the pressure build in my chest like a rising tide. Her voice was dripping with guilt trips and indignation. "Jordan, I don't know what's gotten into you. You're making a scene. You're embarrassing the family. Austin says you kicked him out. What happened to being a team? We've always supported each other, haven't we? And now you're punishing everyone because we missed one little event." Little event. Little event. My daughter nearly lost her ability to walk. And to them, it was a scheduling inconvenience. That night, Lily caught me pacing in the kitchen, phone clenched in my hand, face flushed with frustration. She was using one crutch now, slowly regaining her strength, her gait still wobbly but determined. "Dad," she said gently, "are you okay?" I looked at her and felt the tears sting behind my eyes. She didn't need to hear the voicemail. She didn't need to know the details. She just needed to know the truth. "I'm done, sweetheart," I said, voice cracking. "I'm done trying to make people care who clearly don't." She stepped forward and hugged me. Tight. Fierce. The kind of hug that says more than any apology could. In that moment, I realized this wasn't just about cutting ties. It was about choosing peace, protecting what matters, and burning the bridge with every last match I had left. But even then, I didn't expect what happened next. Because the morning after their plane touched down in Nassau, I woke up to a new kind of message. A screenshot from a mutual family friend. It was a post from Austin's fiancée. A group photo. On the beach. Everyone smiling. My parents standing in the middle, drinks in hand. Captioned, "Surrounded by all the people who matter most." And just like that, the final thread snapped. I stared at that image for a long time. Then I opened my laptop. Logged into every shared account I hadn't yet touched. Banking. Streaming. Phone plans. Every digital cord still connecting us. One by one, I started cutting. And as I reached the final account, the one they'd forgotten I still controlled, I hesitated. Not out of doubt. Out of something else. Something colder. Sharper. Because this time, I wasn't just cutting ties. I was setting the stage. And they had no idea what was coming next. It's funny how the worst moments don't always feel dramatic when they happen. Sometimes they sneak in quiet. No fireworks, no big arguments. Just a quiet, heavy stillness. That's how rock bottom felt for me. It wasn't the missed calls or the snide messages or even the picture on the beach. It was the slow realization that I had no family left, at least not in the traditional sense. The day after the engagement post went up, Lily asked me if we could stop by a bookstore. Her walking had improved. She was still on a crutch, but she was moving more confidently, and the doctor had given us permission for short outings. She wanted a new journal. Said she wanted to write more. I was proud of her, obviously. But when we got to the checkout counter and the cashier casually said, "Are you getting ready for spring break too?" something in me cracked. I didn't answer, just smiled and nodded. But later, when I got home and sat alone on the couch after Lily went to bed, I let everything catch up to me. The years of being the fallback guy, the fixer, the helper, the responsible one, the invisible one, the silence during Lily's surgery, the fake invitations, the guilt tripping, the way my parents stood on that beach like they didn't leave me for dead in a waiting room. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I barely slept. For the first time in years, I felt that dangerous pull again. The one that whispered things like you're not enough, you're not doing enough, you're not worth staying for. I wish I could say I brushed it off easily, but I didn't. I stopped checking my email. Let a few deadlines at work slip. Ignored texts from coworkers. I kept things functioning at home. Made dinner. Helped Lily with her schoolwork. Drove her to follow-up appointments. But behind my smile, I was unraveling. And then the medical bills started rolling in. Even though we had decent insurance, the coverage didn't come close to touching the cost of a 13-hour surgery, multiple specialists, a week-long hospital stay, and post-op physical therapy. The stack of envelopes on the kitchen counter grew taller by the day. Every new total felt like another brick on my chest. I didn't ask for help. I already knew what the answer would be. But here's where things started to change, slowly, quietly. It started with a client. I'd been managing this renovation project for a local arts center, nonprofit, tight budget, but good people. The director, a woman named Diane, noticed something was off with me. I guess I wasn't hiding it as well as I thought. One afternoon, she pulled me aside and asked, "Are you okay?" It was such a simple question, and it nearly knocked me over. I didn't tell her everything, just enough. That Lily had been sick, that I was behind on a few things, that life had been heavy. She nodded, didn't press, just said, "If you ever need a reference, a side job, anything, you've been incredible to work with. Don't forget that." It didn't seem like much at the time, but that sentence stayed with me. The next week, one of the subcontractors I'd worked with on a few projects, Miguel, called and asked if I could consult on a private home job. "Just a quick review of blueprints," he said. "Pays well. Flexible hours." It was the first time in years someone had approached me like I was valuable, like I brought something to the table beyond just keeping everything from falling apart. I said yes, and that was the start. Over the next month, I took on 2 more side jobs. Nothing crazy, just project consulting, schedule management, a couple of cost estimates. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid. And more importantly, it reminded me of something I'd forgotten. I was good at what I did. I started sleeping a little better. I drank coffee in the morning without that anxious pit forming in my gut. I still had bad days, lots of them, but they didn't sink me the way they used to. I could feel the tide shifting, even if it was slow. Lily noticed too. "You're laughing more," she said one evening while we were playing a card game. "It's nice." I smiled. "That's 'cause you're finally letting me win." She rolled her eyes. "I'm literally beating you right now." We laughed until we cried. And then one day, while clearing out an old storage bin in the garage, I found something I hadn't seen in years. It was a notebook, leather-bound, scuffed along the edges. My handwriting, messy and half-finished, covered the first few pages. Notes from a business idea I had back in my 20s. A renovation startup. One that catered to small businesses and nonprofits. Budget-friendly design. Accessible project management. I had called it True North Projects. I'd forgotten all about it. But as I flipped through the pages, something stirred in me. Not a pipe dream. Not nostalgia. Something closer to purpose. That night, I stayed up until 2 a.m. researching local LLC requirements, business loan options, and website templates. The next week, I filed the paperwork. True North Projects was back on the table, this time for real. I didn't tell anyone right away. Not even Lily. I just kept building, quietly. One project at a time. One spreadsheet. One quote. One website section. I reached out to Diane at the Arts Center and told her about the idea. She was immediately on board and referred me to 2 other nonprofits. Miguel offered to help with logo design, said his cousin did graphics. I set up a separate business account, started tracking invoices, got a P.O. box. Each little task made it feel more real. By month 3, I had 4 paying clients and 2 more lined up. One of them asked if I could manage their annual budget and recommend where to trim costs without cutting impact. I spent 2 days buried in receipts and invoices. Delivered a 30-page report that saved them over $8,000 a year. They paid me double my quoted fee. I wasn't rich. I wasn't even fully afloat yet. But I wasn't drowning anymore. And most importantly, I didn't know any of it to the people who had abandoned me. I didn't know it to my parents. Or Austin. Or anyone who only saw me as a backup plan. I built it myself, with Lily watching the whole time. Around this time, I started therapy again, something I hadn't done since my early 20s. I found someone local, someone with experience dealing with complex family trauma. We talked about boundaries, about guilt, about the psychological warfare that families like mine wage without ever raising their voices. One session, I told her about the medical silence, the beach photo, the voicemail from my mom. She didn't say much at first, just let me speak. Then she looked at me and said, "You've been grieving a relationship that never existed." That line gutted me, but it also set me free. I wasn't crazy for feeling abandoned. I wasn't overreacting. I wasn't selfish. I was just finally seeing the truth. I had been holding on to the idea of a family, one that never showed up, one that existed only in holiday photos and fake smiles, one that only reached out when they wanted something. Letting go of that fantasy hurt more than I expected, but once it was gone, I could finally breathe. I told Lily bits and pieces of what I was working on. She asked smart questions, wanted to see the logo, drew a little design of her own on a sticky note, and stuck it to my laptop. "You got this, Dad." And then something happened I didn't expect. I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. It was a woman named Emma, one of Jen's, Austin's fiancée's, bridesmaids. She sounded hesitant. Awkward. "I hope this isn't weird," she said. But I didn't know who else to talk to. "I've been following your business stuff online. It's really cool. And, there's something you should probably know." I sat up straight. "What kind of something?" She hesitated. "Just something about your brother. And your parents. I shouldn't even be telling you this, but after the way they talk about you behind your back, I couldn't stay quiet anymore." There was a long pause. Then she added, "You're going to want to see the group chat." I blinked. "What group chat?" Another pause. "The one they didn't mean to add me to." And right there, right in that moment, I felt the shift, the rise. Because whatever I was about to find out, it was going to change everything. And this time, I was ready for it. I didn't say much to Emma on that first call. After she told me about the group chat, I just asked one question. "Can you send screenshots?" She hesitated, said she felt bad, like she was betraying people. But I could hear the crack in her voice, the same kind of crack I'd had not long ago. The sound of someone realizing they've been backing the wrong people for far too long. An hour later, my phone lit up. There were over 70 screenshots. She labeled the email "for your eyes only." Inside were months' worth of texts between my mother, father, Austin, Jen, and two of Jen's bridesmaids. The thread was labeled Wedding Squad. But Wedding Squad was a generous name. Half of it wasn't even about wedding planning. Most of it was gossip. Not just the petty kind. The surgical, venomous kind. The kind where your own mother says she's glad her granddaughter didn't inherit your emotional instability. Where your father jokes that Lily would be a decent kid if she weren't raised by a martyr. Where Austin says he's done feeling guilty for letting Jordan drown in his own life choices. Where Jen calls me the family's cautionary tale. There were entire strings where they talked about how I exaggerated Lily's condition for sympathy. My mom said, "Jordan always needed a crisis to feel important. He thrives on it." They debated how to word things so I wouldn't show up to the destination wedding. Jen said she'd die of embarrassment if her in-laws had to meet the baggage brother. Austin wrote, "Just act like we assumed he couldn't afford it. He'll get the hint." That one hurt more than it should have. But none of it compared to the last batch of messages, dated a week before the engagement trip. Jen had suggested asking me for another small contribution, specifically for the honeymoon fund. Said it was the least I could do since I wasn't attending. My dad agreed. He's still got that emergency savings account, right? He owes it to the family to make this a memorable trip for his brother. We've given him so many breaks. Then Austin wrote something I'll never forget. He's not going to do it. But if he says no, I say we cut him off. No more family favors. No more pretending. He made his choice. Pretending. That's what it was to them. All of it. The birthdays. The holidays. The group texts. The invitations. The phone calls that came only when they needed something. All of it had been performance art, choreographed around guilt and image. And I had bought every second of it. I stared at those screenshots for over an hour, the slow burn in my chest turning into a controlled, deliberate fire. Not panic. Not sadness. Strategy. Because for the first time in my life, I had everything I needed. Proof. Leverage. And nothing left to lose. I didn't want revenge for the sake of pettiness. I wasn't interested in chaos. What I wanted was clarity. A reckoning. Something permanent and undeniable. So I started planning. First, I talked to Emma again. I thanked her, really thanked her, and asked if she was okay with me using what she'd sent. She agreed, but warned me to be careful. "They're good at twisting things," she said. "They'll make you look like the unstable one." I already knew. So I decided to fight fire with professionalism. I printed every screenshot and organized them into a binder. I highlighted dates, grouped them by topic, gaslighting, financial manipulation, public image. I even made a digital backup, just in case. Then I did something that felt surprisingly cathartic. I wrote a letter. It was a long one. 6 full pages. Typed. Calm. Precise. No accusations. Just facts. Observations. Screenshots referenced like citations. I walked through a decade of subtle betrayals, financial manipulation, and emotional neglect. I ended it with a simple paragraph. As of this moment, I am stepping away from this family. This is not a reaction to one event. It is a response to a consistent pattern of mistreatment. I am reclaiming my peace. I do not require apologies. I do not accept guilt. And I will no longer fund or support those who knowingly devalue my daughter and me. Please consider this my final communication. Then I sent individual copies to my parents, Austin, and Jen. But that wasn't the main play, because I knew something they didn't. They had always used the idea of image as currency. Facebook posts, engagement announcements, those polished family group pictures at holidays. They needed that illusion. It kept their network intact. It preserved their standing in their social circles. So I made a plan to quietly rearrange their public image. I started with True North. I redesigned our website's About Us page, added a personal statement, founded by a single father who rebuilt from the ground up after enduring silence and betrayal from those who should have stood by him. True North exists for people who know what it means to stand alone and still rise. I didn't name names. I didn't need to, but people felt it. Then I scheduled a newsletter blast to my small but growing client base. Not a pity party, just an honest reflection on resilience, with Lily's permission to include her journey. I titled it, Walking Again, What My Daughter Taught Me About Standing Tall. That newsletter ended up getting shared. A lot. People forwarded it, tweeted it, even posted snippets on LinkedIn. It brought in 3 new clients in a week. One of them, a local magazine editor, emailed me asking if I'd be willing to do a profile on single-parent entrepreneurs. I said yes. The story ran 2 weeks later. Front page of their business section. They came by to take a picture of me and Lily at a local park. She wore her favorite hoodie. I wore the same jacket I'd worn to every one of her follow-up appointments. The caption read, Father, Builder, Survivor. It didn't take long for the fallout to begin. 3 days after the article published, my mother texted me. Just a single sentence. Why are you doing this to us? I didn't respond. Then Austin sent a voice message I didn't listen to. Then another. Then a paragraph-long text claiming I was destroying the family reputation. Said I was publicly humiliating them. All I'd done was tell the truth. But I wasn't finished. Because there was one more thing they didn't know. That emergency savings account they'd mentioned? It was real. But it wasn't for them. Not anymore. I'd started moving funds into a trust. Lily's name on it. Untouchable by anyone but her once she turns 21. And then, with the help of a friend in finance, I tracked down every shared asset I'd ever signed on with my parents. Old co-signed insurance policies, joint credit lines I'd opened in my early 20s when my dad needed a temporary boost. One by one, I cut ties. I withdrew, closed, reassigned, legally separated. It took 3 weeks, a dozen notarized forms. But when it was done, I wasn't connected to them in any measurable way. Except one. My last move wasn't financial. It was personal. The magazine piece had caught the attention of a local community organizer who ran an annual fundraiser gala for pediatric spinal research. When she reached out, she asked if I wanted to be a featured guest. You and your daughter are the kind of story we want to celebrate, she said. It was the same weekend as Austin's wedding. So I said yes. We bought Lily a simple navy blue dress. I wore a suit I hadn't touched in 5 years. The event was beautiful, thoughtful, hopeful. We sat with doctors, parents, survivors. We talked. We shared. We raised over $200,000 that night. I gave a short speech. Lily helped me write it. And just before I stepped off the stage, I said, some of us build alone. Some of us walk again when no one believed we would. But we never forget. We never stop building. And we never settle for love that has to be earned. That quote ended up going semi-viral. Someone posted it to Instagram. Jen's cousin saw it. And guess what? She was at the wedding. I found out what happened next through the grapevine. Apparently, someone showed the quote to Jen during the reception. She froze. Austin read it. Slammed his drink down. My mother tried to pretend she hadn't seen it. But by then, it was too late. The guests started whispering. Not loudly. Just enough to ripple. And while they danced under string lights, smiling for photos, playing the role of the perfect family, I was nowhere near them. I was across town, surrounded by real people, with my daughter by my side. And the final move? Still waiting, still loading, still aimed exactly where it would hurt most. But I wasn't rushing it. Revenge was coming. I just wanted it to arrive when they least expected it. You'd think a clean break would be enough. Cut the ties. Burn the bridge. Step into the sunlight with your kid and never look back. And for a while, that's exactly what I did. I focused on Lily, on the business, on breathing without that ever-present weight of what will they want next. But then the wedding video dropped. It showed up in my inbox 2 weeks after the ceremony. Not from anyone in the family, of course, but from the same bridesmaid who'd leaked the group chat. Emma. The subject line just said, "You'll want to see this." The video wasn't public. It was hosted on a private site for guests to download their copies. Emma had logged in with a bridesmaid password. I hesitated before clicking play, half hoping it was just more of their carefully polished smiles and cocktail clinks. But right around minute 18, during the father of the groom's speech, everything shifted. My dad, dressed in an expensive suit I hadn't seen before, tie a little crooked, raised a glass in front of a reception hall filled with white tablecloths and tiny glowing candles. Behind him, Jen beamed, and Austin looked smug as ever. Then my father said this, "We're so proud of Austin. He's always been the reliable one. The golden boy. The one who never caused drama, who made the smart choices. We've had our share of trials as a family, but some branches grow strong while others, well, they snap." There was a pause. A few guests laughed. He continued, "But that's okay, because at the end of the day, we choose who belongs at the table. And tonight, I can say, we've got the right people sitting here." I felt it like a punch to the chest. Not because it surprised me, but because it confirmed everything. They weren't just pretending I didn't exist anymore. They were rewriting the story, painting me as the black sheep, the embarrassment, the bitter shadow who didn't grow strong. That speech made one thing clear. They weren't ashamed of what they'd done. They were proud of it. That's when I decided it was time. Not for pettiness, not for attention, but for truth. Because if they were going to keep telling their version of the story, I was going to make sure the real one left no room for lies. And I already had the perfect stage. Remember that fundraiser gala Lily and I attended? The one where I gave a speech that ended up making its way online? Well, that same organizer reached out again, asking if I'd be willing to participate in a summer series, a spotlight on local small business owners who'd overcome personal adversity. Each speaker would give a TED-style talk, open to the public, with full press coverage and video uploads across the city's official business development channels. It was free, voluntary, no payment, just a platform. I said yes, but I didn't tell anyone I was doing it. For weeks, I prepared the talk, not just about True North, or being a single dad, or starting over, but about narrative control. About how people try to define you when they lose their grip on you. About image versus truth. About the difference between family and blood. I kept it tight, clean, honest. No names, no dragging, but no masks either. When the event arrived, Lily sat in the front row in a blue sundress, swinging her feet nervously under the chair. She squeezed my hand before I went on stage. "You're going to crush it," she whispered. The lights were warm. The room was full. And I told our story. I walked them through the hospital waiting room. The silence. The missed calls. The penny transfer. The screenshots. The rise of True North. The night at the gala. I framed it all through the lens of resilience and boundary setting. Then I said this. Sometimes, the people who raised you will resent your healing because it makes them confront the ways they hurt you. And when you stop playing the role they wrote for you, they'll try to rewrite the whole script. But that's the thing about truth. It doesn't need their permission. That line landed hard. By the time I stepped off stage, I had a line of people waiting to talk to me. Small business owners, parents, grown children of toxic families. Even a local council member who asked if I'd consider joining a mentorship panel for young entrepreneurs next fall. The video went up the next day. Within 48 hours, it passed 100,000 views. Within a week, someone uploaded it to Facebook with a title that said, "He was erased by his own family, then built something they couldn't ignore." The clip made its way to people I hadn't heard from in years. Old classmates, past coworkers, and of course my family. Austin was the first to respond. He left a vague, passive-aggressive comment on a reposted video. Funny how people rewrite history to play the victim. But hey, anything for clout, right? It got ratioed so fast, he deleted it within an hour. But that was just the start of the fallout. A week later, I got a message from one of Austin's groomsmen. A guy I barely knew. He asked, "Is it true your parents pressured you to co-sign their second mortgage back in 2014? I said yes. He replied, "Wow. They said you were ungrateful and tried to ruin their credit on purpose." That same week, Jin's cousin, the one who had shared the quote from my gala speech during the wedding, reached out privately. She apologized, said she had no idea what had been going on. She also mentioned something else. "My mom says your story is making the rounds at her office. She works with donors who funded your dad's last community project. They are reevaluating." Turns out, my father had been sitting on a grant committee position for a local civic council, one that valued transparency, ethics, and community standing. Within 2 weeks, he was quietly removed. No press release. Just gone. In Austin, he'd been trying to launch a joint business with a friend of a friend, some crypto-backed real estate thing I barely understood. But when his would-be partner caught wind of the video, he backed out. Politely cited a need for alignment in values. The irony? They'd spent years feeding off my name and reputation, holding me up as the one who always helped, the reliable older brother. But now, my name had power, not theirs. And with that power came something else. Silence. They stopped messaging, stopped posting. For a while, it was like they'd vanished. And I could finally breathe. Lily flourished. She started journaling every day, got back into dance class, asked if she could take a beginner's coding course online. She smiled more, walked without help, dreamed out loud about college. I told her I'd help her build anything she wanted. Because we didn't just survive. We won, not by tearing anyone down, but by standing up, by choosing ourselves, by refusing to shrink just to keep someone else comfortable. One afternoon, months after everything had settled, Lily asked me, "Do you think they'll ever say sorry?" I thought about it, about the odds of a real apology, a real reckoning. Then I shook my head. Probably not. She nodded like she already knew. I'm okay with that. And I realized so was I. We didn't need their closure. We had our own. And as we sat in our little living room, surrounded by books and business binders and a rescued dog who refused to stay off the couch, I looked at the life we'd built. No smoke, no mirrors, just us. Whole, real, and finally free. I'm Ryan. I'm 32, a software engineer by trade, and for most of my adult life, the unofficial financial backbone of my family. Not that I signed up for that role. It sort of just happened. At first, I thought I was being generous, helping out here and there. A rent payment for mom and dad when dad's hours were cut. A used car for my younger brother Adam when he got his first job and couldn't survive on the bus. Then came the small things that added up over time, covering their phone bills, Netflix, groceries, vet appointments, and suddenly, I was less a son or brother and more of an invisible wallet with legs. I never really said anything. I kept my mouth shut because I thought, it's family. That's what you do. You give. You support. You show up. But over the years, that sentiment twisted. It stopped being thank you and turned into you owe us. Every kind gesture became expected, and anything less than complete compliance was treated like betrayal. I learned that the hard way last Christmas. It started like most of our family holidays. Fake cheer, chaotic gift wrap flying, a tree half lit because no one remembered to replace the dead bulbs. I arrived late, as usual, juggling bags of gifts I carefully selected, mostly practical, moderately priced things. I'd stopped the lavish spending a year ago after I caught Adam reselling the smartwatch I bought him for $500. No thank you. Just a Facebook Marketplace post the day after Christmas. That's when something in me started to shift. This year, I bought him a decent wristwatch. Nothing fancy. Mid-range, stylish, and durable. Something a 26-year-old should appreciate. I wrapped it neatly, added a little card, and placed it under the tree. When he opened it, the look on his face said it all. "That's it. A watch," he said, snorting, holding it up like it was some dollar store knockoff. My mom didn't miss her cue. She rolled her eyes with dramatic flair and sighed. He used to give real gifts. Before he got cheap. I didn't react immediately. I just sat there, holding my coffee, letting the silence crawl over everyone for a moment. The laughter from the other room dulled as her words echoed inside me like a slow drip wearing down stone. I smiled tight, polite. "You're right," I said quietly. "I used to." Adam chuckled like he'd scored some unspoken point. My mom smirked and turned her attention back to her mimosa. My dad didn't say anything. He never did when stuff like this happened. The rest of the evening blurred together. Cheap wine. Reheated ham. My aunt complaining about someone parking in front of her mailbox. But beneath my skin, something was burning slowly, building. Every ignored message I'd ever sent in the family group chat, every "Ryan will cover it," they assumed without asking, every moment I swallowed resentment because I thought speaking up made me a bad son. That night, when I got home, I didn't cry. I didn't yell. I didn't even drink. I just opened my laptop. Over the years, I'd kept receipts. Literal ones. And digital paper trails. Direct debits, shared accounts, monthly transfers, auto payments I'd set up in their names. And more importantly, I documented the dozens of times I asked them to ease up, to show a little gratitude. All ignored. I typed up something that night. Not out of spite. Out of clarity. A realization that I'd been enabling their entitlement for far too long. I emailed my lawyer. Yeah, I had one. Mostly for boring contracts and tax things. But I'd mentioned my situation before, and he'd given me advice. Keep everything. You might need it one day. That day had come. I began freezing each auto debit. The mortgage payment I'd been covering for my mom in secret since Dad's second heart attack? Canceled. The Netflix, Hulu, and Amazon Prime tied to my card? Gone. My brother's lease, which I stupidly co-signed. I flagged it. Let them deal with the consequences. Then I set up something a little extra. A formal notification, something that wouldn't just sting, but shake them into understanding. A legal notice of financial disengagement. My lawyer helped draft it. Dry, factual, emotionless. It outlined every contribution, every account, every payment I had made on their behalf over the last 8 years. Then it stated, simply, that effective immediately, all financial support was terminated. I printed it, folded it, sealed it in an envelope. The next morning, I stopped by their house. No dramatic confrontation. No yelling in the driveway. I walked in like I always did. Mom forgot to reset the code on the garage keypad, as usual. They weren't home. The tree still blinked lazily, and the remnants of the holiday dinner were crusted onto paper plates stacked in the sink. I taped the envelope right on the fridge next to Mom's handwritten Christmas wish list, where she'd circled a new iPad and color-coded items with highlighters. I stared at it for a moment, that ridiculous list. She'd written need next to a pair of $300 headphones. Deserve next to spa vouchers. And beside the iPad? Ryan will handle this. I left without saying a word. The fallout, though? That came fast. By noon, my phone was already buzzing. First, a text from my mom. MOM texted, "What is this letter on the fridge? Is this some kind of joke?" Then my brother. Adam texted, "Dude, are you having a breakdown or something?" "No, Merry Christmas." "No, thank you for the years of support." Just confusion and irritation, like I'd broken some silent contract none of us had ever signed, but all of them believed in. Then the call started. I didn't answer. Not because I was trying to be cruel, but because I knew exactly how it would go. There would be no sincere apology, no ownership. Just denial, gaslighting, maybe some crocodile tears if I let the call go on long enough. Instead, I made coffee, sat down at my desk, and started making lists of the recurring payments I'd canceled, the accounts I had closed, and the services I'd unsubscribed from. It was a weirdly peaceful kind of administration. Like I was filing away years of neglect, one click at a time. That afternoon, I got a final group text from my mom. MOM texted, "We need to talk. This is beyond immature. You can't just abandon your family because of one comment. We've always counted on you. Don't be selfish." That was the first time she used the word selfish on me. I stared at it for a long while. Then I scrolled up, rereading old messages. The group chat was a graveyard of ignored questions and logistics. "Can anyone help me move this weekend? I'm covering groceries again this month. Any chance someone else can pitch in?" Silence every time. My aunt popped in next, clearly recruited. "Ryan, sweetheart, I know you're upset, but you know how your mom gets. Don't punish the whole family for her slip-up." That slip-up had been a constant echo my whole life. Slip-ups like laughing when Adam made jokes about me being the backup kid. Like forgetting my birthday dinner 2 years in a row, but throwing a party when my brother passed one online course. Like borrowing thousands just until payday that never returned. But they were right about one thing. This was different. I wasn't just going to withdraw quietly this time. I was finally choosing peace over obligation. And peace didn't mean burning bridges. It meant building a new home somewhere else, one they didn't have the keys to. That evening, Adam showed up at my apartment. He must have driven straight over after the text storm failed. I knew he was outside before he even knocked. His car was double parked like always, music thumping as if he was trying to shake the building loose. I didn't answer the door. Just watch from the peephole as he banged twice, then 3 times, muttering under his breath. Come on, man. Don't be dramatic. Let's talk like adults. Talk like adults? From the same guy who once jokingly called me a cash machine at Thanksgiving and poured gravy on my shoes when I didn't laugh? I let him stew out there for about 10 minutes before he finally gave up. He muttered something about acting like a diva and stomped off, slamming his car door so hard my downstairs neighbor texted me a passive-aggressive, "Everything okay up there?" The next day, the real unraveling began. My mom's power got cut off, temporarily, at least. I'd been auto-paying the utility bills. Apparently, she never even saw them. When she called the company, they told her the card had been declined. No backup on file. Adam's lease company called him. Without me co-signing, he didn't meet the income requirements alone. The agent asked for a new guarantor or a buyout. Adam freaked out. Posted some vague nonsense on social media about people turning their backs on family. The comments started rolling in. What happened, bro? Family is everything, man. Hope y'all figure it out. And my favorite. Your brother was always too good to y'all. That one came from my cousin on my dad's side, who clearly saw more than she ever let on. By the end of the week, Mom called me at least 13 times. Then came the email. Formal, stiffly worded, and clearly typed by someone else. My guess? A friend from church or one of her book club ladies. It said something like, Ryan, your actions have caused significant disruption in the family. While we understand you may be feeling underappreciated, this isn't the way to handle things. We are requesting a family meeting to resolve this amicably and restore unity. Restore unity. They had no idea what real unity even looked like. But I didn't reply. Instead, I forwarded the email to my lawyer, just in case they tried anything dramatic. Not because I thought they'd sue me, but because I knew the kind of guilt bombs they were capable of. If they couldn't shame me with sentiment, they'd try legality next. Then, just when things started to go quiet, no texts, no voicemails, no knocks, my dad called. That's when everything shifted. It was late, almost midnight, when Dad called. I was surprised he even tried. He usually avoided conflict like it was toxic waste, and in our family, that meant staying silent while Mom spoke for both of them. But there he was, Dad, mobile, blinking on my screen, hesitating at the edge of going to voicemail. I didn't answer immediately. I watched the screen, waiting, listening to the soft hum of my fridge and the tick of my wall clock. 10 seconds passed. 15. Then I picked up. Ryan, he said, voice low. You home? I leaned back in my chair, staring at the dark ceiling. Yeah, good. He paused. I could hear a slight rattle in his breath. Maybe nerves. Maybe the cough he'd never had checked out. I didn't want to call. Your mom said not to. Said you needed space. But I just wanted to talk. There was a long silence. I didn't interrupt it. I read the letter, he finally said. The one you left on the fridge. My stomach tightened slightly. I didn't know if he'd seen it until now. He wasn't exactly the fridge-checking type. The man barely remembered where the coffee filters were. Yeah, I said simply. I didn't know, he murmured. I mean, I guess I knew bits. That you were helping. But not like that. Not everything. I kept my voice even. I emailed both of you about it. A few times. I know, he admitted. I should have paid attention. He let out a weak chuckle. Your mom handles all that stuff. Always has. There it was. That same old line. Your mom handles it. Your mom deals with it. Your mom decides. It was the perfect deflection. Clean, guiltless, gutless. You're a grown man, I replied, quieter than I intended. You let her turn me into an ATM. He didn't deny it. Didn't get defensive either. Just breathed out and said, yeah. I was quiet again. You were good to us, he said. Too good. I should have stepped in years ago. Should have said something when she got carried away. I sat forward slightly. When she told people I paid off your second mortgage because I owed you for raising me? He flinched audibly. That wasn't fair. Or when Adam said I only went into tech because I wasn't smart enough for med school like him. And she laughed. He didn't respond. I kept going. Or when you both told me not to bring my ex to Christmas because it wasn't serious, only to find out she'd already been replaced with Adam's new girlfriend at dinner? He sighed heavily. She said you'd overreact. Of course she did. I'm not calling to fight, he said finally. I guess I wanted to say thank you. And that I get it now. I didn't know what to do with that. It felt too late and too early at the same time. Like pouring water on a fire that had already turned to ash. She wants to meet, he added. Not to yell. She said she'll apologize. I raised an eyebrow to no one. Did she use that word? Apologize. Well, not exactly. But she said she's willing to have a grown-up conversation. That's something, right? It was something. Just not the thing I needed. I'll think about it, I said, and I meant it. But I also knew I wasn't ready to sit across from her while she did mental gymnastics to justify years of passive cruelty. He exhaled, and for the first time in the call, his voice softened into something more familiar. Ryan. I'm sorry I wasn't there more. There was a beat, a hesitation. And then, I should have said something sooner. And just like that, the call ended. Not dramatically. Not with yelling or ultimatums. Just a quiet click and the ghost of a father trying to climb out from behind his wife's shadow. The next few days were calm. Too calm. No texts. No Facebook subtweets. No cousin accidentally leaking updates. For the first time in years, the silence felt deliberate. Like the whole family had regrouped, circled the wagons, and now they were planning. And then came the envelope. Plain. No return address. Slipped under my door like a flyer from a pizza place. Inside? A folded sheet of printer paper. One sentence. If you really think we've wronged you, let's sit down and make it right as a family. Below that, in unfamiliar handwriting. Christmas dinner. 6 p.m. Please come. They'd set the table again. But this time, they weren't serving ham and forgiveness. They wanted something. And I had a choice to make. I stared at the letter for a long time. It was written in my mother's handwriting, though I could tell she tried to make it look more neutral, less sharp and scolding, more like some friendly invitation. But I knew her too well. I knew that every loop and curve of her letters carried years of judgment and passive aggression, whether she realized it or not. And beneath the surface of "let's make it right" was something much more familiar: control. I set the letter on the counter and walked into the kitchen, poured myself a glass of water, and sat down at the table I'd bought myself when I moved into this apartment, a solid oak one, with enough scratches to show it was mine and not just something passed down with strings attached. The silence felt heavy that evening, but it was a different kind of heavy. Not the tense, bracing for impact silence I used to feel when heading into one of Mom's talks. This one was mine. Chosen. I didn't go to Christmas dinner. I didn't even text back. Instead, I went to a Korean barbecue place downtown with a few coworkers who also had complicated families. We laughed too loudly, ordered too much meat, and toasted with cheap sake. When they asked where my family was, I just smiled and said, taking a break from tradition. No one pried. No one judged. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel the aching guilt of not showing up for people who never showed up for me. The next morning, my voicemail was full. Mom had left 5 messages, each more desperate than the last. Message 1 was calm. Hi honey, just wondering if you're on your way. We're all waiting. Message 2 had some edge. Everyone's here, Ryan. Don't ruin this. Message 3 dropped the facade entirely. Unbelievable. You really are going to abandon your family over one little joke? Message 4 was quieter. You should have been here. Your father tried to cover for you. It didn't go well. Message 5 was sobbing. I didn't reply. Not right away. I needed space. I needed to make sure I wasn't going to be pulled back in by habit or sympathy or that deep, childlike urge to fix everything just so the grown-ups would stop yelling. A few days passed. Then a week. Then I got a message from Adam. No opener. No small talk. Adam, she's planning to contest the car title transfer. Says you gifted it. Ah, there it was. I'd forgotten the car. Well, not forgotten. Just assumed she'd let it go. Years ago, I bought her a new sedan when the old minivan finally died in a parking lot outside Costco. I paid in full, but I left the title in her name to make insurance easier. She never thanked me, but she loved that car. Called it her freedom ride. When I drew my financial line in the sand, I'd started the process of reclaiming anything that was still legally mine, or should have been. It wasn't about the money anymore. It was about ending the story clean. About making sure there was no confusion in the future. No, but you owe us, because of some lingering gift she could weaponize later. My lawyer had warned me this might happen. She'll say it was a gift, and she's not technically wrong. But unless she can prove it was intended to be permanent, and unless it's been enough years to count as abandonment, you're within your rights to take it back. I texted Adam back. Me. Letter. I've already filed the notice of ownership claim. He replied an hour later. Adam, she says she's cutting you out of her will. I laughed. Out loud. In the middle of my apartment, alone, I laughed. As if there was ever going to be a will with anything in it. as if I hadn't been footing the bills while she stockpiled candles, throw pillows, and essential oils she never used. I didn't reply. Instead, I booked a weekend trip. Something small, just a cabin up north, a few hours away. I brought books. I left my phone on airplane mode. And I let the days unfold with no expectations, no deadlines, no sarcastic comments about how I always run away when things get tough. When I came back, something had changed. Dad had sent me a letter. A real one. Not an email. Not a voicemail. A letter. It was short. Ryan, I don't know how to fix what we broke, but I want you to know I see it now. I see all of it. You didn't leave us. We pushed you out. I'm sorry for the years I spent sitting beside her instead of standing up for you. I was scared of rocking the boat, but you were the one holding it together while the rest of us took turns drilling holes. If you never come back, I'll understand. But I'll be waiting. Dad. I read it 3 times. Then I folded it and put it in my drawer. I didn't call him. Not yet. Because forgiveness doesn't come on a schedule. And accountability isn't a one-time performance. It's a process. A decision repeated, over and over, even when no one is watching. Over the next few months, the silence became normal. Not painful, not dramatic, just clean. I started sleeping better. Eating better. I met someone. Her name's Leah. She's a photographer. We bonded over a shared hatred of passive-aggressive texts and a love of spicy food. When I told her about my family, she didn't flinch. Just nodded and said, "Sounds like you finally chose yourself." Yeah, I did. Spring came, and with it, a package in the mail. No name on the return address, but I knew who it was from before I opened it. Inside, the watch I'd given Adam. Still in the box. Still unworn. No note. No explanation. Just the unspoken message, "We don't want your version of love." I smiled and placed it on my shelf. A reminder that I wasn't the problem. They just never knew what love looked like when it wasn't wrapped in $signs. Now, I'm okay. I built something that feels like home. Real friends. A real relationship. Real boundaries. And this time, nobody's rolling their eyes when I hand them a gift. Because the people around me? They don't need me to prove my worth with money. They already see it. They called it a life lesson. I called it abandonment. My name's Adam, and I'm 31 now. But back then, I was just an awkward, quiet 18-year-old, fresh out of high school with zero confidence and a backpack full of community college brochures. I wasn't a troublemaker or rebellious. I just wasn't what my family wanted me to be. I wasn't charismatic like my cousin Tyler or athletic like my younger brother James. I didn't party, didn't drink, didn't crack jokes at the dinner table. I mostly kept to myself and read books in corners, which, according to my uncle, meant I was soft and needed to learn how the real world worked. That's probably what led to the moment that flipped my life upside down. We were supposed to go on a family vacation to Myrtle Beach. 2 packed SUVs, 3 generations stuffed into hotel rooms, coolers of soda, and sand-stuck flip-flops. I didn't even want to go. But Mom said it would be good for me, that I should try to bond with my cousins for once. She always looked at me like I was broken, like I needed fixing, and maybe this trip would do it. The morning we left, I got to the house early. I even double-checked the packing list twice to make sure I hadn't forgotten anything. But when I walked up the driveway, my uncle, this loud, ex-military, tough-love type, just smirked at me and said, "You're not coming." I laughed, thinking it was a joke. He tossed me a crumpled $20 bill. "Figure it out. Consider it a life lesson in responsibility." Then he got in the driver's seat, cranked the music, and backed out of the driveway. I stood there, stunned, watching both cars disappear down the road. Not a single window rolled down to say goodbye. My mom didn't text. My brother didn't look back. No one did. I remember just sitting on the curb, gripping that $20, wondering if this was real. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe there wasn't enough room. Maybe it was some sort of bizarre test. Maybe they were planning to turn around in 5 minutes and yell, "Gotcha." They didn't. No phone call. No explanation. Nothing. I had no car, no key to the house. They'd already left it locked, and my phone battery was at 9%. The only thing in my backpack besides clothes was a dog-eared copy of Rich Dad Poor Dad I'd picked up from a thrift store, half out of curiosity and half because it was the cheapest book on the shelf. I walked 3 miles to a 24-hour diner and nursed a coffee I couldn't afford for 6 hours while my phone slowly died. The waitress, an older woman named Jackie, eventually asked if I was okay. I don't know why, but I told her everything, probably because she didn't look at me like I was pathetic. She nodded along, didn't interrupt, and when I was finished, she simply said, So, what are you going to do now? That question stuck. I slept in a bus terminal that night. No family. No plan. Just me and a plastic bag holding my clothes. I didn't cry, not because I wasn't upset, but because I was too numb to feel anything yet. The next morning, I walked back to town and got a job washing dishes at a greasy diner Jackie recommended. The pay was terrible, the hours long, and the boss was an ex-convict who shouted more than he spoke. But I worked. Hard. Every single day. I saved every cent. I kept reading that one book over and over again at night until the cover fell off and I started memorizing passages. When my family came back a week later, no one reached out. Not even a "where were you?" from my mother. When I finally got home, my keys still didn't work. They'd changed the locks. I later learned through a cousin's Facebook post that they thought I'd stormed off and that I was too prideful to apologize. So I didn't. I didn't call. I didn't knock. I didn't explain. I just left. For the next 2 years, I couch hopped, worked odd jobs, and took free online courses at public libraries. I picked up skills wherever I could: freelance design, coding, digital marketing. I built a website for a friend's uncle, then another, and slowly started making a name for myself. By 21, I had my own freelance business. By 24, I'd built a team. By 27, I owned the building my first job had rejected me from. By 30, I was the CEO of a boutique tech firm that serviced some of the top companies in the city. No loans, no partners, no family money, just grit, just pain repurposed. And then, 13 years after I was left on that driveway like a discarded suitcase, they walked into my lobby. It was surreal. My uncle's hair was thinner. His ego wasn't. My mom stood beside him, nervously clutching a handbag I'd seen her flaunt in photos during their European cruise. My brother James looked different too: tired, broke, desperate. And behind them, a woman I didn't recognize right away, until I remembered my cousin's wedding announcement. His new wife. They stood in the gleaming lobby of my office: marble floors, open ceilings, minimalist design. A clean contrast to the chaos I'd come from. They didn't recognize me at first. I was behind the front desk, talking to my assistant. But when I turned, the silence in the room went ice cold. My uncle took a hesitant step forward. "You're Adam," he said. I didn't respond. My mother opened her mouth. "Honey, I raised a hand. "You're here for funding, aren't you?" They went pale. My brother chuckled nervously. "Look, man, it's not like that, okay? It's just, we hit some tough times. And we heard you." I didn't even bother to stand up. I just nodded toward my assistant. "Security will show you out." They didn't move right away. For a second, I wondered if they were even breathing. My mother's mouth hung slightly open, her hand still clutching that worn designer purse like it was a lifeline. My uncle looked confused, like his brain couldn't compute the fact that the shy, awkward kid they once mocked was now the one in control. James blinked twice, then tried to regain composure with a shaky laugh. "Come on, man. You're really gonna kick your own family out? We just want to talk." I didn't respond. 2 security officers approached quietly from the elevator bay, tall, polite, dressed sharper than my uncle had probably ever been in his life. One of them, Marcus, a former Marine with a kind heart and zero tolerance for nonsense, looked at me before speaking. "Problem here, Mr. Lawson?" Mr. Lawson. That always hit them like a slap. They used to call me Liability Lawson, a nickname my uncle had coined because, according to him, I was nothing but a burden. Now I was Mr. Lawson, the guy with the nameplate on the glass wall upstairs. The guy who owned the building their mortgage lender worked out of. I finally stood. Not out of anger, not to make a scene, just so they could see how much taller I stood now. How I didn't flinch. How I didn't shrink under their gaze like I used to at dinner tables and holidays and Sunday backyard barbecues. "Escort them out, please," I said, calmly. My mom's voice cracked. "Adam, please. Just listen." I stared at her. I thought about every birthday where she handed me a gift receipt and told me to pick something less boring. Every school event she skipped for brunch with her friends. Every time she made excuses for the way my uncle treated me. "He means well, he's old school, you just take things too seriously." My cousin's voice echoed in my head from all those years ago. "You're not like us. That's why nobody wants you around." And maybe that was true. I wasn't like them. That was the point. I took a breath and spoke, softly, but with clarity. 13 years ago, you thought it was funny to leave me behind. No calls. No messages. Just $20 and a smirk. You never even asked if I made it home. My mom looked away. My uncle scoffed. "It wasn't that deep, kid. It was a joke. No, it was a message, I interrupted. That I wasn't one of you. That I didn't belong. That I was disposable. I turned to my brother. And you? You watched. You laughed. He shook his head. We were stupid. We didn't know. You knew exactly what you were doing. Security waited patiently. My staff watched from behind glass doors, pretending not to eavesdrop. I didn't care. Let them hear it. Let them all hear it. You said you came to talk, I said. But you didn't call ahead. You didn't write. You didn't try to reconnect. You walked into my building like it was a family barbecue, expecting I'd smile and open my wallet. That's not how this works. I glanced at Marcus and nodded. My uncle's face turned red. You think you're better than us now? Because you got lucky? Got some startup money and now you're hot stuff? No, I replied. I think I'm not stupid enough to fund the same people who left me stranded in a bus terminal with nothing but $20 and a worn-out copy of a used book. I'm not better than you. I'm just done pretending I need you. That's when my mother broke. Tears welled up. I didn't know they were going to do that, she whispered. I swear, I didn't. You didn't stop them, either. And that was the final word. Security stepped forward gently, guiding them toward the door. My uncle muttered something under his breath, but no one cared. James kept looking back like he wanted to say more, but he never did. They left. I stood there for a long moment afterward, letting the silence soak in. My assistant approached quietly. Want me to block them from entering again? No, I said, turning back toward my office. They won't be back. Later that night, I sat alone in my apartment, looking out over the city from a window they'd never see. I poured a drink and opened a worn shoebox I kept tucked in a drawer. Inside was the same $20 bill my uncle gave me all those years ago, creased, faded, and framed in glass. I'd kept it, not as a reminder of them, but as a marker, a turning point. The day I stopped waiting for approval and started building my own world. That night, for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like I was proving anything to anyone. Not them, not the world, not even myself. It didn't end there. Not really. That night in the office lobby might have been the climax for them. But for me, it was just another ripple in a very long wave. You don't spend over a decade clawing your way out of a hole your own family shoved you into without scars. Some are visible, like the tiny sliver of a burn on my hand from my second job at a food truck that never passed inspection. Most aren't. I didn't expect to hear from them again. I assumed, once they realized I wasn't bluffing, they'd disappear back into whatever mess they'd created for themselves. But they didn't. 3 days later, I got a letter. An actual, handwritten letter, something none of them had sent me in over a decade. It was from my cousin Tyler, the same golden boy who used to shove me into the pool at family cookouts, then laugh when I couldn't find my glasses underwater. His penmanship hadn't changed since middle school. Neither had his arrogance. He wrote that he heard about what happened and that the whole thing was a misunderstanding. He said he and his new wife had recently hit some business struggles and could really use a short-term investment just until things stabilized. He framed it like a win-win. I'd get equity, and they'd get breathing room. At the end, he added a little gem that still makes me shake my head. Come on, man. We're family. We've all done dumb things. No need to hold a grudge this long. I didn't respond. The following week, my mother tried texting me. She didn't apologize, at least not directly. It was more of a vague half-admission. I know you probably still blame me. I didn't know they were going to leave you. I swear. I was asleep in the car. Then, can we meet? Just coffee. No talk of money. Just you and me. That one I stared at for a long time. The younger version of me would have jumped at it, would have run back for any scrap of warmth, any chance to be seen. But I learned something over the years. Guilt is not the same as change. And silence in the face of cruelty is still complicity. She hadn't stood up for me. Not then. Not ever. So, again, I didn't respond. A few days later, I got another visitor at work. But this time, they didn't come through the front doors. It was Marcus, the security guy, who buzzed my office. Hey, sorry to bother you. There's someone downstairs who says she's your grandmother. That stopped me. My grandmother, my dad's mother, had always been the quiet one in the family. She was soft-spoken, old school, always tucked away in the background of family events, knitting or humming church hymns. She'd never been unkind to me, but she never intervened either. I told Marcus to let her up. She walked in slowly, with a cane and a cloth purse that looked older than I was. I stood to greet her, more out of habit than emotion, and she gave me a long, measured look before sitting down across from my desk. Adam, she said, Her voice thin but clear. You look just like your father did at this age. I didn't know how to respond to that. I hadn't thought about my dad in years. He passed when I was 10. His absence was the first crack in the family wall, the first signal that things would never be whole again. After he died, everything shifted. My mom became colder. My uncle louder. The cousins meaner. And me? I just got quieter. I heard what happened, she continued. They told me you embarrassed them. I raised an eyebrow. Embarrassed? She gave me a tired smile. That's the word they used. Said you threw them out of your office like criminals. I leaned back. Did they also mention the part where they left me on the curb with $20 and no way home? She looked down at her hands. I remember. I told your mother to call you. She didn't. Said you needed to learn your place. That silence between us stretched for what felt like minutes. I'm not here to defend them, she said quietly. I came because I thought, maybe you'd want to know what's going on. Why would I? Because whether you believe it or not, they're unraveling. James is out of work. Your uncle mortgaged the house for a failed business venture. Your cousin's marriage is on the rocks, and your mother. She paused. Your mother's health isn't what it used to be. I stayed quiet. Not out of cruelty, but because I genuinely didn't know how to respond. Was I supposed to feel guilt? Sadness? Relief? I know they hurt you, she said, almost pleading. But don't become what they were. That one cut deeper than expected. After she left, I sat in my office long after the sun had gone down. I didn't work. I didn't take calls. I just sat there, thinking about everything, about who I was when they left me, and who I'd become since. That night, I went home and opened an old box from under my bed. Inside were scraps of my old life, rejected college letters, my first pay stub, the old bus ticket from the terminal I slept in. And tucked beneath it all was a photograph. Me, at maybe 12 years old, standing awkwardly between my mom and dad. He had his hand on my shoulder. She was smiling barely. It was the last photo we ever took together. I don't know why I kept it. Maybe because part of me still wished she'd been different. Kinder. Braver. The kind of mother who didn't watch her son get left behind like garbage and shrug it off as necessary. The next morning, I drafted an email. Short. Clinical. I heard about your situation. I hope things improve. I do not wish to reconnect at this time. Please do not show up unannounced again. I stared at the screen for a long time before hitting send. But I didn't block her. Not yet. Because some part of me, deep down, still wanted her to say something real. Something honest. Not excuses. Not manipulations. An apology. It didn't come. But something else did. 3 weeks later, James showed up again. Alone. And he wasn't asking for money this time. He was begging for a job. I hadn't seen James alone since we were teenagers. Back then, he was my shadow, always tagging along but never standing up. He'd laugh with the others when they mocked me, but never led the charge himself. I used to think he was just following the crowd. Now, I saw that he was the crowd. He just had a quieter way of making people feel small. When Marcus buzzed to say he was downstairs again, I almost told him to send James away like the rest. But something in my gut said not yet. So I told him to wait. I walked out of my office and rode the elevator down to the lobby myself. I didn't want to give him the power of walking into my space again. If this was going to happen, it would be on neutral ground. He looked thinner than I remembered. Hair slightly receding, a cheap blazer that didn't quite fit, shoes that had seen better days. He gave me this sheepish smile like we were old friends meeting by coincidence. Hey, Adam, he said, hands in his pockets. James, you look good. Place is wow. I didn't respond. Just crossed my arms and waited for him to get to the point. He shuffled his feet awkwardly. Look, I know I'm probably the last person you want to see, but I'm out of options. I got laid off last year, and I've been bouncing between temp work and Uber shifts. Jen left a few months ago. She said she couldn't deal with the instability anymore. Rent's late. I'm late on everything. I nodded once. Still said nothing. He glanced around the lobby, then back at me. I know I don't deserve anything from you, but I heard you're expanding, and I figured maybe there's something I can do. Data entry, admin, whatever. Just something. He didn't fake humility. I'll give him that. But there was something hollow in the way he spoke. Like he wasn't here to right a wrong, just to survive. I thought back to that summer I turned 19, when I'd emailed him asking if I could crash on his couch for a few days. He never responded, but I saw that he'd read it. I remembered sitting outside a 24-hour laundromat that night, pretending I was just waiting for someone, while people walked by, not knowing I had nowhere to go. You remember when I asked you for help once? I asked him quietly. His eyes flickered. I do. You didn't answer. He sighed. I was young. Stupid. No, I said calmly. You were scared of being associated with me. You thought helping me would drag you down. I was wrong. I looked at him hard. You were cruel. He swallowed. I know. And for a second, just a second, I thought I saw something crack. Some part of him that actually felt ashamed. I've changed, he added. I don't expect a handout. Just a chance. I didn't say yes. But I didn't say no either. I told him to come in the next morning and speak to HR. If he passed their vetting process and background check like everyone else, I'd give him a 30-day contract. No special treatment. No shortcuts. He thanked me. Twice. But I could see it in his face. He thought this meant we were good again. That the slate had been wiped clean. It wasn't. Over the next few weeks, James started showing up to work. On time, quiet, professional. He kept to himself, didn't use my name, didn't drop our relation to anyone. HR placed him in data cleanup, tedious stuff, but necessary. And he was good at it. Efficient, detail-oriented. But one day, about 6 weeks in, I got a knock on my door. It was my executive assistant. She had a printed email in her hand. I thought you'd want to see this. The email was from James to a mid-level manager, CC&G, a few team leads. In it, he casually mentioned his close relationship with the founder and hinted that he was helping influence some executive decisions. Subtle, but strategic. A way to position himself for a faster promotion. I felt my chest tighten. It wasn't about the job. It wasn't even about the lie. It was that I knew this pattern. The manipulation disguised as humility. The positioning, the passive power plays. The way my family always operated, smiling while planting a knife. I called him into my office that afternoon. He walked in with a cautious smile. Hey, everything okay? I handed him the email. His smile faltered. Look, it's not what it seems. You were doing well. I cut in. You kept your head down. You followed the rules. Why ruin it? I was just trying to. No, I said. You were trying to climb. Using me as the ladder. Silence. I gave you a job, I continued. Not because I forgave you, but because I wanted to see if you'd learned. If you understood what it meant to earn something on your own. He said nothing. You haven't changed. You've just gotten better at pretending. I didn't yell. I didn't lecture. I just slid a termination letter across the desk. Effective immediately, I said. He stared at it like it was a foreign language. You can't be serious. I looked him in the eye. This company doesn't reward the behavior that broke me. I built this place to be everything our family wasn't. His voice cracked. I needed this job. You needed to change. You didn't. I walked to the door and opened it for him. He didn't argue, didn't plead. But as he left, I heard him mutter under his breath, just loud enough for me to catch it. You'll be alone forever, you know that? I paused. Then I smiled. I've been alone before, I said. It turned out to be the best thing that ever happened to me. He walked out, and that was the last time I saw him. Years passed. I never reconnected with my mother. She sent a few more letters, birthday cards with long notes, all signed, Love, Mom. But none of them ever said the words I needed to hear. Not really. No apology. Just guilt dressed up as affection. Eventually, I stopped opening them. I built my life without them. I hired people who believed in kindness and fairness. I mentored kids who reminded me of me. Quiet, overlooked, hungry for a chance. I donated to shelters, funded scholarships, wrote anonymous checks to kids trying to get out of the same cycle I escaped. And one night, alone in my apartment, I took out that framed $20 bill again. The edges were brittle now. The glass was scratched, but it still looked the same. I thought about throwing it away. But then I remembered that bus terminal. That diner. Jackie's question. So what are you going to do now? That $20 was the beginning of everything. The worst day of my life, and the most important. I hung it up on my office wall, right next to my first business license. And below it, a little brass plaque I had custom made. It read, not family, fuel. Because I didn't become who I am in spite of what they did. I became who I am because of it. And I wouldn't change a thing. My name's Adam. I'm 22. And the first thing you should know is that I didn't want this story to end in resentment. I used to be the kind of person who made excuses for people, especially family. I'd tell myself they were just under pressure, or didn't mean it that way, or the classic, they love you in their own way. But at some point, when the knife keeps turning in the same spot, you stop pretending it's accidental. Growing up, I was the invisible one in the Palmer family. Not unloved, exactly, just inconvenient. My parents had this glow around my younger brother, Ryan. He played tennis. He was good. And apparently, that made everything else irrelevant. His trophies had their own shelf. My name's Leo. I'm 23 now, but this story happened just a few months ago, back when I should have felt proud, accomplished, even a little emotional. You know, the kind of moment people dream about their whole lives, walking across a stage in a cap and gown, hearing your name echo across the auditorium while your family cheers like lunatics from the bleachers. That's what I thought graduation would feel like. But when it finally came, all I felt was cold, empty silence, and the quiet sting of being forgotten. Growing up, I always knew my parents had a favorite. My younger brother, Mason, could breathe wrong and somehow be praised for it. He's just full of energy, they'd say, while I was told to keep it down, even if I was just reading aloud. He played tennis. Not just backyard tennis, no, he was in some private clubs since he was 7, with expensive coaches, custom rackets, tournament weekends in other states. Meanwhile, I got birthday cards that said, "Don't waste this on video games," with a crisp 20 tucked inside like that made it all okay. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't bitter back then. Not really. I just figured that if I kept my head down, worked hard, maybe things would balance out. Maybe, just once, I'd hear, "We're proud of you, Leo." I didn't want the moon. I didn't even want praise, not really. Just acknowledgement. A pat on the back that didn't feel like an obligation. So I did what I was taught. I earned it. I studied while Mason got trophies. I took night shifts to pay for books when our college fund magically dried up the minute I turned 18. I never asked questions. Never complained. When I got into my dream university on scholarship, mind you, they just blinked and said, "Well, it's not like Harvard." That was the first time something cracked in me. Still, I pushed through. For years of grueling coursework, late nights, ramen noodles, skipped holidays because I couldn't afford a plane ticket back home, and they never offered to help. I didn't even get calls on my birthday anymore, just a group text with a gif of a cake. But I held on to one thought like a lifeline: graduation day. They'll show up, I told myself. They'll clap. They'll see me in my robes and finally realize I made it. A week before the ceremony, I called Mom to confirm. She answered on speaker. Dad chimed in halfway through. "Leo, we're trying, but Mason's got the semifinals that same weekend," she said in that sing-songy guilt-trippy voice. "And it's a pretty big deal. He's worked so hard." I sat there in silence, letting her words sink in. "I've worked hard too," I finally said. My voice cracked and I hated that it did. Dad chuckled. "You should be thanking us for even paying your tuition, Leo. We did our part." "But you didn't," I said, trying to keep my tone steady. "My scholarship covered almost everything, and I've been working to pay off the rest." Silence. Then Mason's voice in the background, smug and bored. "No one wants to hear your name anyway. Chill." I didn't respond. Just ended the call. My hand was shaking when I set the phone down. Not with anger. Not yet. Just something colder. Like a deep, final kind of disappointment. You know that moment when a glass falls, and for a second, it doesn't feel real? That was me, watching my illusion of family support shatter on the kitchen tile. On the morning of the ceremony, I sat in my car in the university parking lot for 15 minutes, staring at my own reflection in the rearview mirror. I had the cap, the gown, the little gold tassel swaying like it had a heartbeat of its own. But my smile was fake, and I knew it. My friends were meeting their parents, taking photos, crying happy tears. I walked past them like a ghost. Backstage, someone handed me a program with the speaker list. I scanned it, heart thumping. My name was there, Leo D. Marshall, summa cum laude. One of only 5 students selected to speak. I hadn't told my parents. Why would I? That title, summa cum laude, felt like a crown made of paper. Fragile, temporary. I was supposed to get up there and talk about perseverance, community, gratitude. The speech I'd written was nice, safe, full of cliches that sounded polished enough to make the audience nod and clap and forget about it 5 minutes later. But standing behind that curtain, hearing the applause from the student before me, something inside me snapped. Not in a fiery, chaotic way, but in the quiet, irreversible way that ice breaks under pressure. I walked out onto that stage, took my place at the podium, and looked out over the crowd. Hundreds of faces. None of them mine. None of them family. I could see my professor in the front row, smiling proudly. I could see my roommate waving a little plastic flag. But no mom. No dad. No Mason. Just rows and rows of strangers clapping politely. I waited for the applause to die down. Then I took a breath, and instead of reading from the speech in my folder, I looked straight ahead, into the spotlight, and said something I hadn't planned. Something raw, honest. And that's when everything stopped. The hands froze mid-clap, heads tilted. People blinked, as if not sure they'd heard me right. Somewhere in the second row, I heard a gasp, because I hadn't thanked my parents. I hadn't said I was proud to represent them. I hadn't talked about perseverance or dedication. I had said something else entirely. Something that rewrote the entire tone of the ceremony and left a mark none of them would forget. I stood there for a second, heart thudding in my chest like a warning bell. The words had already left my mouth, and there was no pulling them back. "I'd like to begin," I said calmly, "by thanking the people who aren't here today." A low murmur rippled through the auditorium like a breeze cutting through still air. I could feel the faculty shifting uncomfortably in their seats, but I kept going. My voice was steady, too steady, because when you do something completely on your own, you start to realize how loud silence can be, how heavy absence feels, and how much strength you can find in being underestimated. Another pause. I scanned the crowd again. Still no familiar faces, but I didn't need them anymore. My parents couldn't make it, I said plainly. They had a tennis match to get to, and if you ask them, that's probably more important than watching their son graduate summa cum laude. There were some awkward chuckles, the kind people make when they're not sure if something is supposed to be a joke. I didn't smile. They used to say I should be grateful, that I should thank them for paying my tuition, even though they didn't. They said no one wants to hear my name. So I hope you'll forgive me if I take a second to say it loud and clear now. I leaned closer to the mic. My name is Leo Marshall. I worked nights. I skipped meals. I taught myself how to write code so I could freelance and afford rent. I turned in every paper early. I got through every exam without a single cheat sheet or late extension. And I did it without a family cheering me on. Now the crowd was completely still. I wasn't yelling. I didn't need to. The silence between my sentences did all the work. I used to think love meant patience, that if you waited long enough, people would show up. But sometimes, people only show up when it benefits them. When there's a photo op, when there's a trophy, when there's something they can brag about at brunch. I could feel the heat behind my eyes, but I held it together. I'm not saying this for sympathy. I'm saying it because I know I'm not the only one here today who felt invisible growing up, who had to fight for space in their own home, who had to clap for themselves in empty rooms. So if you're sitting out there feeling like no one showed up for you, let me be the first to say, I see you. You made it. And that matters. Now the silence was gone, replaced by slow, building applause. Not polite, not forced, just raw, steady clapping that grew louder, row by row. I stood still for a moment, unsure what to do with it. It wasn't the kind of applause you get for reading a polished speech. It was the kind people give you when they recognize something in themselves. Eventually, I gave a small nod and stepped away from the podium. The MC looked stunned but quickly recovered and called the next speaker. I didn't look back as I walked off stage. I couldn't. My legs were like jelly, and I was afraid if I met anyone's eyes, I'd break down. I ducked into the hallway behind the stage and leaned against the cool concrete wall. I let out a breath I'd been holding for 4 years. That's when my phone buzzed. And buzzed again. And again. I pulled it out. 17 missed calls. 3 from Mom. 2 from Dad. 12 from Mason. I hesitated, then opened the most recent text. It was from Mason. What did you just say at your graduation? Everyone's messaging us. Then another one, seconds later. You made us look bad. Seriously? After everything we've done for you. And finally, one from my mom. Leo, we need to talk. That was completely out of line. I stared at the screen and laughed. Not because it was funny, because it was so predictable. The only time they'd reach out was when they looked bad. Not when I was struggling. Not when I needed them. Only now, when their image was cracked and bleeding in public. And just like that, something in me settled. It didn't hurt anymore. Not the way it used to. Their approval had always been a finish line I could never reach. But now I knew. There was nothing waiting for me at the end of that race anyway. So I did something I never thought I'd have the courage to do. I muted the conversation. I slid my phone back into my pocket. And I walked outside to meet my friends. We took pictures. We got ice cream. We laughed until our stomachs hurt. They didn't know exactly what I'd set up there, but they knew I looked lighter, freer. That night, I opened my laptop and checked the university livestream recording. My speech was already being shared. A professor I barely knew emailed me, saying it was the most honest graduation speech she'd ever heard. I got messages from classmates I'd never spoken to before, thanking me for putting into words what they'd always felt. But that wasn't the real victory. The real victory came 3 days later, when I opened my banking app and saw a transfer attempt labeled mortgage, Palmer Home, denied. Because what they didn't realize was that their house, the same one they bragged about during Mason's tennis barbecues, the one they hosted garden parties in, the one with the oversized deck Dad always insisted was his idea, wasn't theirs at all. It was mine. The house. God, if there was ever a metaphor for our family dynamic, that two-story colonial nightmare was it. On the outside, it looked perfect. White shutters, manicured lawn, the porch swing Mom pretended to use for peaceful evenings. But inside, it was a temple to denial. A shrine built on silence and control, with every creaky floorboard echoing with things no one dared to say aloud. What they didn't know, what no one knew, was that 2 years ago, during one of Mason's fancy out-of-state tournaments, my parents quietly refinanced the house to pay for some emergency renovations. New roof, new driveway, and Mason's third trip to some tennis camp in Colorado that ran upwards of $6,000. Dad thought he was clever, doing everything online to avoid paperwork piling up in the mail. But refinancing a home when your credit's shaky? It's not exactly a smooth process. And banks, well, they don't give out favors. Unless someone cosigns. Guess who got the late-night call back then? Me. The responsible one. The one with good credit, steady income, and a name that could still squeeze something out of. They asked nicely, of course. Told me it was just temporary. That they'd be back on their feet in no time. I remember Dad saying, "You won't even notice. It's just a signature, son. You help us now, and later, we help you." That's how families work. So I signed. Not because I believed him, but because back then, I still had hope. That hope that if I did show up for them, maybe one day they'd show up for me. That if I gave a little, I'd finally be seen as something other than Plan B. Of course, that help never came. And somewhere along the line, those temporary months became a pattern. I kept seeing small deductions from my account. At first, they were subtle. Just a couple hundred here or there, easy to miss if I wasn't looking closely. But after year 2, when I'd saved up enough from coding gigs to buy out the remaining mortgage balance, I made a quiet decision. I transferred the title to my name. Completely legal. They hadn't read the paperwork. They thought it was just another refi form. They didn't know that the moment they defaulted on their end, missed 3 months of payment, I became the sole owner. It wasn't about revenge back then. Honestly, I just wanted to protect myself. I knew the longer I stayed tied to them financially, the more they'd use me like a fallback. Like a fire extinguisher under glass. Break in case of failure. But after that graduation text, after the smugness, the deflection, the audacity, something changed. That transfer request, the one labeled Mortgage, Palmer Home, it was the final straw. A quiet little reminder that even after everything I'd said on stage, they still didn't get it. They still expected me to play the dutiful son, the silent sponsor, the ghost in the background footing the bill for their delusions. I didn't reply. I didn't call back. Instead, I logged into the account tied to the property, reviewed the terms. They'd missed the last 2 payments. Just like clockwork. I waited a week. That's when the first letter went out. A formal notice, printed and stamped. Tucked neatly into the mailbox on that pristine white porch. Notice of ownership transfer, effective immediately. It was short, clean, and legally airtight. It informed the occupants of the change in deed and requested that any further financial or residential arrangements be made through the listed owner. Me. No drama. No emotion. Just facts. I didn't hear anything for 2 days. Then the calls started again. I let them go to voicemail. Mom's voice cracked somewhere between rage and desperation. "Leo, this isn't funny. This is our house. You can't just, what are you even thinking?" Dad's message was quieter, more venomous. "Don't test me, boy. You think a piece of paper changes anything? We gave you life." But it was Mason's voicemail that made me laugh out loud. "You need to stop this right now. What's your problem, man? You've always been jealous. Always had that stick up your whatever. But this is pathetic. You're seriously ruining our lives because we missed your dumb graduation? As if that was the point. As if the missed ceremony was the start and not just the match that finally hit the powder keg." I didn't respond. Instead, I drafted an email. Not emotional. Not sarcastic. Just clear. I laid out every instance I had covered their costs. Attached copies of the payment histories. Highlighted the default clauses they triggered. And at the end, I included a final line. You have 30 days to vacate or propose an agreement for continued tenancy. Failure to respond will result in legal proceedings. I hit send. And then I waited. Every hour that passed felt like the calm before a storm I had finally learned how to predict. But it wasn't the legal action that shook them. It was what I said the night before those proceedings officially began. The moment I walked up that familiar path, rang the doorbell on the house I now legally owned, and stood face to face with the people who never thought I'd matter enough to challenge them. And that's where everything truly started to unravel. The knock at the door wasn't loud, but it carried weight. I stood there on the porch, my porch, watching shadows shift behind the frosted glass. For a few seconds, no one moved. Then I saw the familiar silhouette of my father approaching, shoulders squared like he was already preparing for a fight he thought he'd win with volume alone. He opened the door partway. His expression flickered, surprise, irritation, something else he didn't bother to hide. So, you finally decided to show your face. I didn't flinch. I sent the letter. I gave you 30 days. He barked a humorless laugh. You think this is how family acts? By throwing ultimatums. I met his gaze, unblinking. You threw your version of family away a long time ago. This is just paperwork catching up to it. He stepped aside just enough for me to see into the house. It looked the same as it always had, except now it felt smaller. Like the walls were closing in on all the half-truths and shallow justifications they'd told themselves for years. My mom sat on the couch, arms crossed, jaw tight. She didn't speak, just gave me that look she reserved for when she wanted to say I'm disappointed in you without wasting the breath. Mason leaned against the wall near the staircase, still dressed in some tennis warm-up outfit like he was heading to a match and couldn't be bothered. He didn't look at me. He looked through me, like I was a gust of wind that had blown some leaves into his path. I stepped inside, not because I wanted to, but because this time I was on solid ground, legally and emotionally. I'm not here to argue, I said calmly. I'm here to finalize things. Finalize? Mason scoffed. You're unbelievable. Seriously, you're going to evict your family because of a speech? Because we missed your little moment? I turned to face him fully. No, Mason. I'm evicting you because for 4 years, I was treated like an afterthought. Because this house was used as a piggy bank for your tennis tournaments while I worked 2 jobs to stay in school. Because I was the backup plan when your parents needed a signature but not a son. And now, I'm the owner. So yes, this is me finalizing things. Dad moved in like he was about to get between us. This isn't how things are done, Leo. You don't just cut off your family over a couple of misunderstandings. Misunderstandings? I repeated, my voice low. You mean like telling me to be grateful for tuition you didn't pay? Like mocking me for expecting you to show up at graduation? Like calling me jealous because I refused to be silent anymore? No one answered. So I continued. I gave you every chance. I let you use my name, my credit, my trust. And when I finally stood up for myself, your response was to shame me for it. Mom stood now. Her voice shook, not with sadness, but with restrained anger. We did our best. Maybe it wasn't perfect, but this is cruel. You're not being punished, I said. You're being held accountable. There's a difference. I pulled out the folder I brought with me and handed it to Dad. Inside are 2 options. One is a buyout agreement. You can purchase the home back at market value. A local real estate agent did the appraisal. It's all itemized. He didn't take the folder, so I set it down on the coffee table. The second is a rental agreement. You pay market rent, monthly, under my terms. If that's not acceptable, I'll file for eviction next week. Mason exploded. You're sick, man. You really think you're better than us now? Because you wrote some dramatic speech? I looked at him. Really looked at him. No, Mason. I'm not better. I just finally stopped letting you all treat me like I was less. I turned to leave. I didn't wait for applause. I didn't expect it. But just as I reached the door, Dad said, "You'll regret this someday." I paused, not out of fear, just to absorb it fully. I turned back and said, "No, I regret not doing it sooner." And with that, I walked out, down the porch steps, across the lawn, out the gate. 3 days later, the silence was broken, not by anger, but by resignation. Dad called. His tone was tired, brittle. "We'll sign the rental agreement," he said. "We don't have the funds to buy it back right now." I kept it professional. "Once the lease is signed and the deposits cleared, I'll send over the keys. Any delays will be treated as non-compliance." The documents were signed within the week. For the first time in my life, I had boundaries. Real ones. Enforced not by guilt, not by obligation, but by my own choice. They paid rent. On time. Quietly. No more smug texts. No more lectures about gratitude. Just monthly transactions from people who once mocked my name. And me? I moved across the city into a modest apartment. Nothing fancy, but it was mine. No ghosts in the walls. No one scoffing at my accomplishments. Just peace. I kept working. I launched a small web development business. It took off slowly, then steadily. Turns out, when you're not drowning in emotional debt, you can actually build something. I didn't block them, but I didn't chase them either. One day, about 6 months later, I got a voicemail from Mason. It was short, uncharacteristically quiet. Hey, congrats on the startup. I saw your interview online. Looks like you're doing all right. Anyway, yeah, just wanted to say that. I didn't respond. Not out of spite, but because I didn't need anything from him anymore. Not validation, not praise, not apologies. I'd finally stopped waiting for my name to matter in their world. Because I'd built a world of my own, where it already did.